Hello everyone, and welcome to the Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto had the power of all Bijuu, Jinchuuriki, demon, dragon, devil, fallen angel and god. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Chapter 1. Endings are only beginnings. Elemental nations, vote. Finally, after nearly 36 hours of non-stop fighting, the forces Obito Uchiha had gathered to wage this war to capture the final two. Jinchuuriki in the elemental nations. Plus his own final showdown against Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki could lie down for a break. When the old man sage told him that there was no other way to defeat his mother, besides sealing her away for all eternity, Naruto was determined to find another way. Hell, everyone deserved a second chance, and there was just something that bothered Naruto about the woman's past, chakra fruit-induced insanity or not. At first it seemed like nothing Naruto could do might get through to the woman, but Naruto eventually managed a bond with which to befriend the goddess. This bond happened to yet again involve the loneliness of himself when he was young and the progenitor of chakra after she first ate the chakra fruit, yet before the black Zetsu formed. He did discover though, such a bond was hindered by the black Zetsu that leeches onto her very being. It wasn't hard to come to the conclusion that this was the source of Kaguya's change after eating the chakra fruit, why it never physically manifested until she was first sealed by her children was a little confusing to him. Still, upon removing Kaguya's arm that housed the Zetsu manifestation shortly before finally sealing her, Naruto saw the glimpse in her eyes of realization. Naruto knew that she knew he had no choice to stop because he and his friends were all committed with their attacks beyond where they could pull back. Despite this fact, Naruto wouldn't change a thing, much like his recent encounter with Sasuke. Naruto, you must take the power from him. Infinite Tsukuyomi must be stopped and we need to go, Kaguya said in a stern tone of voice, yet holding a sense of urgency. Naruto didn't exactly understand why the seal old man sage gave them to use on Kaguya failed and how she was revived. But frankly the young Uzumaki didn't care. Yes, Kaguya ending Sasuke's life did hurt to some extent, if only because after all Naruto had been through to not kill him and bring him back to face his crimes under proper trial and summary judgment. Sakura asked him to bring Sasuke back all those years ago, and while Naruto respected her enough as a person to let the Uchiha live, thus far no one saw Suke had ever acted against could be considered an unforgivable crime. And yet, his most recent action after saving the world, which by proxy would have exonerated him of all prior actions, could have been that one unforgivable crime to completely damn him if Naruto hadn't stopped him. Sasuke was trying to kill his teammate, and even while the blonde could defend against and survive everything thrown at him while still holding back, he wasn't certain that stopping Sasuke, whether at a more permanent cost of life or limb, would ever stop the message his ideals held. Basically by leaving Sasuke alive, judged and properly interned for his crimes or their deaths at each other's hands, could backfire in the bigger picture. In death, Naruto becomes a martyr for peace, yet hatred, especially from the few that might still believe in Sasuke's ideals, would remain with no deterrent. And what is stopping the cycle of revenge from going on with their deaths anyway? So both of them dying wasn't an answer. Sasuke living and being punished was a completely different matter. Yes, there was a chance everything could turn out alright, and Naruto was leaning towards this outcome with his battle known. That if Sasuke ever went back to the darkness, he would just beat the shit out of him yet again. But yet, that same idea could turn out to be similar to what happened with Madara and Hashirama. Sasuke could be fine, but the simple fact is someone down the line might agree with his ideals and led forth the call of more war. Worse still if Sasuke managed to find someone at or near their own levels of strength. Naruto wasn't one to stew over what could happen, but yet the result now before him will have to do. Kaguya's arrival and subsequent execution of Sasuke places the burden of hatred directly on her. But apparently both Naruto and herself were needed elsewhere. She said something about a disturbance in the dimensional gap, and the system of miracles can no longer be contained. It was strange why he was needed to go. But before that could happen, she was adamant that he be the one to end infinite Tsukuyomi by taking and using the sage's chakra remnant as his own from Sasuke's corpse. Granny Rabbit, if I go with you, I need to say goodbye to 3 people first. I will not bend on this, and if you try to take me away without allowing me to see them, then nothing will stop me from ensuring you never see the light of day again. Naruto said, while thinking of how his leaving and Sasuke's death would affect the world beyond the war fallout. You're sure about this, Naruto? We'll be with you the entire way for whatever you decide, and with all of Father's gift, you can seal her away right now if you wish. What about your mates? Do you think they'll take your decision to just leave with the person that is ultimately behind all that just happened well in any form? Kurama said, making the Kyuubi an obvious devil's advocate. Yet Kurama was speaking for all the Bijuu, and he knew for certain Naruto would do as he wished regardless of attempt to dissuade him. Furball. Later. Why are you wasting time? There are things beyond even my control going on in the void that expands past the dimensional gap. We are needed now, and you will come because of your besting myself in battle. Kaguya snapped, as she didn't have time for this, but to use force would be an issue. Couldn't afford if their battle before had shown her. Zetsu may have clouded her morals, but Naruto showed her power doesn't necessarily mean she can win. There was a quality here in the blonde Jinchuuriki before her that could prove vital for creation itself, which has been lost for millennia. The rabbit goddess needed to observe Naruto himself to begin with, but how he might affect the current events involved beyond the abyss could bring an even greater treasure. The boy had a different aura about him from the short time she witnessed him during their fight, both when she was lucid and under Zetsu's influence until now. He has only been with a few humans and the portions of her chakra inside of him, so this may be a fast track to failure for all she knew. But hey, if she is right, and she always is, then this will be a trial by fire to solving an age-old question. How does a creator of existence come to be? Granny Rabbit. Naruto screamed while attempting to put his own face no more than a centimeter from her own. Kaguya immediately backhanded the boy who caught her off guard. She hated that blasted name. You will call me Kaguya-sama. Any further transgressions for saying something other than my name will not end well for you. I always get what I want. Naruto then caught her hand in mid-swing with some of her chakra from his seal while waved his physical hands off in a manner of surrender. What was with him? How did she lose to him again? Some things really are beyond even her control. At least he finally seemed to have taken the power from Indra's incarnation. Fine. Where are these females you wish to see? I can bring them before you. Now hold on, Granny Rabbit. This is getting out of hand, boy. My name is Kaguya-sama. Learn it or pay. Granny Rabbit. Kaguya-sama. Granny Rabbit. Kaguya-sama. Granny Rabbit. Kaguya-sama. Kaguya-sama. Granny Rabbit. Kaguya-sama. Now see here. I say my name is Granny Rabbit and my word is law. Yes, Granny Rabbit. Naruto said before continuing his speech and completely ignoring the negative emotions rolling off of the now much cuter woman. Must be all that darkness she lost. Hell, there was quite a few pounds of it. Kaguya meanwhile was bordering on a mental breakdown which was held off only by the constant mantra, must not kill the boy, must not kill the boy, must not kill the boy. Now as I was saying, my clones will be by their sides. Look for several copies of my shiny orange beacon of hope, trademark. Pending. Naruto trailed off as the negative emotions coming from her were starting to form creepy deformed ghost-like objects and very literal racing twitches over her eyes, Byakugan stare-down in full effect. Immediately Kaguya took Naruto by the back of his jacket through 10F her dimensions and proceeded to drop Naruto off. She made certain to get him high in the air and positive that he was going to land on his skull before going to get the people he wanted to say something to. Kaguya's personal world. Dimensional gap. Naruto fell from on high as Kaguya let him go freely upside down. He made things simple by calling on Kurama's chakra and using limbs to flip himself upright and promptly kipped up to his feet. One by one almost simultaneously all his clones that were waiting for Kaguya died as dimension portals opened, gently allowing Hinata Hyuga, Ino Yamanaka, and Karen Uzumaki to join him and Kaguya in this space. Naruto-kun. 3 voices shouted all at once, almost in sync. Naruto knew this was going to be difficult for the girls to accept, but yet it must be done. Hinata-chan, Ino-chan, Karen-chan, guess what? Naruto couldn't help but feel like a tool for leaving them hanging, but goddammit, how was he supposed to say that he had finally brought peace to their lives and subsequently had to leave them for who only knew how long? It was one of those things that just made him look like a womanizer, worse yet because he was leaving with another woman that gave no hint on should he ever be coming back. Jiraiya would be rolling over in his grave, because if he knew Naruto was turning down 3 hot young girls for 1 hot old hag, Naruto wou LDB up shit's creek with 1,000 years of death for a paddle. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? The war is over, isn't it? Why don't you look happy? Hinata asked. The Hyuga princess girl could see the distribution on Naruto's face and couldn't help but feel that she would need to be stronger now on an emotional level than ever before in her 16 years of life. Hey Naruto, who's this old lady? Where are we and why did she bring us here? I can't feel anybody anywhere, so we're not near the battlefield. In fact, I can't feel any chakra at all, anywhere. How is this possible? We should be dead by all rights. Leave it to Karen to bring up the most obvious questions when one is trying to avoid the most painful answers. First off, girls, let me be clear. You're in no harm being in Granny Rabbit's presence. Yeah, she's creepy and more than a little buttered right now, but she won't hurt you. As Naruto said this, the negative emotions coming from the female progenitor of chakra spiked in a way that yet again started to physically affect the surrounding environment and much more prominently directed towards Naruto. It was starting to make him sweat, but it only strengthened his resolve in teasing the woman. If she starts using her emotions, she'll adjust to his company so much faster. Naruto-kun, saying something like that only brings to light the fact that this woman, whoever she is, was at one point someone who tried to harm you. This in no way paints a good light on her. No matter if you somehow pull the face, he'll switch on her like you've done with so many others before. And people wonder why you're sometimes called Ninja Jesus. In fact, given recent events that we were last aware of, what happened with Madara and how was this woman connected to him is the most appropriate question I can think of right now. Ino said, obviously thinking things through. Yes, you are right, Ino-chan. But really, I hate Ninja Jesus, it's so 2009. Now, Granny Rabbit here. Kaguya-sama, Kaguya yelled, flinging a large stone directly at Naruto's face which he narrowly avoided. As I was saying, Granny Rabbit won't harm any of you, Naruto finished as Kaguya opened a dimensional portal behind Naruto's head and smacked him with a force that sent him hurtling towards a large rock slightly behind and to the right of Karen. Yeah, won't hurt any of you, Naruto said in a muffled voice before usting off his shoulders and crawled over to Karen. Nothing like a good blow to the head to get you in line, is there? Karen said as she began healing Naruto's accumulated injuries over the course of the past day and a half. Who are you kidding? We both know she'll get what's coming to her in time. Anyway, yes, Ino-chan, Kaguya was in some way a part of the war. In fact, I haven't seen a better musician around when it comes to playing people. She played everyone including Madara through Zetsu. Zetsu was a creation that was made with the specific purpose to revive the Jubi, and while he really took the dance to a high level, he was somehow just a tool. I don't know why, but I really don't care either. What I do know is that Zetsu was corrupting Kaguya's mind, and it probably has something to do with that chakra fruit that old man Sage said she ate some thousands of years ago. Thousands of years ago. Can I please get some skincare tips? You look absolutely amazing for being so old, Kaguya-sama, Ino said, gushing in excitement from her own fashion guru mindset. The more things change, Ino, now is not the time, Hinata stated, knowing that something important was going on. Hibayakugan, the elder woman possessed, was plain enough to see some distant relation between herself, but that wasn't what this was about. Naruto-kun, why did you bring us here with Lady Kaguya then? You're not done yet, are you? Oh Hinata, bless her hearts. They are so round and full, always thinking of everyone. Furball, I swear to God, if you don't stop perving on my girlfriends, you will be thinking that if you actually met some gods, Naruto. In fact, I think you'd change your tune very quickly, especially since you already have 3 girlfriends. Naruto quickly shut off his mental connection with Kurama and the other Bijuu momentarily while he sorted out this situation. although he couldn't help but agree with the furball in how cute his ladies were. But still he didn't appreciate them getting perved on. Even if it was Kurama who would always be with him and as such knew details about things better left unsaid, he really didn't need to hear about how good his mom was in bed again. Yes, Hinata-chan. It seems there is never a shortage of work for a man who can almost infinitely replicate himself and his abilities. You know, that gives me an interesting idea. Hold on a minute, please. Reopening the connection, he called out to Kurama, Furball. Got a question for you. First he tells me to shut up, then he needs to ask me something. What next? Is he going to make a body for me? Who knows what the future may hold, Furball. Anyway, you said Old Man Sage could create stuff with his 6-path senjutsu and the Rinnegan, right? Just where are you going with this, Naruto? I was wondering if it is possible for me to use that in conjunction with my shadow clones to essentially let the girls still live on with me, even if I won't be present. Besides, it would help the world in general if they think I'm still around to protect the peace we fought for. Kit, you do realize that you would technically be creating a Bijuu, right? Because, no matter how you try, even with your clones, you can't give them life in the same sense as your girls. And are you making just one, or would you be giving each girl their own slice of happiness? Making a Bijuu out of my shadow clones. I'm going to change the world in more ways than just bringing peace, huh? You keep thinking like that and I'll have to kill you before you turn into an Uchiha, Kit. Anyway, basically, you'll need to have senjutsu ready and focus on it like if you were making truth-seeking balls by combining all elements into the one all-encompassing, life-giving element, but without making an actual truth-seeking ball. You will also need to use the powers of the Rinnegan you took from Sasuke's corpse in order to end infinite Tsukuyomi, in essence to bend the laws of this world. Under your will, you need to do these things at the same time, Kit, without using a shadow clone either. You will also need to focus on how much chakra you'll be giving your creation as part of creating this new life, which is going to be so heavily laden in natural chakra that you may accidentally put more into the clone than might be necessary. Once you have these aspects down, only then will you be able to create the clone you'll be making. Please don't screw up, Kit. Naruto shut off the connection while he gathered senjutsu and began to focus on the substance of truth-seeking balls. It seemed like he had a headache forming when he started to also focus on using the Rinnegan to bend the world to his own will. This seemed like it would be an easier task alone, but combining it with the element of truth-seeking balls was extremely trying. As he began to focus on how much chakra he would give his creation, the headache began to get worse and his nose started bleeding. He decided to focus roughly 5 TIL's worth of Kurama's chakra for his personal Bijuu clone and was about to make the clone, when he suddenly dropped to his knee in pain, slightly disrupting his already straining concentration and causing the girls to worry. With Kaguya looking on in wonder, a cloud of smoke appeared next to Ino and everyone except Kaguya went over to Naruto out of concern while keeping an eye on the cloud. Kaguya had a massive shit-eating grin on her face that looked so disturbing, Naruto felt like maybe he was pushing the teasing of her too far. There were just some things that shouldn't be seen. Damn it, Kit. I told you not to screw up. You used way too much of our chakra and you weren't concentrating properly. Oh my god, Datbane. A female voice came from the cloud of smoke. A female voice. That sounded very much like Naruto's girl form via his sexy jutsu. He didn't. Ino practically screamed. I think he did, but this probably wasn't the initial intention, Ino-chan, Hinata said. Girls, have I told you lately just how much I love you? Naruto said, cringing in fear of Kurama after he messed up, while wiping the blood away from his nose. Oh yes, come to mama baby. Karen said lecherously, fingers already moving eagerly in grabbing motions. Furball, call you tell me what will happen because of my screw up at least. It's beautiful, Kurama said, obviously loving the show bet. Wean the newest Bijuu and the progenitor of chakra. Anyway, Kit, your girl has roughly the same amount of chakra as the two of us combined. Also, I see a slight connection between the girl's life and your girlfriend's lifespans. Tying them all together, yourself included. I don't know what this means or how it happened, but somehow I get the feeling that your girls may have changes of their own in the future. I wouldn't be surprised if it is because of the senjutsu. You better hope that Granny can bring us back, because this could be important. That's enough, Kaguya screamed as she suddenly slammed her fist into the head of the girl wrapped around her body, with no avail as the girl still kept her grip. Naruto-chan, Hinata suddenly said, speaking to the girl in an effort to help He much more powerful woman who obviously had a connection to her own clan. Ooh, Hinata moaned in obvious pleasure at the sudden and very pleasant touch. Okay Naruto-chan, I think that's enough, Naruto said starting to get back to his feet. Naruto-sama, can I please have a taste of your sweet nectar before you leave? We don't even know if you'll ever see us again. So please, take your churs, first time and let all my mothers join us. Pretty please Tilda. Naruto moaned out, as though she were suffering from some kind of heat. Naruto, we cannot waste any more time here. I let you have a chance to say goodbye to your mates and you even left a present with them to remember you by. I will not wait any longer. We must go, Kaguya shouted out, negative emotions physically manifesting into scary rabbits and rushing at Naruto, causing physical injuries which by all rights were theoretically impossible, at his obvious disregard to her request. As the girls watched this event, they couldn't find any fault in Naruto's nickname for his newest friend. But yet, this woman was truly unique and suited Naruto's company almost perfectly. There was also an underlying hint of lousy at the fact that Naruto would disappear with this very hot, but so very old woman, while they were going to be stuck with a female Naruto for possibly the rest of their days, a female Naruto who is obviously incapable of bearing them children. How was that fair? Yeah, Granny Rabbit, I love you too, give me 5 more minutes okay? Hinata-chan, Ino-chan, Karen-chan. Naruto-chan here will always be with you. She is basically what we'd consider a Bijuu made in my image, to always protect the peace of our home. I'll be taking all the other Bijuu with me. Please tell Granny Tsunade I'm sorry I had to leave. But there was no getting out of this. Also please tell her to announce what really happened with the Uchiha massacre all those years ago and ensure that she learns of how Sasuke wanted to kill everyone. Naruto can fill in all those details that Kakashi wasn't able to see. Sasuke is not a hero like his brother Itachi and the Uchiha clan should not be looked upon so highly. I pray we meet again my loves. But we might not have the chance. However I can feel each of you inside me through my daughter and I know that if you practice the same will hold true for each of you. We are now truly bonded in a way I can't say I fully understand yet, but I believe with all of my heart that we will see each other again. Naruto said, kissing the 3 of them goodbye before Naruto herself came up to him and shredded what was left of his shirt while kissing him deeply. Don't keep me waiting daddy, Naruto said into his ear as he was suddenly pulled by the back of his neck into another one of Kaguya's portals and his vision was flooded with darkness. Underworld, private aerial arena. Issei couldn't believe it. It was a repeat of the raiding game between Rias Peerage and Riser's Peerage, which had Riser dominating the fight when he went one-on-one with Riser, and lost while his Bucho watched the whole event crying. And now, it was happening again. Issei had an edge he gained from a deal with the sealed heavenly dragon, Didraig, inside him, that he would grant him his balance breaker temporarily at the cost of a body part becoming like a dragon's, so Issei sacrificed his left arm. He thought it would be enough of a boost to allow him to defeat his high-class devil opponent and willingly took the risk. Unfortunately, Issei's biggest mistake now was that during his time in Balance Breaker, he wasted almost 4 seconds out of the 10 seconds he was given mouthing off to Riser about how he was going to beat him with the power of his boosted gear's Balance Breaker. There was actually a chance that Issei could have beaten Riser, but failed when his Balance Breaker ended just as he was about to deliver the final blow. What was worse is how his body couldn't handle the backlash of using Dragon-type Balance Breaker so early in his life with the supernatural, leaving him at the mercy of a recovering Riser, who proceeded to brutalize him. After enduring a savage beating, Issei was grabbed by the neck and lifted up by this neck. You fought well for a piece of former human trash, not enough to pose a threat to me or this world, but still you fought well enough to injure me. And that does deserve praise. This is the end for you, Riser declared and put his fist through his chest where his heart was, lowly devil. Issei, Rias screamed in despair. Laporting onto the battlefield as Riser pulled his flaming arm out of her pawn's chest. No. The tears were streaming down her face as the crimson-haired ruined princess watched the boys she thought could solve this problem. The boys she gave up all of her pawns for, and dare she think it, the boys she was beginning to fall in love with, be murdered before her very eyes by the man she hated more than anything in the world. He had no chance, but still, Revel said to herself as she watched the fight from the procession room, unnerved at how Riser was dealing with the pawn, and saw as Issei fell face down onto the ground. This is too much. How does Oni-sama expect Rias to willingly accept defeat if he kills the pieces of hers that can later be used for his own benefit? I've seen this before, Issei thought, his body racked with pain as he saw his blood drip from Riser's arm. My blood, it's red. Just like her hair. Quote, an image of his lovely president, Rias Grimori, went through mind as his vision grew dark. Little did he realize that she was already cradling his head in her lap, sobbing in both the loss of Issei and fear of what is to come with Riser. Issei, you must stay strong. Brother, please get a doctor in here. You can't let Issei die, Rias screamed out, hoping that her brother would get someone to Issei in time. The way the blood was flowing from his severed arm on top of the cauterized wound in his chest made it clear to her that Issei's time was short. Well, looks like the end of the line for you, Ibo. For us, Diedrag said, a bit sad that he was losing such an interesting host. As he felt himself leaving Issei, out of all my bearers, you were the most interesting, with your embarrassingly perverse way of life. Looks like it'll be a while before I find another host who'll face the white bastard. Quote, Diedrag, Issei said, facing the fading dragon in his mind. Here's to hoping that you receive a better life in the afterlife. One where you're not involved in the turmoil between the three factions, and become an actual harem king. Sayonara. Ibo. Quote, yeah, see ya, Diedrag, when fate brings us together again, in a mountain of boobs. You just had to make it weird, as usual. Diedrag said in amusement before disappearing to parts unknown. With the boosted gear disappearing from Issei's severed arm, just as Akano Himahima, Kaneko Tuju, Asia Argento, and Kiba Yudo appeared from a Grimori clan portal and ran toward him with tears in their eyes. President. Everyone. I'm sorry, Issei muttered, the light disappearing from his eyes before Rias could say anything more. Issei Hyodo is dead. Why shed tears for that lowly peasant? He was nothing. Riser chided his fiancé with cockiness in his voice. Cradling Issei's corpse, as seethed and turned to a laughing Riser with rage in her eyes and her magical aura flaring, just as a bright light sparked through the sky. Everyone looked up to see a portal opening up, with something shooting out of it. Surrounded by crimson flames, before crashing into the arena a ways from Rias, her peerage, and Riser. Ow. Damn it. Note to self. Use a wind jutsu to slow my descent, a voice groaned as the smoke clearing. Showing a figure on his back with his legs up. The figure when kipped up and steadied himself on his legs before coughing and dusting himself off, showing his figure to all those present in the battlefield. He was wearing the tattered remains of a fishnet shirt, a hideously bright orange pair of cargo pants, and black and blue two-tone sandals that looked similar in some ways to ankle-high boots. Yet held open toe areas which seemed quite odd. He had dirty blonde hair and bruises on his face and parts of his chest. His chest was toned as if he was an athlete of some kind. But he had a single scar across his chest that seemed to be exactly in line with where his heart would be. His face also had the most unique whisker marks, which made him look almost like an animal of some kind. The boy's eyes were also something that captivated everyone who could see them. The sclera of his eyes were a purplish color, with 4 rings throughout. 3 of the rings also had marks of some kind on them that looked remarkably similar to commas, with each ring bearing 3 marks for a total of 9. But the most confusing thing was how his eyes had a cross that almost looked like an addition symbol in the pupils and what looked to be an orange eye shadow surrounding his eyes. Senjutsu, Kaneko said, alerting everyone to the power they already subconsciously felt but wasn't being directed at anyone in particular. You know of Senjutsu, pretty kitty. Wow, Granny Rabbit, I like this place already. I could do without the purple sky though. Anyway, the name is Naruto Uzumaki. Where am I? Why is she crying? Naruto saw Rias first and foremost after a quick look at the area. Why did a woman's tears always draw his attention and feed a need to beat someone senseless for making a woman cry? Looking around further, the ninja noticed the dead boy on the ground next to the beautiful red head. Why was that boy just killed? If nobody answers me, I'm going to assume that everyone except for the red-headed goddess sitting next to him crying is responsible and act accordingly. So who is the dead man I need to talk with to appease this soul lost well before his time? Nah, Naruto said to the group before him when a mass of negative emotions came up from behind him. Another lowly devil comes to interrupt my wedding day. Searzex, Riser demands to know what game you were playing. Am I to marry Rias or not? I faced your test and he failed, now this. Riser said, drawing Naruto's attention to him in full. You did this, I take it. Was there any need to kill the boy? Answer me, scum. Naruto said, getting more upset with each word and his body starting to cloak itself in a yellow energy. Please, help me, I will not marry that man, especially after he killed Issei. Rias said to Naruto. As she asked this of him, Naruto did a quick check on the man's power and decided it was best to completely overwhelm him in output, yet hold back on his most destructive attacks. T.S. was obviously some wedding and sometimes important people were at these things, so his idea was push out enough power to scare most, while simultaneously giving a show that puts the girl in his protection. And all the while hold back the true scope of his power to those who might be out scouting possible enemies. Man, actually thinking like a ninja was hard work. So do you wish to challenge this Riser Phoenix? He died because he was weak and the same will happen to you if you don't remove yourself from my sight. I have a wedding to continue. Ass clown. People who speak of themselves in third person are just begging to have a stick shoved in their ass. Naruto said as his energy began forming into a massive Kyuubi form and a ball of energy that looked somewhat similar to Rias, Po. R of destruction formed in the jaw where Naruto's hand was. Kid, you know what to do. Make sure this world knows just who they are dealing with. And give this fruitcake my best. I have a message for you. Boy. With the Bijuu that my father gave me screaming in my head so clearly, Riser, it's time to take it up the ass. Now, here is that stick for you, Bijuu Rasengan. Naruto shot toward Riser, at speeds no one present on the battlefield could keep up with, and slammed the ball into Riser's backside just as Naruto said. Riser was sent hurtling through several rocks on the battlefield, breaking countless bones in his body at a pace that his regeneration couldn't keep up with, and healing and overtaxing what magic power he had left after his bout with the now dead Red Dragon Emperor. Naruto released his Kyuubi chakra mode as he felt the life energy of Riser fall down to barely survivable levels, knowing that he would have medical help soon enough. He walked over to the dead child, because, in all honesty, the boy was a child that looked like he used to be barely the same age as Naruto. Granny Rabbit, is there anything you can do for the boy? Naruto asked, looking up at a woman floating in the air above everyone that none of Rias' peerage even noticed until the blonde looked directly at her. Little did Naruto know as he was speaking to his accomplice, an unseen trail of power was being absorbed into his body from the body of the dead boy. Likewise, nobody noticed the boosted gear gauntlet on Issei's severed arm disappear in an unseen flash of darkness particles that were absorbed into the air. The woman appeared to be very pale in skin tone. She was wearing a one-piece robe of sorts, looking very much like she had come from nobility. The robe was adorned with the same marks as present in Naruto's eyes. Going down the front of her robe and at the ends of her sleeves, which were also styled with purple and gold lines edging out all throughout the robe. Her figure underneath was left very much to the imagination, although it was easy to notice she was hiding an impressive bust. Her face was unlike anything the young devils had seen. She had purplish eyes, although a lighter purple than Naruto's own. Yet her eyes had held no pupils to be seen. It seemed like her eyes were just one large mass of sclera, yet if one looked closely they would notice her pupils were just greatly enlarged to the point where she had little else to focus on. Her eyes also had enlarged veins protruding out from them across her temples and down her cheeks, twitching ever so slightly from time to time. She had round, white spots on her face, just above eyes and centered on her face, leaving a massive circular-shaped area on her forehead open. If the facial features alone wasn't enough, He horns on her head surely must have meant she was some form of demon. Of course, the horns made her look very much like the animal Naruto called her both times. Swept back, brown horns shaped similar to rabbit ears, which also looked very unnatural and yet extremely elegant given her choice of dress. She had the most beautiful long white hair, parted around her face in two bangs that nearly went to her waist, and the hair falling behind her back went past feet while she was floating above the ground. The dark lipstick on her face contrasted extremely well against her skin. In all, this woman was an absolute beauty that couldn't deserve the name of Granny in any way. Naruto, what makes you think I'll do anything for him? We are only here because I felt the call of the dragons, which this boy seemed to have once possessed. And given your stunt with your girlfriends before we left, don't you think you might be able to do something for him? Kaguya stated, her eyes looking all through the area they were currently present in. Suddenly, her forehead started to form a slit between and slightly above the circles. It soon opened up, revealing a third eye, almost exactly like Naruto's own eyes. Barring the fact that Kaguya's eye didn't possess the cross in her pupil and the sclera itself was red in color rather than the purple of Naruto's. As this happened, suddenly all those present in the battlefield were transported to the procession room that held the wedding party consisting of Rias and Riser's families and their guests. Moments before, procession room. Another lowly devil comes to interrupt my wedding day. Searsex, Riser demands to know what game you were playing. Am I to marry Rias or not? I faced your test and he failed, now this. Riser said on the view screen as all the onlookers present were surprised at the events following the Red Dragon Emperor's death. Searsex-sama, what is going on? The Phoenix clan had no qualms about your desire to see Riser face off against the Welsh dragon. But who is this? Lord Phoenix began questioning the Mao whose sister was to marry into his clan. He was promptly ignored however as Searsex Lucifer was staring at the Ma present on the screen who had just entered the battleground where his sweet little sister had just lost her pawn. The man was gauging the power of the boy, who appeared to be no older than Issei was. It was one thing to come into the underworld through proper channels after all, but this boy appeared out of nowhere, wielding senjutsu and obviously more power beyond that. Watching the boy form a kyuubi of pure energy around his being and launch a ball of pure compressed energy of a different natural than a devil's magic power mind you, directly at Riser, which easily knocked the boy out regardless of having the Phoenix clan powers of regeneration at his disposal. That word he said, Bijuu, this boy was going to be something of interest to any and all in the supernatural world, but yet a wildcard all the same. Only time will tell where he might find his place in the world, and Searsex hoped it would not be as an enemy to his faction. Zexi Tan, who is that man now on the battlefield? Miracle Levia Tan likes. Saraphall Leviathan, now is not the time. This intruder on the battlefield is a complete unknown and for some reason has made himself involved in matters that will cause problems for the Grimoire house. Graia Lucifuge said watching as the boy attacked Riser Phoenix and walked over to the dead Red Dragon Emperor. Shall I bring the boy before you, my lord? Graia said, no need, he will be here in moments. Nobody attack the boy however, if I'm right very few of us will live through the aftermath. Searsex said as Rias, her peerage, Naruto, and the mystery woman with the powerful blonde suddenly appeared before them all. Oni-sama, why didn't you help Issei? Rias screamed first thing as soon as she realized where they now were. Rias-chan, we'll speak on that soon. I must talk with this man though. Might I ask your name and purpose in coming here? Searsex added a fair bit of killing intent at the end of his statement to Naruto, stressing his need for answers immediately. Hi there, Naruto Uzumaki is my name. Ninja is my game. I've been searching for the sister of the devil himself and I've been searching. Searsex, this will not stand. The Phoenix household will be taking action against the Grimoire for this deceit. Lord Phoenix shouted, misreading the situation as something planned by the Lucifer descended from the Grimoire house. Naruto Uzumaki, you say, do you have any idea who I am or where you are? Searsex said, rather amused at the situation now unfolding before him. The loss of Issei Hodo is regrettable, but nothing could have been done. Riser would be held accountable though and Rias pawns would be returned. But this boy, There was clearly something important about a human showing up out of nowhere in the underworld, using senjutsu. And forming an energy cloak over his body in the shape of a kyuubi. Maybe Yasaka of Kyoto's Yukai faction knew something about him, or at the very least what a Bijuu was. Even the sly test piece of information could be a big help in determining what he should do for a long-term plan in regards to young Naruto. Don't have a clue, Big Red, but why do you ask? I need to find out about some system of miracles. So if we're done here. Naruto trailed off, noticing the faces of people after he mentioned the system of miracles thing Granny Rabbit said earlier. Kit, you are without a doubt the stupidest ninja ever, Kurama said, having watched the entire talk and seeing the little bits of information Naruto had from Kaguya be told to these unknowns, drawing the situation further and further from Naruto's control. These people were obviously not on friendly terms with whomever was in control of this system of miracles, as Kaguya called it, and whether Naruto could befriend the leader of sorts who had that same Godawful brand Uzumaki hair color. That didn't mean the red bastard would be able to keep these dogs in line. Really, Furball, because I always felt that accidenta slips of the tongue made doing my job easier, Naruto said, though the lie was plain as day. Naruto knew he fucked up, but in the end it might be worth the slip. He was obviously looking for something important, as anything with the term miracle tends to be, but through the slip he found that the people he was around were not friendly with whoever had that miracle thing, and he also learned that the man in front of him was the strongest being anywhere near him. That meant he was probably high on the food chain, and making nice with him would make this entire trip so much easier. I don't kn where you've come from if you are calling me Big Red Uzumaki-kun, but I can freely tell you that my name is Searsex Lucifer, one of the 4 great Satans, leaders of the devil faction, and that you interrupted a wedding procession here in the underworld. Might I ask why you're looking for my sister though? Or why you would also be looking for an angel when devils and angels have been bitter enemies for millennia? And what purpose would a human have in looking for the system of miracles? My boy, coming here saying the things you're saying, harming the person you harmed, and still coming for me of all people would normally be a one-way ticket to death, Searsex said to Naruto, drawing the attention of everyone present. Naruto meanwhile winced as Searsex mentioned various facts related to what he himself had said and done, knowing a hard fight might be ahead of him as the devil leader in front of him managed to bring out a good amount of killing intent with each new sentence. And were his eyes glowing? Maybe he should tone the jokes down when meeting new people. However, it appeared to be nothing but a ruse as the killing intent subsided and Searsex continued speaking, but fret not, young Uzumaki. There has already been too much blood spilled this day, and I agree that children should not need to die needlessly. This was supposed to be a wedding. Hi, my name is Saraphall Leviathan. But you can call me yours, or Magical Girl Miracle Leviathan, or even Mao-sama. I'd prefer you call me yours though, you look absolutely delicious. Saraphall said, completely pushing Searsex aside, right into Graia, who had a twitching eye at the antics of the only other Mao in attendance. Naruto, if you must talk with these lower beings, please at the very least limit your audience, Kaguya said. Knowing that Naruto was dealing with politics now and as such would need to learn that not all conversations were best held in front of everyone. Yes, your floating friend is right, young Uzumaki. Attention one and all. The Gremory family wishes to apologize for disturbance. If you would please eat our food, drink our drinks, and party at your leisure, many of us will be taking our leave to deal with the tragic death of my sister's pawn, our new arrival in Naruto Uzumaki, and of course Riser Phoenix's subsequent criminal charges at the death of an allied clan's peerage member. Searsex announced to the wedding procession, knowing that the witnesses to this event would make any attempt in hiding any of the truth would be an effort in futility at best and an exercise in civil dissent at worst. Now then, Naruto-kun, will you and your friend join me, Lord and Lady Phoenix, Lord and Lady Gremory, Saraphall, and Rias here to discuss recent events? Rias, feel free to bring Akino with you. Lord Phoenix, I feel it best that you allow Revel to come on behalf of Riser's peerage. Graia, would you please get a message out to Akuja right now to have him meet us at the Gremory household before joining us? His expertise will be required, Searsex said as those he called for gathered around. Searsex then tried to activate a magic circle to teleport the group only to become confused at how his magic ability was impaired without his knowledge. Turning to the woman accompanying Naruto, he asked, "What are you doing?" "Pardon me, child, but you won't be able to take me anywhere. Just take Naruto and know that I will be with you momentarily. I have another matter that I must attend to that is just as urgent," Kaguya said, knowing that she wasn't earning any trust for herself or Naruto. But the simple fact was their powers were incompatible. Besides, she could sense that despicable infinity watching her from the moment she broke through the dimensional gap with Naruto and that needed to be nipped in the bud now. Naruto looked at the woman who merely nodded her before turning back to Searsex and said, "There isn't much use in arguing with Granny Rabbit, Searsex. Once she gets something like this in her head, she won't change her mind." As he finished saying this, he suddenly moved with a flash of speed that only Searsex, Saraphall, and Graia caught to avoid what appeared to be a boulder falling to the ground at speeds that could have only been achieved from breaking the sound barrier above him. Naruto needed to get both Revel Phoenix and Rias Grimori out of the way while he was avoiding the boulder, as they would have been caught in the crater's fallout from Kaguya's assault on his person. "Damn it, Granny, I don't mind you trying to get to me for my jokes. But can you try to leave others out of it?" Naruto said as he held both the dizzy girls close to his body. "Begone, boy, I will be with you shortly," Kaguya said as a portal suddenly opened next to her, which she then stepped through and disappeared. "Okay then, since we're all ready, shall we go to discuss recent events before another person is killed before their time?" Searsex stated, with an upset tone of voice and leaking killing intent at how the woman nearly killed his beloved sister. Sure, he was grateful Naruto had the skill to prevent such an event, but the woman still showed blatant disregard to him and everyone else with her action. Never mind that she was able to cancel out his power when he first attempted to take the group to his parents' estate. She was definitely the bigger wild card, and he only hoped Naruto knew what he was doing in traveling with her. A magic circle appeared underneath the group and they suddenly disappeared, unknowing at just how much the world will change just because of the breach in the dimensional gap caused by Naruto and Kaguya's arrival. Chapter 1 End. Hi all and welcome to my first solo story, Tipping the Scales. Now I love Naruto and personal. I was overjoyed at the fact that canon made dimensional travel as a staple feature. It opens the door for so many crossovers, despite the fact that a post-war Naruto is in fact so grossly overpowered that placing him into many other universes is a risk in Gary Stu proportions. Thankfully, High School DxD is one of the few anime, manga, novel series that one can place such a Naruto into without completely undermining any attempt at a decently written story before it even begins. I'll try to bring forth chapters as quickly as possible, but I still lack a working computer and as such am limited at best in how fast I write. Please review and let your minds explode in trying to figure out what may come from Kaguya joining Naruto, Naruto making and leaving a Bijuu clone in his stead in the elemental nations, how the things will have changed through Issei's death, and what will become of Drake. Static. Yellow readers, I am Soul Embrace 2010, and I helped my buddy Rix write out Issei's death scene that you saw. Also did a bit of beta reading as well. Okay, that's all I got. Ya nay. Static. Yes, and I very much appreciate that, Soul, as I also appreciate the help you have been in planning out this piece of work. Anyway peeps, read and review so I might know just what I did wrong and just what you might like to see down the line. For devils and rabbits, a fox awaits. Tipping the scales. Rix. XL Strife in no way owns Naruto or High School DxD. Said property is not yet up for sale from Masashi Kishimoto and Ikie Ishibumi Miyama 0. I may have to sell my soul to a ginger twintail gods to force their hands to sell my way before Disney comes around. Chapter 2. For devils and rabbits, a fox awaits. Somewhere in the dimensional gap, Kaguya Utsutsuki frowned as she looked upon this person whom she believed was supposed to be that brat who called itself Infinity. However, she knew without question this filthy devil was in no way the Ouroboros dragon she was coming to put in its place for attempting to watch over her actions. No matter, infinite or not, she would get her comeuppance with time now that she was back. What was more important was why this devil was literally bathed In the power that belonged to the dragon in question and what purpose he had in watching over Naruto, as it was clear he had no means to track herself despite his apparent desire to. In the end, he mattered little to the rabbit goddess. Her sole purpose here was watching over Naruto in his journey and dealing with two personal issues completely unrelated to him. This man, whomever he may be and whatever he may desire, was of no challenge to her and almost certainly just the thing Naruto needed for his unknown quest under her guidance. At best she might take efforts to keep tabs on his actions for the time being. But he is Naruto's problem to solve. When he learns of it, that is, because one cannot become an infinite without being all-knowing after all. Just what are you after? She though. UGHT while making note of his distinct energy pattern for future purpose. She was then gone without a trace and the man being clueless to her watching over him. Unknown location. Rizvam Lucifer was currently frustrated. Years of planning and plotting to leave this disgusting world were now at risk in ways he couldn't even have known would be a risk. The death of the Red Dragon Emperor, regrettable yes, but well within his forecasts. No, the problem he was facing were the two unknown factors that he knew came from beyond the dimensional gap. Both were easily holding power at or above the level of super devils or other god-class beings, which in itself could be worked around with proper observation and further planning. However, the boy was without question a human and he showed absolutely no signs of holding a sacred gear. That power he cloaked himself with was chakra. He knew that much even if he had never felt anyone who had ever had so much. The boy also was a senjutsu user from what he could tell. His eyes were also disturbing for some reason he couldn't explain. Just the first two factors were extremely frightening when combined with the fact that he obviously held ideals that would not make him join the Chaos Brigade. That much was certain at seeing the boy's reaction to the body of the Red Dragon Emperor and his subsequent attack on Riser Phoenix. And as if that wasn't bad enough, the boy said the word Bijuu. Rizvam hadn't heard that word in a very, very long time, but if he was right then all his plans were going to need to be rewritten. If that boy was a Jinchuuriki he alluded to when he said the word Bijuu, in addition to him being a senjutsu user, his sheer power alone was enough to allow him to stand tall with even the strongest of god-class beings. Yet none of that even hinted at what the woman who he was with could do. The same woman who he wasn't even aware was present until the boy made notice of. A woman that could freely open the dimensional gap. A woman who could negate Sirzek's magic power. A woman who, like him, knew the value in keeping everything hidden, if her less than open dialogue and body actions messages were anything to hint at. This was completely unacceptable. Matters are made worse when it became apparent to him that he had no means to track her movements. This woman was likely on the same level as Great Red and Ofus if his assumptions were correct. At the moment the best he could do was keep track of the boy, this Naruto Uzumaki, and hope that he could manipulate actions with the factions in order to get the world to ally. Nate the woman and boy both while still pushing towards his plan in releasing Trihexa. First things first, however, he needed someone to get close to Uzumaki. The stray cat might be the best option, Best even then held his doubts. However, she was one of Ofus, pets and would never follow his directions. The question was how he could get Ofus to send only Kuroka to this boy Naruto without it coming back to him. Grimoire Estate. Naruto looked around the giant office in the castle he was currently sitting in while waiting for everyone to gather. This seemed like a big hassle to him personally, Bijuu. He knew just how important it was that everyone was on the same page in this political mess he landed himself in. Seriously, how does he always get himself wrapped up in shit like this? Sure, he knew appearing out of nowhere was going to bring up questions. But landing in the middle of an arranged wedding procession that had some kind of duel taking place. Yeah, that was new, but it did get him a chance to talk with a big shot in this world. Maybe several big shots if the power levels he is feeling that are drawing closer is any hint. Just then the Kaguya appeared from one of her dimensional portals. She looked at him for a second before turning to the door and nodded to the group of devils entering the room. How did you enter the premises without my being aware? That is impossible, Lord Grimoire said, shocked at seeing Kaguya in the office of his manor when the magic barrier didn't pick up any intrusions on the premises. I told you I would arrive momentarily. Now can we begin? Naruto has things that must be done, and despite meeting with men of your political standing in the world, your motives, whatever they may be, cannot push past the strength of will that Naruto has. I recom. Men that you stick to just a basic friendly meet and greet before agendas begin to seep through. Kaguya said to everyone, knowing that agendas would come forth regardless. Anyway, Naruto-kun, thank you for your actions in leaving Riser-kun alive to face punishment. As a civilized society, we cannot forgive the actions of a man that would kill another over something as basic as an arranged wedding not going through. However, I must say I cannot approve of the condition you left him. Sears started before looking down at a paper. I've honestly never seen an injury list like this for a single person that wasn't outright killed nor paralyzed. Granted, Riser is a member of the Phoenix clan, but his regeneration factor doesn't seem to be helping in some cases. 6 fractured vertebrae, 8 fractured ribs, and 3 more ribs bruised on top of a fractured sternum that punctured a lung. Beyond that, the clavicle, scapula, and humerus of his left arm all suffered compound fractures that raise the question of whether he will ever be able to use his arm again. Both of his hip bones are fractured and fragmented, a fractured left femur, and lastly his right leg was amputated at the knee. That is just skeletal injuries, mind you. I have no doubt that his muscular and psychological injuries will be, if not as bad, then worse. Sears listed off, shocking Naruto at just how much damage was done. Well, regardless of how bad it is, Big Red, excuse me if I say fuck the boy. I just fought in a war on my world for over 36 straight hours with no sleep, saw people I cared about die, was forked to fight someone who was not only my rival, but also one of the few people who understood the full breadth of my life's pain before seeing him to die. I was forced to take his eyes for my own in order to free my world from slavery in the form of an endless dream. Nothing in the last 2 days has been normal for me, so after all that, do you expect me to come here, see a beautiful girl bawling her eyes out while holding the mutilated body of who I'm assuming was her boyfriend, and not want to kill a man? Yeah, excuse me for leaving him alive to suffer, but I don't believe in killing for revenge. My master's death at the hands of my sibling disciple wasn't enough to make me want revenge, so what is maiming some self-righteous nobleman's kid to send a message to this world that I won't stand for seeing kids die young? Do I need to mention that today is supposed to be my 17th birthday? Naruto finished as his entire being began flooding the room with killing intent. The room was shocked silent at Naruto's rant. It was enough that even the 3 members of the Phoenix clan present had no means to try and argue for anything, as the killing intent was mostly directed at the elders. Whereas Revel was shocked at how the boy went through so much and still looked to be in peak physical condition. Rias and Akano, stunned that someone as old as they were had not only dealt with such things yet still managed to be so caring for the lives of people he had never met. Kaguya simply smirked at how easily Naruto turned this room in his favor. As the silence persisted, people gradually found seats to discuss things further. Sears continued what he was planning to say, however, Naruto-kun, I can't help but think it's not enough of a price to pay in respect to the loss of young say Hodo, and how we have no choice but to remove the memories his parents had of him to protect them. I can of course reimburse my dear sister's peerage at the cost of Riser's own, thanks to the help of Akuja Beelzebub here. But I doubt you have any knowledge on what a peerage actually is. We can explain more about that as we discuss things. Now then, Lord Phoenix, I would like to discuss the current state of my sister's peerage. Lady Phoenix started without missing a step. Before we begin, Sears, I would like it to be known that considering Riser will likely be losing his peerage and my daughter Revel here is currently one of his bishops, I would ask of you and Lord Akuja could remove the bishop from her in favor of my final 3 pawns, which I will then trade with young Rias. It's the least we can do given what has happened, and I have already discussed this with daughter, who feels much the same. I see no problems with such an idea. Rias, any issues? Yes, Oni-sama, I do have an issue with the fact that you are taking this too fast. Revel is no doubt a wonderful girl, and a pureblood Phoenix would make a fine addition to nearly any devil's peerage, but beyond that I just don't want to deal with this right now. Please just let me have my pieces back empty so that I can choose for myself whom will become my family. I'm only here out of the fact that I owe my freedom to Naruto-kun and wish to express my gratitude in his help with Riser. If you would allow me to stay regardless, I would appreciate it though, as I distinctly remember Naruto saying that he was looking for sister of the devil and that can only be myself or Sona-chan. Rias said, showing remarkable foresight in the selection of a peerage and also diplomatic involvement in regards to the knowledge of Naruto's request and how it affected either herself or her closest friend. Yes, of course, Rias, I agree. You also did well to remind me of that. Naruto, just why are you looking for the sister of the devil? And also why are you looking for an angel? What is your purpose in looking for the angel's system of miracles? I should inform you that you will never be able to lay your eyes on that, as either human or an angel. Even if the three factions were to somehow bring peace to the world, the angels would never allow anyone near the biblical God's greatest creation next to humankind, Sirzex said, drawing a frown from Naruto. A raised eyebrow from Kaguya, and an icicle between the legs of Naruto from Saraphall. Nay Naruto-tan, why would you want some crusty old angel that can't even get you up when you can have a lovely magical girl in Miracle Levia-tan? I'm more than sure I can rock your world and get you anything you need. Saraphall practically purred out while making it hard for him to move given how trapped his arm was in her chest. It was very plain to Naruto that this woman was going to drive him up the walls, so why not make it easy? Sarah-chan, you said I could call you that, right? I see you're attracted to me, and while I definitely approve, can we make a time and place for this that isn't surrounded by world leaders, parents, siblings, and others? Business first, then we can have mountains of pleasure. Naruto said this and wordlessly filled the room with 4 shadow clones, each at the side of every seemingly available woman in the room. The room was mptly filled with the blood of every female present. All the clones then performed a transformation, and every male present likewise had sudden bouts bloody noses at the sudden appearance of female Naruto clones. Naruto-kun, I thought we were having a meeting, not an attempted mass assassination. Kaguya asked, making Naruto laugh at just how easily his first original jutsu can defeat people of all ranks and social standings. Don't you worry, Granny, I got you covered as well. You know you can't live without me, Naruto said, to suddenly find himself falling through the floor, down what looked to be a cliff easily over 5,000 meters in height. Naruto's sudden answer to escape was an attempt at toad summoning, which promptly failed, before he followed through with his go-to jutsu in such extreme situations. A shadow clone stepladder and Bijuu mode super speed to get himself to a safe area, noticing that Kaguya left the dimensional portal open for to allow him the chance to escape. Yes, sir. Progress was clearly evident, and that shows just how much the world works. What Azazel would give to get his hands on you, Naruto-kun, Sirzex said, wiping the trail of blood from his nose and ching everyone else stirring from the fainting spell Naruto forcibly induced. Excuse me, Naruto-kun, but can we get back on track? Akuja asked, knowing that this conversation would go well into the night. Yeah, let's do that, Naruto said. Naruto, I was told by Sirzex that you said something very out of place when you fought Riser. From the video feed it goes, with the Bijuu that my father gave me screaming in my head so clearly. Are we to assume that the yellow chakra that cloaked your body is that very Bijuu, and that you are in fact a Jinchuuriki? Akuja asked, the scientist in himself, eager to meet a Jinchuuriki, as the tales of the Sage of Six Paths from the time before the three-faction war were scarce, but yet made him out as the biblical god's equal in all aspects. A peace-loving sage who wielded an element of darkness so pure it not only created life, but also light. The idea was almost like a fairy tale, darkness creating life. Ridiculous. Darkness creating light, beyond absurd, but yet those tales might actually be true if Naruto was any hint. I see no reason to deny the truth, Akuja-sama. Yes, I am a Jinchuuriki. I won't go into details, but all you truly need to be aware of is that I have been the host to the Bijuu of the nine-tailed fox, Kurama, from an hour after my birth. We were even roommates of a sort when he was sealed inside my mother while she was pregnant with me. My girlfriends back home have been known to joke about the fact that I'm the closest thing to a living god our world will ever get, considering my clan lineage descends directly from Granny Rabbit over there. Who was the progenitor? Ah. Damn it, Granny, what the fuck? Naruto trailed off, having been hit in the head by a piece of bone. Naruto, enough. You're getting distracted and you need to mind your words, Kaguya said, seemingly letting off another batch of physically manifesting negative emotions on the entire room at her displeasure in what Naruto was discussing. Kit, the old lady there is worried about something besides the fact that you are freely giving away secrets a shinobi knows not to give. You really need to learn what to say where and when. I get the feeling that even saying things in this place privately to one of these heaven-sent devil goddesses, especially that black-haired one that is begging to ride you, would not be private in any means it is supposed to be. Kurama said, idly noting through Naruto's vision that when he said heaven-sent devil goddesses, every single female in the room grabbed their heads while wincing in pain. That would be good no. Damn it, thinking like a ninja is hard. Gimme a break fuzzball, but still thanks for the heads up on both points. I'll talk with Granny soon about that and deal with the other thing here and now. Saraphall was going through quite an emotional high brought on by the physical contact before she was suddenly assaulted by the only other female present who she knew could do such a thing to her, Graia Lucifuge. Graia of course knew exactly what she was doing when she wrapped her fingers around Saraphall's neck and then threw her face first into the brick and mortar that made up the wall of the room. Crude, but nonetheless effective in knocking the woman out so the meeting could continue. Maid-san. Not that I'm extremely ungrateful for the save during inappropriate sexy time, but can you possibly refrain from physical injuries on people that may be connected to me? I may need to resort to mindfucking and pranking to ensure your compliance and obedience, believe me when I say that. You will not win in any means of pranking. Mindfucking you will lead to extreme public embarrassment and or extensive blackmail material for further public embarrassment, and judging from your power evils you are only slightly weaker than the woman you just threw, so your chances in a mostly blind fight against myself are even further dwindled. Do yourself and Big Red over there a favor, get some sun to melt that ice-cold heart. Naruto said, a smirk forming as he contemplated a perfect idea on the spot involving sawdust, rose vases, and lawn gnomes. Graia, stand down please, this is not a formal meeting. So let Sarah-chan have her fun. Besides, I get the feeling that this may help Rias in regards to Sona, Searsek stated while getting some papers from the desk he was currently sitting at. Naruto-kun, I have an offer for you. You were right when you said we would likely be best helping each other, and given the recent loss of my sister's potential strongest servant, I would like you to watch over her while you get acquainted with the new world you find yourself in. If you accept my offer, you can also help alleviate the issue of Issei Hyodo's parents having their memories of their son completely removed. As I will ask you to live in his home, not as a stand-in, but as a visiting sibling to one of Rias' peerage members who currently lives in their home. I will make Asia, Rias' servant and adopted child by the Hyodo family after the death of their son Issei at an early age. This will give you a home, but also Rias' school had an opening not long ago. What say you? Erzek stated with a grin that only someone with ulterior motives could ever pull off. Sure, sign me up, Naruto said enthusiastically. Kit, you are such an idiot. Kurama growled out, which went completely ignored by the Uzumaki. Kuo Academy grounds, 1 week later. Kurama, what the fuck did I just sign up for? Kit, I stand corrected. You have, without a shadow of a doubt, the best in T. He worst luck in the history of the multiverse. Can't you see it? These girls, all of them would kill for a chance to rock your world. And you have the best excuse ever to get close, that devil, truly. The man is a saint blessed by the great log. Naruto suddenly thought he heard Searsek screaming in agony. Something along the lines of, what did I ever do to get such a migraine, was heard, but nah. Ruto chalked it off as the wind playing tricks on his ears. You don't get it, do you, Kit? Searsek just made you a physical education teacher. For a 17-year-old male, there is no greater dream than the girls' locker room. Whether you have 3 girlfriends and a Bijuu clone daughter that wants to jump your bones back home or not. You struck gold. You are not only obligated to take advantage of such good fortune. You are required to take advantage. Kurama was shouting as Naruto was forced to cut his voice out when suddenly another Bijuu decided to pick up the slack. Naruto-kun, excuse me when I say this, but all of us agree with Kurama and you are in a rather unique position. Why not find yourself a sexy kitten to take under your wing and help her build a sweat she'll never forget? I'm no T saying to go overboard and make every single female in this school your playthings despite the fact that you are more than able to. I'm saying you have a natural presence that draws people to you in. D female demons or devils will likely find such a thing to be a drug considering they are drawn to power. You already experienced this with Saraphall when she actually rode you after that meeting last week. Although I found it funny how willingly you played it as a sub before you turned the tables and she ended up begging to be your slave, Matabi interjected. I'm telling you Naruto, let me live in her. She will worship you and me both after I finish training her. Gyuki managed to get out, with many perverted giggles along the way. Enough Gyuki. For the last time, she loved my chains sure. I highly doubt she is into the tentacles of a 50 feet high Bijuu raping her. Naruto trying to make the Bijuu see reason. And thus reason prevailed for the Bijuu when he countered Naruto's argument. Naruto. She's a big-time actress in the underworld as a magical girl who fights demons or other forms of supernatural beings and acts the part in her daily life. There are not any bigger clues in the world that she is a sexual freak. Did it not strike you as odd when she asked you to use your chakra chains and shadow clones to fill every orifice on her and bathe her in your body fluids? The three of us were made to be together Naruto. Don't you dare deny it. We'll talk later. Right now I'm about to have class. I can only hope Granny Rabbit is having an easier time with her job. How she got to be the school nurse. I don't want to know. Naruto said mentally before cutting off the connection as he stood in the middle of a grass field. Just as quickly he found it had started raining, directed only around himself. When his clothes started burning from the rain, he let out a laugh before looking at the sky and saying, "Acid rain Granny. Even I gotta admit that is good pranking." The Rai N finished leaving Naruto with minor burns on his skin, his clothes in tatters, and two girls coming up to him. One of the two was his current roommate and supposed sibling, Asia Argento. They got ing famously despite the girl being extremely hurt at the death of her first friend, Issei. She had told him that she was falling in love with the boy and learning of his death was probably an even worse pain to her than being exiled from the church for healing a devil's wounds with her sacred gear. Asia was walking with her friend by the name of Yaka. Naruto didn't know much about the girl, but he definitely felt something supernatural from her. She was a complete human from what his various sensing skills were able to tell after having experienced many different species from the supernatural realm. But she held some power within herself and Naruto could tell she was aware of it even if she showed no signs of being a part of any faction. As the two girls were chatting while walking to where the class would meet, Asia suddenly looked his way and a surprised expression came on her face. She knew he would be doing something at the school starting today, but was like him unaware of what role he would play in the campus. Kiryu meanwhile looked at him and her face took on a familiar grin that one would only know could come from a pervert. Her hand suddenly moved up to her face in order to touch her glasses. But before she could finish the motion, a dodgeball suddenly smacked her in the back of the head sending her rolling forward across the grass in a tumbling action that left her on the ground at Naruto's feet. Unconscious and without glasses which were on the ground beside her broken, as two boys whom Naruto also recognized as students to be in his class came running up whilst sweating profusely. Naruto, despite the sudden action, could not help but feel a strange sense of relief as the girl's glasses were broken and the two boys came up, as it was certainly clear His attention was off of himself for a moment. It was almost as if the girl had directed some form of intent at him, but yet it was neither hostile nor good. The girl was a pervert, yes, but how many perverts even with some supernatural help could get such a feeling out of him? This world was all sorts of fucked. Oh shit Matista, why did you throw the ball at Kiryu? Do you know the kinds of things she'll make us do this time? I still haven't grown back that hair from her punishment last time, and we never even touched her before. I'm too young to die a virgin. A boy by the name of Motohama SQ. Waked out as he looked at the body of Kiryu before continuing. You know, when Kiryu isn't speaking or moving, I can't help but find her extremely cute Matsuda. Maybe your idea has some merit after all. I told you man, I was throwing the ball in this direction, I didn't actually expect it to hit anybody, least of all Kiryu. And yes, she is lovely despite what she does to us. We should totally shoot the moon tonight. The other boy, Matsuda said as Naruto could feel lustful intent rising off of the boys. Why did his evening tonight have so many plans already? Well, at least this is the kind of things shadow clones are good for. Perverts filled his life in the past and he did need a new purpose. Maybe being a teacher would be good for this world after all. Kuo streets, later that day. I'm telling you, Irina, we should not interfere. I know he was your friend and someone you have many times professed your undying love for, but he was a devil. Worse still, he recently died in the underworld if our information is correct. You know as well as I that devils remove the memories of people related to their human servants if the worst happens, just like the fallen do. It is a despicable, deplorable action. But we have no control over such evil beings. We do need to meet with the Grimoire peerage, but going to your friend's house is bad news. Zenobia Quarta told her partner Irina Shish. IDOU after listening to the same argument from the girl for so many hours while they were stuck on the plane to Japan for their current mission. It wasn't like Zenobia didn't understand where Irina was coming from in this regard. Irina was very concerned about the memories that the devils placed on her friend's parents in regards to what happened to the boy. However, it was this very reason that Irina needed to stay away. Without any proper outside surveillance on the family, they would have no way of knowing to just what extent their memories were altered to in the mission they were currently assigned could not and would not allow such minor distractions. Church property was being stolen and they needed to focus on that, even if there was a strong chance this mission was one way. When the why were first briefed last week of the situation, Irina had gone on and on about once again seeing her childhood friend who was recently reincarnated as a devil. Then 3 days ago, just before they were originally scheduled to leave, headquarters called them back in for a briefing on new information pertaining to their current mission. Apparently the underworld had an event happen during the wedding party between one Riser Phoenix and Rias Grimoire. According to the knowledge gathered, a member of Rias Grimoire's peerage, the Red Dragon Emperor Issei Hodo, was killed during a duel which was mean to challenge the right to marry the Grimoire clan heiress. This in itself wasn't what worried HQ, however. The issue was that after this event not only had the Longinus level sacred gear, the boosted gear disappeared from God's system of reincarnation in a way that had never been seen before, but a human had appeared in the underworld bearing a strange energy cloak in the form of a Kyuubi and named Riser Phoenix. The details were still sketchy, but the devil apparently was still in a coma with his Phoenix healing ability working too slow under normal conditions. The reason this became important was that this human apparently came back to Kuo with the Grimoire peerage and HQ ordered them to find, make contact, and determine the possible allegiance of this human. Irina of course wanted to meet the man who had fought with the person who killed her friend for separate, unknown reasons, but Zenobia was both wary of the idea and also interested if there was a potential chance that he could help them in their mission as they had no other backup or reinforcements. Zenobia, what do you expect us to do in the meantime? We can't begin our mission until our contact meets with us and we have no hotel accommodations. We can't even go looking into the secondary objectives since our informants didn't have much to go on at the time. Oh dear Lord, please help your faithful servants along in the right direction so that we may serve you as faithfully as possible. Irina Shido said while walking at Zenovia's side, finishing off with a prayer in which she stopped in front of a ramen stand to perform. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on the perspective, the young strawberry blonde-haired girl in pigtails unknowingly had her prayer answered when a blonde-haired man wearing a pair of black cargo shorts, an orange tank top shirt, sandals, and a black bandana with a metal plate around his right arm turned his head to look at the currently praying girl who was being overly dramatic while talking of a mission and informants. Of course, the ditzy girl was standing with her eyes closed while praying and her partner was continuing to walk down the sidewalk. This of course made the girl an easy mark for a nearby pickpocket who had been walking down the same sidewalk trying to search for his next score. The pickpocket swiftly moved into position to take advantage of the girl who left herself exposed. The pickpocket made his move, thinking that his skill in sleight of hand action would allow him to get through the girl's cloak to grab her purse, mistaking the fact that the girl wore an oversized cloak as a means hiding it and other items of value instead of the actual purpose in hiding her battle garb that she was taught to wear at all times when on a mission. So naturally when The pickpocket was completely dedicated in the action. He was caught off guard by the girl grabbing his arm, flipping him over her shoulder, and directly into the blonde sitting at the ramen stand. The pickpocket's body promptly broke through the counter, but the man not only rescued his bowl of ramen from becoming a new fashion statement on himself with his left arm, he had also managed to stop the girl from further damaging the ramen stand as she was attempting to whip the man in punishment thanks to a weapon she pulled from her own armband as it morphed into the shape whilst she too gged it from her arm after she threw him. In her action of tossing the pickpocket and grabbing her own weapon, she had managed to remove her cloak, revealing a shapely body that entertainers and models would be envious of. The girl was wearing a skin-tight bodysuit which stopped at the thighs on her legs in a booty shorts style, a diamond-ish shaped opening on her lower back, and left her shoulders open. She was also wearing gloves that went halfway on her upper arms, stopping roughly around the area of her biceps. Her armband weapon seemed to be situated at the top of her left glove, which easily told him the girl's dominant hand and thus enabled him a better understanding on her fighting style since she was attempting to use a whip at the moment. The spiky-haired blonde's action in stopping the girl and saving his meal wasn't the last of his performance though, as he had managed to maneuver his leg into dealing a punishing stomp on the chest of the pickpocket in order to knock the wind out of the man to end the fighting as abruptly as possible. The middle-aged stand owner came bursting out of the kitchen to see the mess and looked at the blonde holding a bowl of ramen whom he recognized as a customer who had eaten there for every meal of every single day for nearly the past week. A girl with her right arm raised with whip in hand being held by the blonde, and a man in the remains of his former bar top, also held in place by the blonde. Naruto, what happened here? The stand owner suddenly asked, bewilderment at the way Naruto was standing in the current state of his place of business. Well, Kazuhiro-san, I was casually eating my dinner when I heard this delightful girl's exuberant prayer, which drew my ears at how someone could make a Christian prayer sound oh good in Italian despite having the hint of a Japanese accent still present. Looking to the girl, I was struck by her beauty, as I can see the Japanese descent in her despite having very uncommon strawberry blonde hair. As Naruto said this, Xenovia approached the stand having an annoyed, yet confused look on her face at how the blonde managed to subdue Irina while she was actively wielding the fragments of the legendary sword Excalibur mimic. Anyway, to make a long story short, she was almost pickpocketed by this man at my feet, where she reacted in self-defense and flipped him onto your bar top unintentionally, before pulling the whip in attempt to punish him, which I assume she keeps on her person as a pervert deterrent, at which point I stopped her and knocked him out. If you could please call the police in regards to the man, I will gladly deal with the girl in a manner that ensures you get reimbursed for damages and she does not get arrested for carrying a concealed weapon. If you say so, Naruto. Although I would appreciate it if they do not leave without speaking to me first. Kazuhiro said, casting a skeptical look at the girl in Naruto's grip and wand. Earing just how he would conduct business for the time being with damage being apparent to his stand. Thankfully Naruto's recent patronage had brought his stand a sudden influx of profit, but regardless such an action of closing down for a few days to make repairs brought with it unneeded expenditures that cancelled it out. As he went into the kitchen again to make the phone call, he shook his head at the unfairness in the world and how hard it was to catch a break. Hey. Well, if you'll excuse me, Naruto-kun, but can you please let go of me now? I'm starting to lose blood flow in my arm from how strong your grip is and it being held above my head. On the word of God and my profession as an exorcist, I will not leave without first settling accounts. Besides, it's not often I meet someone who can perform an action of physically disabling an exorcist, a civilian, and holding onto a bowl of ramen without spilling in a matter of seconds when a fight suddenly breaks out. Irina said, her bubbly personality brightening the atmosphere of the destroyed ramen stand. Yes, I too am interested in how you did that, Naruto-san. Such an action speaks of training in some form of combat. My name is Xenovia Quarta, and you've met my partner Irina Shido. Xenovia said, a discerning look in her eyes as she looked at Naruto's body language, trying to spot any hint that could show her something as to where he was trained, what his loyalties in the world were, or even something as simple as nationality, given that his blonde hair, facial features, and style of dress made him out as someone from the Western world. Yet his mannerisms showed him as someone who was a leader of something and as such, someone that could have a personal agenda that may clash with their mission. Given she could not sense anything that might lead her to suspect him as an angel, fallen, devil, or demon, nor could she sense anything that might remotely be supernatural in origin from him, she had no choice but to follow along and play the game in order to determine his motivations in preventing the police from taking Irina. Well, allow me formally introduce myself. I am Naruto Uzumaki, the new teacher at the nearby Kuo Academy. I apologize for laying my hands on you, Irina-chan. However, no matter what this man did, he didn't deserve to be whipped like a dog without the blessed savior log to offer his salvation. As Naruto finished saying that, he received sweat drops from both girls who were raised in the Christian faith and as such never before heard of the log as a deity on the same level as the biblical god they worshipped. It was at this point Kazuhiro returned from the kitchen and sirens of police began to be heard. Well, Naruto, I don't know what is more unheard of. A pickpocket on the street of Japan, or a boy who calls a piece of a tree as a deity. You sure are a strange one. At that, the sirens from the local police finally arrived at the ramen stand, causing the next half hour of grown-ups time to be spent filling out a police report that Naruto managed to keep out little factors that would have caused Irina minor troubles, even if a whip was a completely different type of concealed weapon from that of a gun, which is illegal for civilians to carry in most any form. Naruto also took note of the large package on Xenovia's back, which was obviously some form of two-handed blade, slightly smaller than a greatsword, yet large enough that it would normally be something that would raise questions. He had taken use of his Rinnegan to cast a small-scale genjutsu over everyone present, and to avoid asking questions that he wanted avoided. His actions, however, had drawn Granny Rabbit to his location, which meant that he needed to get these girls back home now for 20 questions. Kyoto residence. Wait a minute, Naruto-kun. Why do you live here? Irina asked as they walked up to the doorstep of her childhood friend, surprised that it had been modified to look like an apartment complex of sorts. Xenovia on the other was concerned at the fact that she was catching the presence of at least 3 different devils inside the building. Adding on the comment that Irina just said about this house belonging to her former friend, Xenovia was getting a bad feeling. She could only hope that this was not some setup, as the powers she was feeling suggested powerful devils on top of a familiar presence. Irina-chan, all will be explained in time. Xenovia, I promise this isn't a trap, so you have no need to feel nervous. I ask that you follow my lead for the moment, as I myself am still new to this. And Granny Rabbit, you don't need to hide anymore. When Naruto finished, Kaguya suddenly made herself visible right behind Xenovia and made to smack Naruto in the back of the head hard enough to send him through the door, breaking it in the process, and into the couch in the front room beyond the foyer, leaving it a pile of firewood. Xenovia meanwhile was shocked at the fact a woman was invisible behind her for who knows how long, and this woman had just sent the boy she had previously thought a full human unaware of the supernatural world through a door and couch, but could stand than a moment later without showing any signs of harm that one might expect from breaking furniture with their body. And did the woman have horns? At the sound of the broken door, Rias Gramorian D'Asia Argento came running to the front, saw Naruto standing in a pile that was the couch before looking to the front door, and Rias suddenly got in a defensive stance at seeing the 2 exorcists standing in front of Kaguya. Stand down, Rias. They are not at fault, and I brought them here on purpose to discuss why they are here in Kuo. Naruto-kun, why would you bring exorcists here? You are a guest here. Please don't make such decisions without consulting me first, Rias said, trying to push forth some idea that she could control him. Big mistake. Rias, before you make a complete and utter ass out of yourself, please let us do some math. First, this isn't your house either. Your brother may have done some remodeling since you were going to live here in memory of Issei, but that does not mean you are always going to be told things. Maybe the day you can hit me in training we can discuss such ideas. Second, this girl here, Irina-chan, was Issei's childhood friend. That means that she, at least, deserves the chance to come here and find out what happened to him, let alone discuss what she is doing returning to her hometown as a member of the church. And finally, these girls have some business with myself if what I overheard them talking about was any hint. and given what your brother and Saraphall had to do in regards to my entry at your wedding tells me, I will be dealing with NY meet and greets among various factions in the coming weeks. The least I can do is be civil while working on my own goals. Or do you need to run a few more laps? As Naruto finished, the girls cringed in fear, thereby securing Naruto's verbal smackdown. Never let it be denied that where logic fails, torture always wins. Naruto-kun, we can enter right. It is starting to get cold out here, Irina said, her cloak having been torn beyond repair earlier when she got in that scuffle with the pickpocket, and her combat suit doing little to withstand the cold biting wind that seemed to be picking up this evening. Irina had barely finished when Kaguya pushed both exorcists inside the house and said, Naruto, it's time for your own training. Step to it and get my cake while you're at it. I am starting to get annoyed with all these little things. Damn it, Granny. I'm not some fucking slave. Go make your own carrot cake. Cue mass sweat drop from all present in the room. Naruto-kun, how can you call such a beautiful woman a granny? Irina asked. She really does look like a rabbit, Zenobia thought before she was suddenly assaulted by a large pink monster who looked like a giant hairball. Just what I always wanted. My own pretty little kitty. I will name her Sakura, and I will hug her, and pet her, and squeeze her and give her pink hair to match my own. As the monster kept talking, Naruto couldn't help but feel sick. When it said that it would name Zenobia Sakura, Naruto felt bad. When it said it would hug and squeeze her, Naruto couldn't help but pity the girl. When it said it would give Zenobia pink hair on top of being named Sakura, the line was crossed. He rushed to the monster with speed only Kaguya could follow and proceed to use wind chakra and a kunai to literally shave the hair off the monster, leaving only a slim body frame with 2 long arms and 2 extremely short legs on a tall body that easily stood over 6.5 feet tall. The sight of the now hairless monster left many in the room concerned as to where it came from, as the shape of the monster's body made it look very much like demon straight out of the 9 circles of hell. Yet the way it acted made it seem like something which was not of this world and is such an unknown. Ever since Naruto's arrival in the various factions have been issuing orders to be increasingly wary of potential unknowns. As the power felt from Naruto's arrival has coincided with increased terrorist actions throughout the world without any reason, pattern, or stated allegiances. Different factions were playing host to different attacks, probing weaknesses, and directly removing key defenses whether OT was realized or not. This was a concerning factor to the world's various factions, as these terrorists were extremely capable in ability, often getting whatever goal they had in mind done with extreme casualties and property damage, yet maintaining a low level of witnesses to their actual skills to get some clue as to how to identify the terrorists, either through their powers or through their actual identities. Politics and the use of the unexplained, going hand in hand to make warmongering possible for 10,000 years. Rias-sama, your bath is ready, a girl's voice suddenly said from around the corner as footsteps were heard coming into the front room. A young blonde-haired girl with her hair tied in a almost drill-style ponytails came into the room. The girl was wearing a maid outfit of sorts, but maintained a rather holier-than-thou demeanor, showing she was new to the servant girl work she was apparently doing. Revel Phoenix looked into the room to see the guests as well as her new king, the man who nearly killed her brother, and the woman who scared her more than anything she ever could think of. Oh, Naruto-sama, Kaguya-sama, you've returned. Is there anything you require assistance with? Revel asked, making certain to be extremely cautious in how she spoke, lest Kaguya-sama make her fight off the pig monsters again. Or Satan help her, spending another day as a dodo bird running around another history museum exhibit. The Phoenix clan member shuddered violently at the thought, of which Kaguya took note and cast a triumphant smirk. Kaguya then directed her attention to the girl. Why yes, my little game hen, I do need something. Since my pet fox is busy trying to get wood, Q log S dropping from out of nowhere on Naruto's head and screaming of, grow your own damn wood, wench, you broke the door. As I was saying, I need my cake. Since you are the most fitting and capable pet to handle kitchen duty, I require my meal now. And so help me, if you dare try to put nuts in it again, I will make you fight the pig monsters while running around the museum as a dodo, Kaguya said as A miasma-like cloud formed around her entire being, causing everyone but Naruto and surprisingly Irina to be forced to their knees in a choking manner as they struggled against the pure malicious intent directed around the entire room. Before the sounds of two thumps were heard from the second floor of the building, the malicious intent disappeared, leaving the entire room barring Naruto, Irina, and Xenovia running around like headless chickens in order to avoid Kaguya lashing out at them in some twisted, yet insanely assuming from another's perspective, fashion of torture that made surprising. Excellent training techniques that Naruto was always taking tips from. Asia rushed upstairs to resuscitate Issei's and now her own parents' unconscious states. Rias made her way behind Asia to her ATH before Kaguya found something to make her do. Naruto had a shadow clone start focusing on Mokuden training to grow a new door, muttering all the while about stupid it was trying to artificially learn how to create sub-elements without the proper bloodline, before promptly being dispelled when a torrent of rose bushes grew up from the hardwood floor and left the original Naruto recognizing the wood release. Advent of a world of flowering trees jutsu as the source of his clone's perfectly timed demise. He didn't even sense that coming. Naruto simply replaced his clone since the jutsu only meant to be focused on targeting him and was about to go back to talking with his exorcist guests when Kaguya did something he wasn't about to ignore. Revel, the poor girl, was unfortunately stuck as Rabbit goddess present torture victim. She was so shocked from Kaguya's intent that she didn't move upon the sudden release of the intent, and when the subsequent poisoning via plant life happened, she giggled in an almost adorable manner that one would typically see on only the worst of sadists. Kaguya did not take action for the amusement of others, nor did she expect such actions out of one who was in her service. She was not going to let this girl claim the high status that came when one claimed immortality. Lowly devils were beneath those on an infinite level, and there were very few who could ever hope to be infinite. True immortality is something only an infinite can have, and there were only 4 infinite power levels in the multiverse that was connected to the dimensional gap. Naruto was important for a specific reason related to this very fact. Only infinite can be creators, and there can only ever be 5 infinite at any time. But the multiverse was missing an infinite, and fractures created by the gap in power were tearing existence apart. She was sealed away for who knows how long, and in that time, one infinite had disappeared without the replacement appearing. Given that one of the 3 remaining infinite was also sealed, and she knew it was Trihexa, who could have only be beaten by him, her first true love, and yet the one she hated more than any other for rejecting the idea of love can only be between 2 beings. The very idea of which led to a mass birth of different types of beings all across various universes. In the end, their competition ended in something truly unintended. Not only did she give birth to her children and started the family line that spread to all others in the elemental nations, and yet only Naruto himself truly stood out as one with the potential to recreate the balance of 5. As to how this related to Revel Phoenix, well, that was twofold. The immortality issue aside, the girl bothered her. The prissy nature, the no wrong can be done thoughts that Kaguya always felt running through the girl's head, and the way the girl hid her sadistic nature so perfectly, all were traits she herself had. This was not acceptable, because she was not handing her own infinite title until she was the oldest infinite and long past that. The other issue was something of a test of Naruto's nature. An infinite will show traits of those they are bound to replace. Naruto, should he truly have the potential, it will show in not only his response to her next action, but he may even be able to prevent it. She knew he had it in him though, no matter how imperfect. Court the possibility of discovering future infinite candidates was. Naruto was practically an infinite from conception after all. So as Revel giggled ever so innocently at clone Naruto getting a taste of chemical warfare from the flower bush. She was not expecting the force of wind coming from the original Naruto appearing directly in front of her, his hand holding an outstretched arm from Kaguya meant to hit her across the face. And then slammed his foot on the ground, which sent ripples of power surging forth, causing a convenient byproduct of the Mokuden door he was working on to grow picture perfect right next to him. Before falling on the floor at their side. Never do that again, Kaguya. Never. I don't care who you are or what you are. If you ever try to harm anyone I care about, I will not relent in sealing you away for good. I will erase your very existence if needed, but these people are under my protection. Naruto stated with his Rinnegan eyes circling in a hypnotic manner. The cross-slit of his pupils when he took his Bijuu Sage mode only made it look more effective, as a very real threat was in those words he just spoke. Exactly as she suspected he would react, but far more impressive at the same time. There was something about Naruto that held back his full potential at all times. He was far more developed than he consciously knew, but yet his body was being held using his unconscious ability at any given time. Somehow, Shore was certain it was related to his empathic ability that was the underlying focal point to his own infinite potential. She never knew how he developed, as he was the oldest infinite before Red and Ouroboros emerged at the same time when their predecessors fought to the death. Because of this, she was unable to know if this trait is something common in Naruto's development. Thus, she was left to observe and once again, admit that this boy, her own blood, was her better. Why did that simple fact cause her to feel happy though? "Are you alright, Revel-chan?" Naruto asked before turning to her and looking directly into her eyes. He saw the fear going through her as she momentarily looked over to Kaguya. When she looked back she obviously regained her composure before say, "Yes Naruto-sama, I'm fine. I have some things that I must help Ria-sama with after her bath and I can't keep Kaguya-sama waiting too long. Please don't mind me when you have guests of your own. Yeah, I'm almost certain that Rina and Novia are enjoying the show. Can't you see how Novia looks as she has been trying to watch every move made to determine who is the biggest threat? Seriously, with each action she is moving her arm closer to grabbing her sword, but yet she looks like a deer in the headlights as she realizes with each action she could at least twice before she could even grip her blade. And that is just what she can see. And pretty Rina, isn't it odd how there is so much malevolence in this building yet she is the only person other than myself unaffected? Hell, she looks like she's having more fun now than she has in years. Dragons really are awesome. I almost wish I could have talked with him more, but Deidre was so dead set that she was the one and he had to go immediately. That she would become the next Red Dragon Empress because he owed it to Issei. Naruto finished causing Irina Shido to drop unconscious in his arms as she fainted. Chapter 2 End. Yosa. Sorry for the 2-month delay on my story, but tipping the scales returns. Still the lack of a computer haunts my ideal update schedule, but I bring you this late New Year's gift from my phone. Although if you really want answers on why exactly today, thank PSN being down. Anyway, this chapter brings background on Kaguya and open the idea of the infinite. Hi, School DxD functions off of so many religious systems all in the same world that I needed something beyond that of typical God class characters, especially since it already contains 3 characters fitting these circumstances. Anyway, this chapter also addresses concerns about what happened with Issei. Naruto is in no way going to replace him in the typical sense. I'm still new to this writing solo gig, so just have some faith and review to let me know what I do to fix things. Thanks again Soul Embrace 2010 for beta release, the 4th of January 16. The world is but a playground. Tipping the scales. Rixel Strife has denied the ownership of Naruto in High School DxD. This is a byproduct of Rixel Strife's inherent laziness. Naruto is the property of Masashi Kishimoto and High School DxD is the property of Ikie Ishibumi Miyama Zero. Rixel Strife has claimed ownership of Tipping the Scales, which uses the above properties and acknowledges that it is a byproduct of his insane mind. Chapter 3. The world is but a playground. Hodo residence. 6:15 p.m. Zenobia Quarta was shocked. No, shocked was too simple to put it. When the higher-ups informed Irina and herself about the disappearance of the boosted gear from the System of Miracles. She in no way expected anything to come of it on this mission. She figured that somehow, someone had managed to completely eradicate the Longinus from existence. It was, admittedly a stupid thought considering various factions have been trying for millennia to destroy the 13 Longinus. The very idea of humans having the capability to kill gods was something none of the supernatural world was pleased about, and yet the 13 Longinus seemed to carry an invulnerability stronger than the plot armor Special Agent Jack Bauer has on her favorite guilty pleasure TV show, 24. Still, Irina somehow gaining the boosted gear from the alien they were tasked with finding in their secondary objectives. Even more concerning was that this Naruto Uzumaki was able to converse with the boosted gear. Successfully sought out Irina without even knowing who or where she was, and then at some point managed to transfer the sacred gear to her without either of the Exorcists knowing. Boggling was a more appropriate feeling than shocked, and the Exorcist still felt like she was being generous with how she was actually feeling in this situation. Well, if you'll excuse me, Naruto-kun. But can you please let go of me now? I'm starting to lose blood flow in my arm from how strong your grip is and it being held above my head. It also feels like it's on fire. It was then, the very moment they met, when he grabbed Irina as the pickpocket was thrown by Irina. But did that mean Naruto set up the entire event? Judging by what she has seen, it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility. And yet she knew that there was nothing to be done. Even if she somehow convinced Irina that Naruto might be an enemy, which looked nearly impossible considering what just happened, there was no way the two girls could defeat him. His comments to the blonde devil just moments ago were so close to home that she was wondering if this was more like a bad dream than their actual mission. And that rabbit woman, girl, if you persist in not using my name, not even your blind faith in a dead god, as you call him, will save you from my wrath. Kaguya said to Zenobia as the Exorcist suddenly found herself being held in the air against her will, staring down at both Durandal and Excalibur Destruction, which were now stabbed in the floor in front of Naruto, who was kneeling with Irina in his arms after her fainting spell. Damn it, Granny, give Novia-chan a break. She was almost as white as a sheet after you brought that furball to molest her, but removing her seal forcefully and threatening her over some petty thought she might have had. That's low even if you can do it and leave her unharmed. Also, I'm positive that you are pushing the limits of what I just told you. These people will not be harmed. Set her down and leave. Now. Naruto trailed off, the anger in his voice evident to all present. Kaguya simply dropped Zenobia, who had passed out while being held in the air, was caught by a clone of Naruto, and disappeared from sight, leaving the Durandal and Excalibur Destruction blades exactly where they were. Revel was in much better spirits at the disappearance of Kaguya. Uchi knew better than to hold any ill thoughts towards her. That woman was telepathic or something, because she knew things almost as soon as you did yourself. It was more like Revel felt a weight of her very being at the disappearance of Lady Kaguya, something that was unknowingly shared with the entire household barring Naruto himself. Despite this, the holy swords in the floor mere steps away were a new concern to the Phoenix. Naruto-sama, if you'll excuse me, Rias-sama is likely in need of my service. Rave, please, for the last time stop with the Naruto-sama. I'm not your lord, I'm not your elder. And I'm certainly not someone who follows with proper conduct at all times. Call me Naruto, okay? Naruto asked for log even knew how many times now. It hasn't even been a week since they had started seeing each other on a day-to-day basis. Revel, for her part, was caught completely off guard by Naruto's sudden nickname. She started to feel flush as her face was turning a brighter shade of red than Ria's hair. She started sputtering nonsensical words before turning around and rushing out of the room in a hurry. Now, then let's have a look at you, Naruto said, looking down at the Durandal blade stabbed in the floor. Underworld, capital city Lilith, Mao Chambers, 6:15 p.m. Saraphall Leviathan, can you please explain your interactions with the alien known as Naruto Uzumaki? Grave. Ea Lucifuge asked before her King Seersex Lucifer, Ajuka Beelzebub, and Falbium Asmodeus, who all sat at podiums in a half-circle. Saraphall had chosen to stand on the floor before her closest friends. As Graia stood directly in front of her, questioning her recent actions now that Naruto was in Kuo serving as a teacher at the academy. They, being Graia, wanted this meeting to be held in private. To address why Saraphall had been gallivanting with Alien when he was technically still a threat to the security of the underworld. Graia had every right to be concerned with just how close the NGEST female in the underworld was to the alien who invaded her sister-in-law's wedding procession. Such conduct was well beyond unbecoming of her position, and that was only what had been seen in the public over the course of the 5 days the blonde was in the underworld. Who knew what happened behind closed doors? One thing was certain though, her behavior in public was showing someone who was compromising one of the highest positions in the underworld to a potential enemy. Fia-tan must not see it happening. The world is changing. It was changing even before Naruto-tan came, but his arrival made even the status quo of the world worthless. Everything is different now specifically because of what he is. A humanoid alien in the truest sense of the word appeared with powers rivaling Searzek's unsealed form at the very least, and yet is 100% human, possibly even the next evolutionary stage of humanity. Yasaka of the yokai faction is in an uproar at the Kyuubi we have, apparently, created, and demands a meeting with him. The other factions have yet to say anything in regards to Naruto, but judging from our own reports about the void and Naruto's arrival, his power was being felt across all the realms in both humans with no supernatural connection as well as those who are related to the supernatural world alike means that they are likely gathering information from their own sources first. Saraphall stated in a rather serious tone. I must admit some of these things are concerning Graia. What is your aim in this meeting? Searzek stated, trying to get his wife to let Saraphall have some leeway. The look of death his wife sent back at him was enough to shut him up. And what, pray tell, does that have to do with you acting like a 16-year-old girl who has a touch of love at first sight? This thing alone is a threat to our being, and need I say anything about the return of the void? Waste not a day upon return of the void, for war dawns on illusions fallen in. The twilight of disorder awaits the reunion of the five, Graia alluded to, clearly not understanding what Saraphall was personally getting at. The Mao Beelzebub and Asmodeus were clearly watching in contemplation, obviously thinking on where Saraphall was going with this. The knowledge of the Harbinger Void or the Infinite of Void dated back to the original Satan, and as such there was very little to go off of. But the Void was an infinite whose power was nearly that of the biblical God himself. This knowledge of infinite was troubling, because it was through this phrase Graia stated that they learned of them to begin with. That it was some prophecy of sorts hinting at all five of the infinite coming together again, and the knowledge of infinite themselves was something only told to leaders of devils and hidden from the general public to avoid mass panic. Further research stressed the fact that she controlled dimensional space itself and is the reason all known infinite had a presence of nothingness around them. Not to be confused with the infinite nothingness, or as it later coined in honor of her, void. This research had become Ajuka's top priority, as the research into infinite becomes something of a necessity for many other reasons as well. Acting is one way of saying it certainly, but another way is agreeing with it entirely. Graia, it has been over 900 years since the start of the Great War, which went on for over 200 years. It's been over 300 years since our own civil war that divided the underworld ended. Don't you think that living nearly 800 years of our lives, growing up and maturing as devils during history's bloodiest conflict, and then spending another 400 years of placing the needs of our own people above those of yourself entitles one to the desire to do something completely selfish even at the cost of losing everything? My duty as Mao also demanded myself to be keenly aware of the world as a whole, and by acting on my very impulsive desires, I serve a far greater role to the underworld at Naruto's side than I could as a Mao. Various factions be damned at the thought of a devil invasion of Earth along the lines of what happened in 1095 AD when the Great War erupted. Saraphall started in her rebuttal, handling Graia's annoyed countenance with an almost practiced ease. At this very moment, Azazel is in Kyoto preparing to meet with Yasaka on my own request. Barakiel is trying to track down Kokabil, who has disappeared somewhere on Earth, and Shemhazai is trying to feed me spoonfuls of bullshit that the Grigori are not dealing with a coup d'etat. Meanwhile, I have other reports of angels missing at least 2 of their 6 known Excalibur blades, and the church recently put mission plans involving my dear Sona's territory. Unconfirmed reports from MT Olympus about an incursion into Tartarus, and given Hades has absolutely refused to speak with me about this, further provides concern. Given Tartarus location in the underworld, confirmed reports of 2 immortals thwarting various supernatural terrorist actions in North America, and finally unconfirmed reports popping up about a and in Japan without a sacred gear who can negate all forms of magic. Saraphall said passionately as it became clear to all about her true intentions. Excuse me, but why does everything major always happen in Japan now? I mean, really. The human world is a vast place, but anything of seemingly major supernatural importance pops up in their world, and bam, it's Japan. Why can't very bad things that happen on Earth pop up happen in, say, England, Israel, or China for a change? Experiments require variables put into an equation to know what will work. Japan, 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 nothing ever changes. I am just thinking aloud. Please continue, Saraphall, Ajuka said randomly, drawing confused looks from those around him because he wasn't a person typically known to speak out of turn. Saraphall looked over to her friend, shook her head at the idea of things like that being almost too coincidental, before continuing. I'm sorry, but I want to be in on the action again, not in the underworld working behind some desk. Naruto came here from beyond the dimensional gap fresh after fighting a war in his own home at his own admission. And we gladly took what knowledge about him we could from a man who hadn't. He slept in days while fighting at levels that might push us hard, given we saw one such battle at the very moment of his arrival. Hell, who would freely fight at their upper limits when they were Bijuu? He dropped into such a scenario unless they might be looking for someone in charge and a chance to rest, knowing that by releasing power in such levels he wouldn't be risking too much in his immediate future on something of a gut call. We don't know what kind of person he really may be, but I feel like he can be trusted. And the only way we can get that is by interaction with him. I look his way and I see myself. Someone who trusts nearly instinctively, but has a fierce bite when needed. Fia Tan sees him as someone who likely will bring chaos and by proxy war, but has no plan to deal with the backlash of any fallout an alien might have. My wandering eyes, which have finally found a man who interests me in both a physical and powerful scale, wishes to see what his day-to-day personality might bring. The Mao in me needs to ensure that such a war which can bring together 5 beings that are all capable of ending existence never comes to pass. As such I, Saraphall Stiri, humbly request T.O. go to the human world to live alongside Naruto Uzumaki, a figure who will be a household name for one reason or another. My duty as a devil demands I make this sacrifice. I've been involved in the leadership of our society for so much of my life, that I can recognize just how important Naruto is without any potential romantic feelings involved. Those romantic feelings, however, also bring myself a new plaything, though, as I've never had the pleasure of actually enjoying my work. Saraphall stretched the emphasis on the idea that she was doing this out of some requirement, enjoying just Hodo. Much it seemed to piss off Graia that she wasn't resigning from her position as Mao for the betterment of the underworld alone rather than some random alien booty call. Of course someone might ink it, and while she did want to get Naruto back in bed again soon, even she could agree that their introduction and subsequent night together in the home of Lord Rimori in his exhausted state happened way too fast for normal circumstances in starting a strong, trusting relationship. For all she knew, he probably had a baker's dozen list long of women filling a harem, and harems make actually getting to know someone hard. Starting off life anew with a random fuck right after ending a war was nothing new to her or anyone else in this room, and it seemed that such a tradition was in fact a multiversal routine. Yes, she may have initiated their relationship in a verbal and physical way, but he took her very non-consensual actions at the start and freely went with it. Even at 100% of his full ability. The encounter, almost assuredly something that could have ended with her death in the hands of an enemy, was something that not only scared, but also comforted Saraphall. Who wouldn't be scared at waking up naked, in the arms of some random man you didn't even remember meeting, in the household of one of your closest friend's parents, with the bed beneath you broken, and literally covered in so much bodily fluid that one might ask how many people you were with? That would be demeaning in most normal cases, and for this to be the first time she has completely lost control of herself in over 500 years. She needed to ensure that such a thing could never happen again. Naruto's power was the most extreme on all spectrums she had ever encountered, and as such, being near him meant she would always be training that self-control she had thought she would never need to worry about again. Saraphall, might I ask something? Falbium Asmodeus said in a serious voice, a far cry from his rather lazy personality. Yes, Asmodeus-sama, as long as I've known you, you proudly use your title of Mao. However, you have not once referred to yourself today with your title as Mao Leviathan. Furthermore, your actions here have made it clear that you are giving away your title. Would you tell us when you plan to abdicate your title of Mao? Falbium asked, knowing somehow that this situation would be bothersome beyond degree. It was unheard of for a Mao to throw away their title with no replacement and no warning. Saraphall, however, was not someone who went by normal ideas of reason. ND Falbium had a bad feeling about her answer. Didn't you get the memo? Fia Tan accepted the role of Mao Leviathan as of 12:01 a.m. this morning. I made certain that the paperwork was in your offices yesterday at 12 noon with proper signatures from Dehauser Belial and Bartholomew Grimori of the Underworld Parliament supporting transfer of the title Mao Leviathan to Graia Lucifuge. Saraphall said, not bothering to hide her amusement at the reactions as evidenced by the small grin on the corner of her mouth. Out of nowhere flashes began to pop up as the former Mao took pictures of the faces of her friends. Sirzex was obviously in shock. The underworld knew of Graia's position as his queen, his wife, and the mother of his son. Working with the parliament would be nigh unbearable when people could claim any actions might favor him or his in any way. Yes, they could make it work, but it would require considerable effort and almost certainly potential sacrifices. He bet Saraphall went to his father knowing that his mother would happily watch over Milikas and as such, encourage he go along with Saraphall's plan. Ajuka was sitting with a smirk on his face while wondering just how Saraphall managed to outwit Graia of all people to sign off on becoming Mao Leviathan. Still, he had to admit the Twintail, who constantly played herself off as a magical girl, was using smart reasoning in her actions. At least in regards to leaving her title. But her mention of failing to make Naruto her queen was a concern. The four Mao and Graia each got prototype sets of his evil pieces, each individual piece being stronger than that of even multiple mutated evil pieces. That he could have such strength within was clearly a concern if poised against them. Saraphall's request to go to Earth, even if she wasn't in pursuit of a relationship, was something that needed to happen if only to ensure that Naruto doesn't inadvertently start another great war as a dimensional hopping alien, with no knowledge of the locals might unknowingly do. Falbium knew he shouldn't have asked. He knew it, but he couldn't help needing to know. If life was bothersome as a Mao before, giving Graia UAL power in Saraphall's place spelled nothing but trouble for the two Mao that weren't her husband. His tears were that of a boy who lost his favorite toy and was denied a replacement. Also, to his shock, and more fitting to the situation around him, the momentarily comical tears at the potential problems of Graia's appointment as Mao began turning into icicles due to said woman's growing anger, causing her to manifest her magic. Life couldn't be more bothersome. Why couldn't he have taken a nap this evening? Speaking of the silver-haired queen of annihilation, she was furious as Saraphall's confession made her connect the dots to her previous actions. Saraphall played her 2 days ago knowing that if asked she would turn down the role of Mao at this point in her life. A signature that she was supposedly signing as a witness in regards to Naruto's leaving the underworld to Kuo through official channels despite entering illegally. She was present merely to escort Lady Rias and her peer Age in her husband's and his parents' absence. Saraphall asked her to sign 2 documents asserting Naruto would cause no harm and his passage was within accordance of the laws put down by the parliament and enforced by the Mao. That seemed like no harm could be done at the time, but looking back, the way the wannabe magical girl pushed her to sign the papers without looking over them first should have been a clue to the attempt of putting one over her. Now she's paying the price in hindsight. She was now the new Mao with the title of Leviathan. While she originally sought the title 400 years ago during the Civil War but failed, and became a wife and mother instead, she was content at gaining Sirzek's love for her alone rather than sharing his feelings with both Saraphall and herself, knowing that she could never truly share a man with another. That fact was also why she made Sirzek's pass down the law regarding Mao having relationships with more than one partner. Yet for that life to be rudely shattered as Saraphall played her like a fiddle and she is left dumped with the responsibility of millions just so that the now former Mao can live a new life she wanted with the blonde enigma, was simply asking for a death sentence from any devil who lived in or grew up during the old Mao era. And understandably, it would make someone like Graia Lucifuge, a former member of the old Mao faction in the beginning of Civil War, pissed to no end. The random and thoughtless loss of control over her own magic was just a hint at how caught off guard Graia was to Saraphall's announcement of her new political status. Saraphall, how dare you? You will not get away with this. Quote, Graia roared with uncharacteristic rage and fury, contorting her beautiful features, before launching Rs of ice made from her magic, which plunged deep into the floor behind the now former Mao. Saraphall merely stuck out her tongue, closed her eye while bringing her hand up in a sideways V a la her classic miracle Leviathan pose. Flashed as a magic transformation turned her clothing from that of modest successful businesswoman to magical girl Milky Spiral 7, and then shouted, and thus Satan Rangers. Your beloved Satan Pink abandons her power in favor of another. A power long sought, that of companionship. Companionship shall push me to greater heights, hopefully leading to acceptance by on. Thought lost in addition to that just found. This power many would confuse from that weak ideal of the power of friendship is just the tip of the glorified iceberg, no doubt, as companionship will lead me to love. I bid you, my friends and frenemy, a fond adieu. With Saraphall's final shout as she said her farewell, a magic transportation circle appeared, causing an almost flashbang effect of disorientating light and sound, and yet it was promptly ignored in the midst of a soon-to-happen rampage. Graia Leviathan, as she will now be known, froze a third of the underworld capital city of Lilith. And thus renewed the fear of the now fitting title, Silver-Haired Mao of Annihilation. Yikes tilde. Wait. Calm down, Fia-chan. My so-called bothersome life. Falbium Asmodeus snored out through the worst attack the underworld dealt with in 300 plus years. Akuja laughed wholeheartedly. The irony of Falbium being Mao, charged with leading military affairs, sleeping on the job during an unexpected attack, will undoubtedly be the death of him when Graia recovers from her temporary lull in sanity. At least Graia gave him space in normal matters, since he mostly kept up with his job. Outside karaoke bar, Kyoto City, 6:30 p.m. There they are. I wonder what those pervs are up to with Kiryu-chan. One of Naruto's clones said to absolutely nobody. He then proceeded to transform into his sexy jutsu form, albeit with clothing. In attempt to avoid the distinctly bad feeling he sensed from Kiryu earlier before his class started, which was conveniently avoided due to her being forced to go to Granny Rabbit's office. Why she got to be nurse made absolutely no sense to the blonde, but for some reason the idea of the scary rabbit goddess as a school nurse worked on such a great level for inner pervert of the man that was the sole living student of Jiraiya. Naruto was on the ball enough to avoid the sudden slicing winds that, randomly, gusted in her direction. What she wasn't expecting was the following: Japanese giant hornet hive falling on her from a nearby tree, releasing a swarm of angry, large, and venomous insects attacking the clone. As she poofed into non-existence, she left 2 specific orders for the boss in replacement. First, Japanese giant hornets are evil bastards, more spiteful than even the combined hatred of 80 years of slavery did to all 9 Bijuu and SSUCH. She wished for boss Naruto to exterminate the species with extreme prejudice, all the while knowing it would be disregarded completely. The clone's second order was for his replacement to Zhu. She forget the idea of using a transformation in favor of dealing with the 3 perverts as a male to avoid impending sideboob jokes that she knew were coming. Moments later, a new clone appeared, again due NNING the sexy jutsu form on the boss's explicit order. This new clone knew why the boss was so hard up on using a female in this plan, as Kiryu showed clear signs of being interested in both male and female relationships according to what he had learned from Rias, and with the end goal being to discover what Kiryu's connection to the supernatural world was while keeping the perverts in the dark. Having a female form in this meeting would remove the pervs in mere minutes through sexual appeal alone. But the clone shivered unconsciously at being forced to do this, even if she could do it without being touched, breaking cover, or doing anything even remotely involving flirting. Ah well, once more into the breach. Inside karaoke bar, Naruto Namikaze, as the clone was henceforth known for. This mission stood somewhat outside the door of the room Kiryu, Matsuda, and Motohama had apparently rented for the time being. Knowing the targets well wasn't something she had the advantage of beyond the base perversion they all shared. As such, the clone opted to listen into things happening in the room before revealing herself. She was not pleased with the boss's ideal dress for the task at hand. But she had to admit it was a cage killer if anything, and that was perfect for perverts. Maybe the boss had this outfit in mind for someone. The boss had decided to dress appealing to the eyes, opting for a revealing outfit. But still managed a bare amount of modesty. The clone chose to wear an orange miniskirt with buttons on the front going down the length of the skirt on both of her legs. That stopped just an inch shy of being completely exposed. She also wore a brighter colored orange cloth sash that was tied and left hanging slightly longer than her skirt itself. In addition to this, she wore a brown leather belt with large pouches on top and a hook notch on the back, which she let hang leaning towards her right side. She wore an open-back blue halter top that had orange stripes at the sides and along the front, which had buttons tied together with white ties leading to an orange suit collar holding a black ribbon. Conveniently, the top left much of her ample bosom in view from the sides, something that was certain to catch the boy's view off first glance. Accenting this was her left arm in a black sleeve with a small inch-wide orange band at the top that went from just below her shoulder and stopped on her palm, leaving her fingers unfettered. Her right arm was bare, save for a puffy orange hairband. She finished the outfit with brown leather boots that extended over her knees and stopped just inches short of her skirt. Her hair was tied in a long side tail, going from the top of her head tied with a blue ribbon reaching down to her waist and loose bangs on either side of her face reaching below her shoulders. As she continued listening, she noticed a small crack in the door that she proceeded to look through. She was certain that her chakra was completely concealed on the off chance Kiryu was one of few in the world who might be sensitive to such power. The boss also decided against using the Rinne Sharingan she had because the boss hasn't learned of a means to use it that didn't involve something blowing the fuck up. Stupid intel missions, they were Ino-chan's specialty, not his. Please Kiryu-sama, don't punish me too badly. I didn't mean to hurt your beautiful face, Matsuda said to his female friend, if only through perversion. Matsuda was a bald boy, showing grayish-colored hair from where he shaved it. The boy was wearing a male version of the Kuo Academy uniform, sans jacket in favor of a short-sleeve shirt that held up well in the warm evening outside. The boy had a camera on the nearby table that also held drinks and some food. The perverted Baldy, as the boss learned today in school, was an amateur photographer in the photo club. Although one could probably wager it was something he picked up for use in his habitual peeping, but if he could push it towards other more reputable pursuits. Matsuda-chan, you guys asked for what's coming to you. Peeping on little girls like little Kaneko-chan is all fine, taking pictures of Murray Ama-chan and Katase-chan in the compromising situations I get them in is fantastic for everyone involved, and that little secret that you and Motohama-chan have when you watch your hentai. Totally fabulous. But assaulting your mistress in public. Somebody needs a spanking tilde. Kiryu Aika said in a teasing voice, all the while looking towards the open crack in the doorway where Naruto was watching. Naruto of course didn't know how Kiryu was aware of her, as she had taken all means she had known to prevent discovery. Looking at Kiryu, she took note that the girl was not wearing her glasses, Kelly, because she still needed a replacement set. The girl was also still wearing her Kuo Academy uniform, hinting that she left the school with the two pervs and hasn't been home since. Suddenly Motohama, who was not in Naruto's eyesight, started singing a song. The music playing in the background, while appealing to listen to, was unfamiliar to her. The random dialogue before Motohama started singing only made things more confusing to the female clone. Ha ha, well now. We call this the act of mating. But there are several other very important differences between human beings and animals that you should know about. I'd appreciate your input. Yes, I'm Siskel. Yes, I'm Ebert, and you're getting 2 thumbs up. You've had enough of two-hand touch. You want it rough, you're out of bounds. I want you smothered. Want you covered like my Waffle House hash browns. Come quicker than FedEx. Never reach an apex, just like Coca-Cola stock. You were inclined to make me rise an hour early just like daylight savings time. Motohama was singing and dancing all the while in a disgustingly ugly monkey suit. As if the song wasn't obviously the male perverts, anthem from the way Matsuda was following G along as if he'd sung the song countless times before. The way Kiryu was reacting to the boys in what was an obvious mocking manner, showed that this was something of a custom. Kiryu's almost taunting stare at Naruto all the while didn't desist either, confusing the hell out of the girl. The reason why Naruto knew Kiryu wasn't being a full-blown cunt in her mocking of the male perverts was in her actions was simple. If the girl was actually mocking the perverts, she wouldn't have done so in a manner that encouraged the boys to make themselves look like asses in a way that allowed all three perverts to enjoy themselves. Also, Matsuda trying and succeeding in copying a feel on Kiryu would not happen if the girl wasn't in control. This was shown as Kiryu suddenly licked her lips in joy at the touch, while continuing to stare at Naruto through the cracked door. Just as she pushed the door open to enter the small room, both Matsuda and Motohama fell to the ground, unconscious from no discernible reason. If Naruto were any lesser shinobi, such a tactic might have been a problem if things went south. However, Naruto Namikaze was a clone of the miracle worker, Naruto Uzumaki. Hostages. That shit is child's play. Besides, it was highly unlikely Kiryu wanted harm done to the perverts. No, it was more like Kiryu was laying out an open invitation for a private chat. Even still, Motohama was going to have at least a headache when he wakes up. Really, the chances of falling forward off a meter-high raised platform, smashing your head into a table, and knocking over one of the floor standing speakers so that it lands on top of you. Fuck that noise. I was wondering when you might come in. I have to say, you make a very pretty girl, Naruto-sensei. When I felt your power at the school this morning, I was very intrigued. I can honestly say that your magic is unlike any others I have sensed. It comes close to little Kaneko-chan, but yet very different. I know she is a half-neck Osho devil hybrid though, and you from what I can tell are human. But to arrive in this territory at the same time as the Harbinger Void is back in the world. That nurse is frightening, if only because I wouldn't even know she was there if she didn't want me to know, and then when she practically read my mind telling me you were off limits, well, I didn't know what to think. But at least that allowed me to learn that you and she were connected in some way, leading to my hypothesis that your power is just an incomplete form of her own. Power like yours, left leaking out to the world like that, it ends up affecting the world. And that brings in the prying eyes of men spying on others. I know of that hard way, Kiryu said, a far-off look in her eyes for a moment before once again sending a seeing gaze through the clone she thought was her teacher. Wait, you can sense me. I know for a fact that I'm hiding every ounce of power. Tell me how that is possible. And I'm not Naruto. The blonde clone said, cringing at the idea that the chakra the boss worked so at learning to control, going so far as to gain the perfect chakra control necessary to become a true sage and be able to allow his chakra interconnect and conjoin with anybody anywhere who had even the barest form of chakra, thus being able to fulfill the very purpose of ninsho, was not in complete control. What the fuck was wrong with this world? So then, who might you really be, and whatever happened to my Issei-chan? Your arrival coincides with the loss of everyone's memories of him, save those of all the members in the TWO peerage present at the school who were in on the secret, because that top-heavy crimson bat reincarnated him into a filthy devil. Oh, the plans I had for him. The dragon that boy held was my safety net. He was going to be the crown jewel of my harem before that dirty crow killed him. Kiryu continued before Naruto even had a chance to move on, obviously glossing over her question on how she was leaking her power. But Kiryu was dangerous on some level. It was one thing to be aware of the supernatural world, but she could notice the difference between different forms of power if her son of the bosses and Kaneko's chakra was any hint. The boss himself could barely tell the difference until he was in sage mode, and when he did learn just how their chakra was different, he couldn't help but be confused. Knowledge on the chakra system was Hinata's forte. How was he supposed to understand how her chakra worked if she didn't have a chakra network in her lithe frame? Granny Rabbit sighed. She would try to help him understand in time, but the more things he saw, the more he needed to learn about. Learning was not what he wanted to do. He just wanted to kick ass and take names. And if the right opportunity presented itself, maybe take on a disciple of sorts. Still though, what Kiryu said about his power leaking into the world and affecting it. Clone's body, building momentum is key. Ryu started to get airborne when the clone was about to follow through with a poorly formed throw that sent the brunette girl straight into the opposing wall of the roughly 8 feet by 10 feet x 10 room. The clone used a bit of chakra to stop just shy of the edge of the table, and more importantly, the speaker laying on the floor that would have dispelled her had she kept moving, before looking over to the wall that Kiryu should have impacted. What did she do to the boss to get this assignment? Wow, I haven't been forced to call on my own magic in a long time. You were really good sensei. Kiryu said as she literally hovered in the air. Okay Kiryu, you obviously have got a lot of knowledge and a lot of secrets. I honestly only care about a few things and none of those involve fighting you. Now, can I ask some questions or do we need to play more games? Because I'll tell you now. I am not Naruto and playing games will end badly for us both. And with that, my name is Naruto Namikaze. The clone said, obviously hoping to have a cover identity among the students for the future. Really, your power is practically the same as my sensei that I mistook you for him. He is the only straight human I have ever felt. That form of chakra from, and chakra in general is typically seen only in demons and half-breed demons. The nurse leaves a void around her as is consistent with all knowledge of infinite, Bijuu. She possibly has that same form of chakra as my teacher has hidden away, so the question persists with you having this unique chakra that maybe only two people have, both of whom first appeared today mind you. So again I ask, just how are you related to Naruto Uzumaki and what is his play in hanging around with all those bats? Kiryu asked, hoping to draw more information out of the clone. Naruto didn't see much harm in offering up a confirmation in order to explain the same power signatures between herself and the boss, despite knowing it was a weak excuse that wouldn't hold for too long. Still she needed to turn this back around in order to determine who Kiryu represented. Naruto Nisama is my cousin. He asked me to look in on you in particular as he could immediately tell you were aware of the supernatural when you were heading to his class today. He wanted to know what your allegiance was, assuming you will let it be known, since it is clear neither Rias nor Sona know of you. I will say though, that while Naruto Nisama is neutral with the devils, he would keep your existence from them regardless on what you say unless absolutely necessary. Call it a sign of trust, as PLE rarely hide things unless they are running from something, and I think everyone needs somebody to watch their backs. Naruto said, probably overstepping a line or two, but if it got the job done the boss likely wouldn't mind. Really now? Okay, how about this? I'll tell you one thing about myself and we'll wait things out for now. I'd like to get to know you more though, Naru-chan. Would you meet me here tomorrow with Naruto-sensei so we can talk more? I want to see just how much trust Naruto-sensei offers, and one day is more than enough for things to happen when a magician is involved, Kiryu said, lifting her eyebrow at the answer and then leaving Naruto in the room with two male perverts who laid unconscious. Naruto was about to dispel before remembering the boss said under no circumstances was she to dispel until she herself physically reported to him, hoping she got enough for the boss to work with and offered a quick prayer to the holy log that she wouldn't be the clone required for the next meeting with Kiryu Yaka. She never even got an answer about how she was leaking her chakra. That meant another question to get in debt with Granny Rabbit about, and that list was already fucking long. What was with the girls in this damned world? And this thrice damned walk home was going to be demeaning, she just knew it. Kinkaku-ji Temple, Kyoto, 7:15 p.m. And what, pray tell, does The Governor General of the Grigori need from the yokai that he would personally request a private meeting with myself? Yasaka asked Azazel, knowing that this went against standard routines for official meetings. Somehow she got the feeling this was related to that Kyuubi that appeared in the underworld last week. Yasaka was a tall, beautiful, and voluptuous woman who looked to be no older than in her mid-20s. But having 9 fluffy, golden fox tails with white tips waving behind her and a set of golden fox ears on her head of golden blonde hair completely changes any idea of potential age one might have. The leader of the yokai faction was in a shrine maiden outfit and was looking slightly aggravated at fallen angel before her. Azazel picked up on the irritation and thought how to best present his case. Saraphall just had to ask him to do this, didn't she? Really, why couldn't he have at least met the alien before he met Yasaka? It could have made things much easier and given him a chance to learn firsthand about the power that stretched across the world last week. Well, what could it hurt to just lay the offer right out on the table? Yasaka Haim, I come on behalf of a personal request from Saraphall Leviathan. I understand the yokai faction holds quite a bit of malcontent towards the devils over the alien, Naruto Uzumaki and his apparent Kyuubi. Mao Leviathan would like to arrange A meeting in the next week or two where she and Uzumaki could meet you personally since you are the most aggrieved party in this situation, yet you are unable to leave Kyoto due to the requirement of needing to manage the Earth's ley lines. I was asked only to be a mediator in this case, hence my personal visit. Azazel said, obviously pleased with the idea of various factions getting together to discuss grievances. However, with the way things were turning out under his own faction's leadership, the chances of bringing together a true peace summit were nearly non-existent. Intriguing. I didn't. She thinks Saraphall had it in her to request such a meeting knowing that in all likelihood she would possibly be a target. We have already uncovered that the alien is not a manufactured Kyuubi, and this has calmed the aggression greatly. However, you of all people know the power that was felt when he released it was that of godlike in origin, having once been a servant of God. Jinchuuriki or not, this Naruto represents a potential infinite. You know that if true, he has already changed the world with his arrival, and at all costs he must never come to meet the likes of Great Red or Ofus. And what do you know of his companion? Every source I tap just drops the subject as soon as it is brought up. Yasaka said, her voice holding hints of intrigue and worry in regards to the visitors from beyond the dimensional gap. You wish to know of me, Kyuubi? All you must do is ask and I shall come. You of all people have earned the right, holding back this portion of his power which is well beyond any mortal control for so long. A woman's disembodied voice stated before suddenly a distortion in the room appeared and Kaguya made her presence known. Azazel couldn't believe it. It was impossible. This woman here. No. God himself banished her from the realm. Even if she did have the power, she shouldn't be here. The Harbinger Void stated her goals had gone beyond this realm after she lost to the Almighty. Was it because God died? Whatever the case, Azazel knew he had to talk with Michael immediately after this meeting. Yasaka meanwhile bent to a knee, also familiar with the presence before her. The Kyuubi leader of the yokai faction was unaware of Azazel's past knowledge about the woman before her. However, anyone with recorded knowledge from the time before the Great War would know just what a void meant to the world. The presence of a void naturally meant the presence of an infinite, and every text she had ever read stressed the fact that the infinite were to be revered beyond that of race and creed. Upsetting an infinite had the potential to lead one to ruin, because they held the very fabric of reality at their fingertips. However, the infinite were very reclusive in nature, only acting themselves known at times of great upheaval or shifts in nature. The idea that the true void would come before Yasaka personally had never even crossed her mind. Why so quiet all of a sudden, boy? Is the mere thought of seeing me again after several millennia that distressing? Is it because my beloved no longer lives to stay my hand at those who need to be disembodied or have their existence nullified? Kaguya told Azazel, who knew with every word she said further drove home just how bad things could become if she was roaming the world unchecked. Nothing of the sort, Kaguya-sama. I was just so honestly shocked at your presence. How have you kept hidden? Please tell me you haven't found Ofus yet. The world couldn't handle such a clash anymore, Azazel said, hoping with every fiber of his being that the Harbinger never again came before Ouroboros. If a clash between Great Red and Trihexa was something that would lead to the apocalypse, then one between Kaguya and Ofus was something that would bypass the destruction and just erase existence altogether. Nothingness and void were a recipe for disaster. My interests with the snake are done. If she wants to bring up the past, then she shall suffer. My goal is more far-sighted and is mainly hands-off now besides a few exceptions, so let it be known that I will only interfere if my key interest is threatened in a way that needs defending. And he most certainly will not, barring certain people who know better. Kaguya told Azazel before she looked back towards Yasaka. As Kaguya regarded the Kyuubi before her, she took careful note of her own power levels. Regarding the distinct difference between the chakra of this world in its most powerful chakra user in comparison to that of her own and Naruto's, the holy energy she has gained from managing his ley lines. And finally Kaguya compared Yasaka to the younger of the two other Kyuubi in the city, whom was no doubt kin of the woman before her. Your name? Kaguya asked. So, nothing that did not go unnoticed by Azazel. Everything the fallen angel governor knew of the Harbinger Void hinted that she would already know trivial information such as that after spending mere moments in the presence of another. What was she after that she would be cordial to another? Yasaka meanwhile was slightly confused at the differing tones of respect in Kaguya's voice between her speaking to Azazel and herself. But she was still not going to demean one on a different level than herself by speaking out of turn. Hundreds of years leading her people had given her ample experience in knowing when to push and when to pull. Yusaka Wakahisa, milady, Yusaka told Kaguya, whose expression was clearly unreadable even to her, an expert in facial tells. Forever ancient 8 fists. How interesting. Lady Yusaka. What would you give to have the freedom to leave Kyoto at any time without worry of the ley lines becoming unstable? The ability to find a beloved and return the Kyuubi to a population that numbers more than 3. I need you, your daughter, and the ley lines free of Kyuubi control, which I must say you have done an amazing job in containing a portion of the system of miracle. Even though you were unaware of their greater purpose. Kaguya stated, drawing looks of shock from both Azazel and Yusaka. Azazel was shocked because the world's ley lines were for the most part hid beneath the crust of the earth besides 3 places, Kyoto being the second largest source behind that in the Vatican. However, learning that the ley lines were tied to the Almighty's greatest, neural self-sustaining creation was something that tickled the scientist in him greatly. The chance to work with the actual system in his own bid to make artificial sacred gears would increase prospective breakthroughs by at least 100-fold. However, the fact that the Harbinger was demanding them for Yusaka's freedom, as it were, was even more shocking, because with total control in her hands, the World was walking a fine line to doomsday. He wanted to scream at Yusaka to deny her request, but not only did the look on her face show that she was strongly considering Kaguya's offer, but he found that his voice was gone. No matter what he tried, no sound would leave him. Obviously, Kaguya's attempt to make this decision solely in Yusaka's hands. Yusaka meanwhile was going through a torrent of emotions. Hope at the thought of being free to do as she wished, elation at the idea of finding Kuno a father she could actually count on to love her, fear at the plans Lady Kaguya had in mind for the ley lines. Intrigued at the truth of what the ley lines truly were for, distressed at the plans the Infinite may have had for her daughter's future, confusion at what being removed from the control of the ley lines while she still held breath may hold for her own future, and oddly relaxed that Lady Kaguya didn't seem to be forcing her out of Kyoto when she obviously held the ability. Thinking rationally prevailed most of Yusaka's thought processes, as she readied herself to respond to Kaguya. Milady, might I ask a few questions in order to make a better judgment? You may. I find no true urgency in your making an informed decision, although I would prefer an answer rather soon. My plans require your presence and that of your daughter sooner than that, when I'll need to tap into the system of miracles. As that's so, then allow me to ask my first question. What are your plans for my daughter? Yusaka said, hesitance clear in her voice as the woman before her could clearly take her daughter regardless of her own decision. Your daughter is to be the first Kyuubi Devil hybrid through the evil peace system currently in place in Devil Society. I already have the devil in question, W.I. Ling, to accept your daughter into their peerage at a moment's notice, despite being unaware of my aims for her. Your daughter is to be protected by my collaborator, of whom I can assure you would allow no harm to come to her. Besides this, I can assure you that your daughter is going to be in one of the most desirable peerages, this side of an actual Satan. Kaguya said, drawing an inquisitive look from Yusaka since Kuno was already a half-human from Yusaka giving into a heat with a human just over 3 decades ago. May I ask further questions related to that? Excuse my insolence, milady, but my daughter's future means more to me than any offer an infinite such as yourself can provide. Your daughter is to be placed in the peerage of Rias Grimori, daughter of the Crimson Satan. My collaborator is arguably stronger than any listed in this world's 10 most powerful besides the infinite on the list, thus my complete faith in her safety. The reason I need your daughter in this on is precisely because of her human and Kyuubi heritage. I hope this appeases any comments regarding your daughter. Kaguya said, listing off the answers to Yusaka's question before she could even verbalize them. Yes milady. I guess on to my next question. What is it that you need of my presence? Would I be free to see my Kuno at any time, and would I be forced to leave my political station? Yusaka asked, this time a little less open-ended with her questions in the need for precise answers. She was the leader of the yokai faction and her presence was needed in some extent of the leadership of the many different demon races. It was precisely because the last time she was physically indisposed from the decision-making process, when she was giving birth to Kuno, the massacre of the Nekosho race happened. Such a massive loss based on simple lack of communication between the devil and yokai factions, which to this day remained a tense issue when addressing any issue related to the devils. She imagined if a devil himself came before her asking to turn Kuno into a devil, they might end up as a pile of ash before her foxfire. It is not I who asked of your presence, but that of my collaborator. He has a desire to learn of your way in using chakra, as that of a full-blood Kyuubi. I refuse to say any more regarding his aim, as that shall be left between the two of you. However, I believe the situation would be equally beneficial to you knowing him as I do. Given what I said regarding your daughter, I believe your second question needs no further answer, and in regards to your station. The crow here has plans to pick up and move to Kuo, leaving his subordinates with complete authority over his failing faction, so whether you pass your leadership off or not matters little. I can tell you of another thing that might interest you in this decision, however, that being Leviathan has broken the mold first, Kaguya responded, drawing Yasaka and Azazel's interest at her mention of Leviathan. Saraphall renounced her title. When? Why? Excuse me, milady, these questions are not directed to you. However, might I assume your collaborator is Naruto Uzumaki then? Yasaka asked, Azaz also putting the pieces together as he was forced to sit through this conversation almost ignored by the women before him. The longer they talked, the more things the fallen angel needed to discuss with various others. Michael would no doubt be furious at the Harbinger's plans to tamper with the system of miracle at some point. Then there was Saraphall, who had asked him to arrange a meeting with Naruto Uzumaki, Yasaka, and herself, but had apparently given up her title as Mao at some point between when he spoke with her yesterday while she was in the underworlds, capital of Lilith, and now. What purpose would she have for an official request using her title if she wasn't even going to have the title when it was most needed? Also of concerning nature was that the Harbinger was extremely focused on anything related to Naruto Uzumaki. This fact alone made Azazel concerned at the potential type of person he may or may not be, if only based on the past history he knew of the Harbinger void. If you call me the Harbinger one more time, you will cease to exist, and none henceforth shall have any memory of your existence prior to today. Do you know just how easy it would be for me to remove all memory and physical evidence of 9,000 years of your life's monumental history from all life as you know it, Crow? You shall refer to me as the Rabbit Goddess, a name I have grown quite fond of. Anyone you wish to speak of myself about, I am the Rabbit Goddess. Even thinking of my presence, I am the Rabbit Goddess. Am I clear, or must I make an example? Kaguya spoke to Azazel. A pitch black miasma of killing intent filled the whole of the shrine, such as that of a fog coming off a bay to settle inland. The intent froze Azazel where he stood, unable to speak, as Kaguya still had some power forcing back his voice, leaving the fallen with little more to answer than an emphatic nod of his head to stress the urgency in his understanding. Meanwhile Yasaka saw this and felt completely unaffected from Kaguya's intent, such that there was a field of almost, but not actual light protecting her. It almost felt to Yasaka that she had become one with the void from whence Kaguya was named for during this moment, which would be completely baseless, as the Kyuubi had nothing to base such a hypothesis off of. Still, the feeling was curious to say the least. If anything, Yasaka was more interested in just why she was getting what seemed as preferential treatment from the Infinite, whom referred to herself keenly as the Rabbit Goddess, quite honestly the best name one might give the Wong. And if not trying to openly offend or flatter, a neutral title, if best decided upon, is always the easiest option in avoiding potential problems. In the case of an Infinite, it was the best option one might have. Now Yasaka, your assumption is correct. Let me assure you, he is quite eager to meet you and yours. I shan't speak any more of him, however, as I want your answer. If you will, my dear Rabbit Goddess. Kaguya-sama, you and your daughter may address myself as such. Yes, Lady Kaguya, I have a final question regarding the leylines themselves before I can give my answer. I'm to understand, you desire to call upon the power of the system of miracles as you said through the leylines. Would this process endanger my people, the city of Kyoto, or the world itself? Yasaka said, a look of serious contemplation as she regarding Kaguya's every movement, looking for any tell at what the answer may be. This was her primary duty that she was giving up, which entailed the safety of all around. Everything rode on the answer to this question. Ms. Wakahisa, I have no intention at all of touching the ley lines. That will be up to Naruto only when he has overcome that which holds him back from his pure, undiluted potential as the multiverse's newest infinite. However, there is a strong chance that he will not awaken, and my interests lie in betting against him. I don't even need to hamper his progress with nothingness, illusion, and apocalypse in the same world. And there are two others which may further impede his progress and quite possibly have similar infinite qualities that shall go nameless. Honestly, befriending Naruto Uzumaki may have been my greatest goal in an all too long and empty life. Kaguya started to say in her answer to Yasaka's final question, with a contemplative sigh as she talked of her own life. As to potential harm to your people, Kyoto, and the world as a whole, whilst Naruto himself would never do such a thing purposely, I can assure you that nothing is certain and everything is permitted. Just because he would not do it doesn't mean others wouldn't. The ley lines are an important part of the world, specifically to controlling the continuation of Life, and you as well as he are some of the very few people who have a measure of control over it with the propensity to not misuse such power. Many others have not such misgivings, nor the conscience to care about such things as honor and respect. To these people, if they survive, then everything else is an acceptable loss, even that of their own partners and subordinates. Be mindful of this and give me your answer, Yasaka Wakahisa. Kaguya finished, drawing concerned looks from both Yasaka and Azazel. Azazel knew of the Chaos Brigade, and when Saraphall reached out to request his assistance in this matter, he made certain that upon meeting the alien he would inform her of everything he had on them, knowing they were behind most of the actions terrorizing the human and supernatural worlds. The rise of these actions in the weeks since Naruto's arrival only solidified the idea that peace between the factions was the only answer to combat the growing violence that would surely lead to the end of all their races. Learning that the ley lines were going to be targeted at some point definitely helped some matters, as did the fact that the Rabbit Goddess had no intention to touch them. Still, she knew of others that had the innate potential to become infinite. This was becoming a mess, most of all because only the infinite knew what was required to be infinite, and identifying threats was a priority. Right now, the governor's best guess was that the system of miracles was involved somehow, but to what end remained unclear. God did create the system after he was already an infinite, so it was like asking what came first, chicken or egg. Yasaka meanwhile deliberated everything she was told. Truthfully, Lady Kaguya presented more benefits to her and hers than potential problems. Her daughter would be safe. She wouldn't be confined to leaving Kyoto for only short periods of time. Her position could be kept if desired, or passed on to the likes of Yukikaze if truly necessary. There were even interesting things like the fact that one of them now left their position that Yasaka could use to her own advantage when it came to internal politics. Really, everything hinged on just one factor, and thus Yasaka answered. I require a week to prepare. Is that acceptable, Lady Kaguya? My dear, if you had planned to say anything otherwise, this deal would never have even been offered. This as always how you were meant to play the game, and in truth, your arrival in Kuo a week from tonight shall be most entertaining. Kaguya smirked for a minute before projecting a dimensional portal over Azazel, and he was removed from the shrine. However, before she could hit the ground, Yasaka was stopped by a force, preventing any injury upon her. Kaguya, holding her hand toward Yasaka, said, Yes, you shall do very nicely, Yasaka Wakahisa. Naruto would be quite unhappy if I were to allow harm to come to you. Rest now, and in a week's time, you and your daughter shall arrive in Kuo to witness a grand sight. Be prepared. Accordingly, Kaguya gently laid down the leader of the yokai faction on a tatami mat near the far end of the shrine's great hall, where she promptly fell asleep. Kaguya then appeared in another portal, knowing her business this night was not finished just yet. Unknown location, 7:15 p.m. Office-sama, Ni and Tilda, how may I be of service? Kuroka said to the being she would probably consider closest to her true master. However, even thinking as such, Kuroka's true nature was that of a cat, bowing to none and acting as only her interests desired. This was largely due to being one of the two remaining nekosho in the world, despite the unhindered numbers of nekomata in the world who couldn't use senjutsu. The nekosho wasn't a particularly tall woman, however given her long uncovered legs, lack of undergarments, and large she managed to maintain an appearance that held her own in a world dominated by the idea that larger is better. This was further improved by her status as the only reincarnated devil who required 2 bishops to enter a peerage. The Nekosho held rich black hair and cat ears that contrasted very well against her pale skin tone. If one were to notice her behind, they would see her kimono was split in the back, allowing her 2 black cat tails to move as they will. On the female's head behind her ears sat a headdress or crown of sorts that looked to be obsidian in nature, with small golden designs inlaid in it and silver-colored bands just inside the width of her cat ears. The piece was a gift from her mother, said to hold special properties when used in conjunction with senjutsu, and was Kuroka's one true treasure she would never let go of. Kuroka, our time is short. Void is upon the world once again, and despite her intention of leaving myself be, she will come to me for something. I have no intention to deny her in so long as she lets me reclaim my silence. She would help me do so only because of who she has at her side, the alien. Ofus said, looking upon one of her most trusted servants. The look in Kuroka's eyes as Ofus told her that another infinite would take the Nekosho soon was that of betrayal at first. Betrayal turned to interest at the mention that the one coming to take her was working with the alien. The alien was a hot topic among senjutsu using yokai, as ever since his arrival the madness that accompanied the use of senjutsu was lessened, almost as if his very presence was taking on all the hatred nature held and purifying the life energy. It was not a big change yet, as there was thousands and thousands of years for nature to garner such malcontent, but those who few had taken the initiative to get close to the alien did notice the change was there. Kuroka herself had taken the initiative because of Hi's proximity to the only other thing Kuroka truly cared for, her dear Sharon. Neon tilde, alien-kun, I would love to dig my claws into him Neon, but why does Void want me? You must know her aim and what purpose she has. Kuroka said somewhat excitedly. The alien held the very essence of nature at his beck and call, freely able to mold it to his beck and call, doing things with it even she could only dream of. The chakra he held deep inside of him that she was only able to detect because of her senjutsu ran wild within him, and he was able to hide it, but his body's aura was unrestrained and uninhibited, allowing his control over nature to be affected by whatever his emotional state may be. This was why his power ran so freely over the world upon his exit immediately after arriving from the void of the dimensional gap in the following battle when he attacked the murderer of the Red Dragon Emperor. It was such that even with his chakra concealed from the world as it was, his aura controlled the world around him unknowingly. Power attracted power, and only users of senjutsu, mages, and those who held such large magical powers that they likewise needed to learn to control their aura themselves. Lest their power causes adverse effects to the world around them would detect the power he was subconsciously releasing over the entire nation of Japan. Void wishes to use the alien to bring the infinite back to 5. I can only answer that regarding her goal. The alien however wants you, and you should not deny whatever his aim is. He represents a greater role than you know. The only thing that matters is you not upset Harbinger when she arrives. She has always been particular and easily angered, something that you likely will incite. Until you stand by the alien, know that Harbinger is always a threat, to you, to everything. Her power is void, an ability that can affect dimensional spaces and to an extent time, my nothingness, which can introduce or remove power in its pure state that was born through her power can only serve purpose in conjunction with her own rather than combating against it. This is the way we all are, and why clashing between us is forbidden. Illusion can only be quelled by void, void by disorder, disorder by emotion, emotion by nothingness, and nothingness falls to illusion. Ofus explained, drawing an interested look out of Kuroka. One didn't learn secrets regarding the world's most powerful existences every day after all. The alien represents the power emotion, gaining increased power through his own emotions and that of the emotions of those around him. The biblical God, the former infinite of emotion, was the only being that could truly defeat Trihexa, the infinite of disorder, and with his death when he sealed Trihexa, the gap represented from He loss of emotion stunted humanity's ability to understand one another in a way that transcends words and actions. This loss has likewise affected the state of the multiverse, causing fissures to open, leading to things such as the madness that is consistent in the senjutsu and other minor aspects which are unnoticed to most natural life. The sealing of disorder and the disappearance of void for long has further altered the state of the world to a perilous point that existence was nearly threatened in its balance. Illusion and nothingness can only provide so much support by themselves, and IFE has been impacted greatly since emotion died in the human year 1291. This was especially noticeable in the years immediately after his death and Trihexa being sealed away, as void had already been gone from the world for 3,000 years and Earth went through the violent end of its dark ages. Ofus told her servant in hopes that with this knowledge she could serve to understand the world and who he would be serving under to greater ability. Ni and Tilda, this all sounds so exciting. So because of Alien Kun's power over emotion, he can be the greatest lover of all men. Kuroka needs to repopulate the world with Nekosho kittens, and Alien Kun sounds like the best candidate with Valley Kun being such a prude. Kuroka said, obviously even more excited with her new assignment. Suddenly a portal opened up behind Kuroka, which she only barely felt. From it Kaguya appeared, earning a frown from the infinite who embodied nothingness. Ofus, I trust you know why I'm here, the infinite of void said in a haughty tone of voice. As she knew that Ofus would not fight back right now. The time for fighting between them was something of the past, as if they were children bickering. Now they had the life experience to at least be civil with one another, even if they didn't want to. Kaguya, this is the one he desired, Kuroka. I trust you will take her to him immediately despite coming earlier than you stated you would, Ofus said to her counterpart, drawing another interested look from Kuroka. Knowing that Alien Kun had personally asked for her rather than void coming of her own initiative brow. A warm feeling of both lust and purpose. It only furthered her desire to serve the man who would become her master. Kuroka knowingly licked her lips in anticipation. We shall be seeing one of him immediately. Of that I can assure you, Ofus. However, Naruto is not a man of a singular nature as you know, and we shall not be seeing his original upon my return with this Hellcat. I have unintentional. Lee angered him and one of his clones was running another task of importance. We shall go to it, as I'd like to get his personal thoughts on that matter. Besides, Kitty here will be interested, I think. With that Kaguya turned to look at Kuroka and nodded to her. Yes, she will be very interested in that. Kuroka, from this point you no longer answer to myself, Valley, or any other member of the Chaos Brigade. I trust you know that this means you are not obligated to say anything to anyone should you so wish, but also you are free to tell anything if you like. You have always held loyalty to those worthy of trust and respect. And this falls under such an ideal. Your nature is whimsical, and if something strikes your fancy you have always done as you wanted. Don't change who you are, as I have emotion in particular is drawn and empowered by such action. Emotion is needed to awaken now more than ever, as Trihexa stirs within his seal. By pushing emotion down the path in manifesting use of all his power, the world shall regain the balance. Now go and release the Hellcat on the world once more. Ofus advised her former subordinate, who looked all too happy to oblige. Ofus had a NK look as she watched the portal swallow Kuroka and Kaguya, knowing that emotion needed awakening immediately. Even if the cost was one of her best. Aiding in emotion's awakening was the deal void me to her with in removing illusion from her home, and she needed the silence. Personal interests may seem petty, but even she knew that there was more riding on emotions revival than her own desires. Chapter end. Well now, if you're done reading that massive 25-page info dump of a chapter, I applaud you for your conviction and hope you continue reading my work in the future, which hopefully won't be as boring as this may or may not have been. Before we go any farther, let me apologize for the 2-month wait since the last chapter and add a disclaimer to not owning the song entitled, The D Touch, as this is property of the band Bloodhound Gang. This song is also something that I believe truly defines the perverted trio of DXD, don't you? Anyway, this chapter was mainly spent world building. I needed to solidify what the Infinite were and their role for the plot. Naruto's unofficial name in the world is now Alien because things like unknown, variable, whatnot are all widely spread place. As my name fits well in his infinite role as emotion. I also needed to put important characters for my FIC in their places, such as Graia becoming Malleviathan and Yasaka being able to leave Kyoto at will. Giving you all something of a timeline for the supernatural world works to that end, specifically just when the Great War happened and how long the Mao have been in office. I also dropped hints on various filler plans I have since this story is not canon DXD. To that end, I have also added some things that I wanted, such as Kiryu being a magician. Honestly, I do expect fallout from M.Y design on Graia being an absolute bitch, but for my story it is needed. A note regarding Infinite in case it wasn't clear throughout. Great Red as illusion, Trihexa as disorder, Ofus as nothingness, Kaguya as void. And Naruto as emotion. Kaguya and Ofus powers are different despite any inclination otherwise. Also there are two characters in the story besides Naruto that may or may not become infinite. And they are the primary antagonists Naruto will have. He may fight other battles, but he will mainly be training the next generation and honing his soon-to-come godhood over stealing battles of others. Now on a final note, I was asked to post my harem list. This chapter should have made a few quite obvious, but here is everyone who I will not bend since I'm heavily considering on making my 10-person harem smaller. Naruto, Kaguya, Yasaka, Saraphall, Kuroka, Gabriel, Irina is who I will confirm. As to the others, assuming I keep them, well, surprise is the spice of life. My mind would be great. Lee comforted with reviews telling me what I did right and wrong, so hit that review button. Thanks to Soul Embrace 2010 for his beta and you all for reading. Who's a god now? Tipping the scales. Rix. LL Strife owns nothing of the copyright-protected property herein. Naruto is the property of Masashi Kishimoto and High School DxD is the property of Ikie Ishibumi Miyama Zero. If Rixel Strife even owned a portion of the greatness that is Naruto or High School DxD, he would surely be a much happier man for it. Chapter 4. Who's a god now? Streets of Kuo Town, 7:30 p.m. Naruko walked back to Issei's former house. Her thoughts still on Kuryuika. The boss had wanted her checked out when he felt her attachment to the supernatural world and she was concerned that the magician could sense her, among other issues. The reason she was walking at all instead of just dispelling was related in part to her muddled thoughts. She also needed to give the boss time with that Irina girl, to explain why she had been given the boosted gear. He needed to focus on one thing at a time and the perverted female was going to be a big issue in the coming days. Of course, as a piece of Naruto Uzumaki's personality was present in each and every clone he made, a part of Naruto found this walking while dressed so provocatively to be completely and utterly degrading. Yet, at the same time this offered up so much potential to prank the boss in ways never before possible. Kuryuika, she-devil magician that she was, would prove invaluable on such a front, but that would only matter if she would be present for extended periods of time. This was highly unlikely, but still the thought of a little fun at the expense of the boss was too much fun to deny. Just then, Naruko felt the increasingly familiar trace of a nearby dimensional disturbance. Such a feeling typically signaled Granny Rabbit arriving. However, absolutely no good reason she could think of why she would come to her. Given that this incarnation of Naruko knew that the goddess had pissed off the boss earlier, showing herself before Naruko was almost as bad as appearing before the boss. Hell, even the clone was slightly upset over what happened. Anything involving a seal being forcefully opened would piss off a fragment of Naruto Uzumaki's personality. Even chakra fragments have begun showing no respect for my greatness, Kaguya huffed. No matter. I know exactly what I'll do with you when the time is right, little girl. The woman immediately vanished with the use of her dimensional powers, a manner untraceable to the clone. She then reappeared behind Naruko, grabbing her head so that it was tilted slightly to right, and placing a finger against her left temple. She then flared her power for a moment before pulling a string of chakra from the girl which detached and left the clone seemingly unharmed, if on her guard. What did you do to me, Kaguya? The blonde all but screamed. Kaguya still wasn't necessarily an ally, and even though she'd made some strides to say that she was no longer completely bent on world domination, her seemingly random actions made it clear that she still very much carried her own agenda. I have done nothing that will cause permanent or even temporary harm. Let's just say I'm making an insurance policy. The progenitor of chakra stated simply. Naruto for her part was caught completely off guard by the statement and had no idea what an insurance policy would mean to the woman who was the boss's most powerful enemy at one point. To this day, Naruto was still unsure just what her true motivation was, even if she said she would help him on this journey. Now on to business, girl. I have the cat with me and the foxes arrive in a week. Are you done with the magician, girl? She then asked, purposely changing the topic. However, it was quite the wrong direction to steer the conversation. Wait, you knew Kiryu was a mage? Asked the female clone angrily. Damn it, Granny, yo. You told the boss after the meeting with Searsex a week ago that you would tell about stuff like that. Why didn't you say anything, knowing he is looking for people who have ties to different factions? She knows way too much just based off guesswork, and it makes her extremely useful in the plan. You can't just leave surprises like that for us. Well, him. Naruto sighed. It was more than a little frustrating. After all, Naruto was not an information gathering specialist. Kaguya, however, looked completely undeterred by her rant. Girl, do you expect everything handed to you or him on some silver platter? Her words were sharp and harsh as she spoke up, making Naruto flinch. If he wishes to truly become infinite and fulfill the task that my son left for him, he must be all-knowing. You and He already have everything needed to make that happen. The ability to connect with people through their emotions is a strength far greater than you realize. Or, her normal eyes narrowed, third eye unaffected, do you truly wish for the end? Since he seems to be a dunce in everything that doesn't involve overpowering or outlasting an enemy in combat, and you unknowingly picked up all his traits to make a fantastic dits. Let me spell things out in a way you can understand. Everything, all actions you take and every breath you make, all of this is a test. His very will must be pushed to extremes in order to survive, and that means the others of his nameless horde and you in particular must help overcome his unending hardships. Naruto was again caught off guard. Why is she telling me this? If Naruto's the one who needs to learn that lesson, what is she trying to tell me? What does she mean? You in particular, anyway. Then she gasped as the details fell into place in her head. The creation of all things technique was certainly within Kaguya's power, and the not-so-subtle hints she dropped all led Naruto to see the woman before her wanted the clone to be an independent person. Kaguya paid no heed to Naruto's musing as she continued, as the saying goes, behind every good man is a greater woman. Well, guess what, little girl, you are that woman now. I've given you the ability to make yourself appear as needed. Free of his jutsu, you hold all his thoughts, desires, and experience. You can continue to gain his new knowledge and fantasies, but you shall be clone that doesn't share her own private thoughts. Through this you will retain individuality amongst his numbers, with his horde at your command if you so choose. The statuesque woman paced around the female clone, eyes fixed on some unseen point. He needs this now, more than ever in this new world where he stands alone from all he once knew, and it shall last until I can truly make you the being I need you to become. Kaguya thought for a moment. This is for the best. The boy has too much potential and so many traits that get in the way of his progress. Whether he would accept it is unquestioned, he would never deny this. But whether or not he'd approve of my actions is another matter. Only the moment when I call him back will decide that. I just hope it works. So thinking, she then opened a dimensional portal over Naruto, which subsequently dropped a black cat unceremoniously onto the blonde clone. This was followed by a look of concern to the female clone before the elder goddess disappeared. Neon, yowled the cat, you're not my alien kun nya. Funya, but if that void lady brought me to you, then you must be alien Chan. Nya. Kuroka looked down at the female she landed on, clearly wanting an explanation. Before that, however, the devil suddenly transformed into her hybrid human Nekosho form, and grabbing the blonde girl in a hug as they both fell to the grassy ground. What a splendid aura you have, Neon. Heya, sexy kitty, Naruto greeted with a smirk, how you doin'? Can you let me up? We need to go see the boss like now. The awkward meter was way off the chart at this point. After the chat with Kaguya, the clone just wanted to boss to dispel her already. But she wouldn't deny that Granny Rabbit did a fantastic job in deciding a senjutsu expert of this world with ties to the terrorist faction. Kuroka tilted her head, brow furrowing in curiosity. "Nya, I thought she was taking me to see Alien-kun." She asked. "If you're not him, then why does your senjutsu and chakra feel exactly like his?" Being a demon who used that same power, she was honestly interested in chakra that the alien used. Kuroka could feel the distinct presence of the two chakra sources that had emerged from the dimensional portal in Kuo City. One belonged to the girl before her and the other lay off in the distance, where she could also feel Sharon. The stray cat could feel no difference between the two, something that was just not possible. Not even identical twins felt that way, the very being of a person can't be the same. But the girl before her was out of place, she didn't belong. Senjutsu Tr. Aces were much harder to pick up unless in close proximity, so until she met Alien-kun she couldn't truly know. It seemed not even the laws of existence could properly explain how this one person could in fact look both left and right at the same time. Naruto sighed. "Well, to make things short, let me just show you." She made the familiar crossed hand seal, molding the chakra throughout her body. E43 clones then appeared at her sides. And behind her. Odd. I didn't want to do a sexy jutsu, what did Granny Rabbit do? Kuroka was enthusiastic at the idea of molding the chakra in the body to make clones. Nothing like her own illusion clones, which used the surroundings' natural chakra. She reached out to one of the clones in curiosity and pinched it. The reaction left the Nekosho speechless. The two other clones could clearly see the implications working their way through Kuroka's brain as she suddenly developed a bloody nose. The clones turned to smoke as the Nekosho's thought process began to reboot. Dispelling both with a liberal pinch, and the stray cat all but yelled at Naruto, "Take me to my master, Alien-chan. I need to meet my Alien-kun." With those words, she seized the clone by the arm and took her kicking and screaming to the home of Naruto Uzumaki. Kyoto residence, 8 p.m. Naruto Uzumaki had just spent the better part of the last hour and a half, conversing, per se, with the holy sword Durandal via use of his chakra. He could feel the sword's wildly flowing power from the moment Granny Rabbit unsealed it from Xenovia, and he wanted to understand what could give such an aura to the blade. Needless to say, he was quite surprised to find the blade held a sentience through the vast holy power held within the blade. Seeing the historical battle of Roland D versus 100,000 Muslim warriors during what he knew was the Great War that the supernatural factions nearly brought themselves to extinction with from the perspective of a sword was something of an enlightening experience to say the least. Who knew that a blade could gain a form of semi-sentience from bloody death throes of 100,000 would-be thieves? Though to be honest, having relics like St. Peter's tooth, blood of St. Basil, hair of St. Denis, pieces of robe of St. Mary, weird as it may seem, may in fact have influenced the system of miracles to give the sword life. Although, the fact that Durandal could even think of feel could only happen because of God's death, making the sword indestructible as the legend of Roland stated. Regardless, the ferocity of the blade's aura was stunting Xenovia's growth, evident in her need to have it sealed away at all times when not needed. The girl clearly needed to earn the sword's trust in battle, but given its bloody history and that of its wielders, just any battle wouldn't cut it. Durandal was a blade that considered the purpose of its use as more important than how it was used. It was a blade that was more than just an extension of oneself. It was a blade that would only act in concert with ideals the likes of the very saints whose relics it was made with would hold in esteem. Such things were extremely varied though, and Durandal was not like, say, Samahata, in the sense that it would actually tell you what it wanted. If it could be said that Samahata worked like that, Durandal was a blade that truly functioned on the idea of ninshu and needed the wielder's emotions to run as the means of communication. Honestly, Naruto was fascinated by the sword and wanted nothing more than to watch Xenovia in an actual life or death battle to see just how she spoke with it. "Oh, my head," Irina groaned, drawing his attention as she returned slowly to consciousness. "I just had the weirdest dreams. Dreams of war, dreams of lies, dreams of dragon's fire. There was fighting between dragons, a red dragon who took me to see my beloved Issei-kun, and then Issei tried to grope me, but light kept knocking away, but Issei died." She cradled her head in her hands, mumbling to herself. Naruto looked on as Irina shook off the delirium her fainting spell. He had placed her and Xenovia on the nearby couches while he spoke with Durandal. The brunette twintail girl had only sat up, but she appeared to be completely oblivious to her location, the people around her, and even what happened prior to her collapse. Even more surprising was that she seemed to acting like waking up from random crazy dreams might be a common occurrence. Irina suddenly bowed her and put her hands together. "Oh, Almighty God. Please offer forgiveness to your humble servant in her delusions. It pains me to accept his loss, but I must admit Issei forsook your ways to become a devil and our love was always to be unrequited. My love for you is everlasting. As you have guided my life through all hardships and blessings, I'm certain that you still have a plan for me, even without Issei-kun at my side. Amen." If Naruto remembered correctly, the being she was praying to had been the infinite of emotion before him. More importantly, he was impressed that she barely seemed to draw breath through all of that. Her faith was obviously extremely important to her, so maybe his plan might shatter her, but hopefully it would go off without a hitch. "Hey sleepyhead, did you get the chance to have a nice chat with Didrag and Issei?" asked the young man, crouching by her. "I didn't get the chance to speak with Issei when I was holding Didrag for the last week, but the red dragon seemed to be a stand-up guy to spend the rest of your days holding inside you. Take it from me, while people call them sacred gears, from what I can tell something like the boosted gear being called a mere object is a tremendous disservice to the soul residing inside of it. See, just being a Jinchuuriki is a lot more awesome than think. Although you met a few short hours ago, so Rina-chan, guess what? You're going to be my personal student from today forth. We're going to have a lot of fun, okay tilde." Naruto trailed off in a sing-song tone of voice, completely ignoring the look of shock on Irina's face as she realized her dream was no dream, and that she truly did meet a dragon in her beloved Issei. "Naruto-kun." Irina looked to the blonde, only now just recognizing him. The girl shook as she tried to form basic thoughts, in effort to ask informative questions. The answers could help solve a very important riddle that the Seraphim Gabriel had given her and Xenovia before they'd left. The presence of one of the four great Seraph, rather than Griselda, giving out new information had sent a shock to both the girls. Yet at the time, Irina didn't really care, as the information of Boosted Gear's disappearance brought with it news of Issei's death. Now she was getting a full-blown miracle of God himself at the news that Naruto was giving her the sacred gear of her dead childhood friend and first crush. But first, she wanted to know why, not necessarily for the church, although they would definitely get a report first thing. No, she wanted to know why Naruto had found her and gave her boosted gear when he could have kept it for himself. "What did you mean you were holding boosted gear?" she asked first. "My mission briefing said that disappeared completely from the system of miracles after Issei's death. What was so special about me that made you choose to give me the powers of a dragon? Never mind that for now, how come you were able to give me this blessing in the first place?" On and on she went, not even stopping to give Naruto a chance to answer. Passing a sacred gear from person to person only happens after the death of the previous holder, right? The relic moves back into the system of miracles. After a soul has passed on, God himself grants the sacred gear upon the soul of the next wielder while still in the womb. Alien to this world or not, you have performed an act of God, Naruto-kun. It should be impossible for an outsider to interfere with God's domain. Irina's breath quickened as she began to panic, her own questions leading her thoughts to dark places. Naruto knew this would happen. When he and Granny Rabbit began the plan to pick out potential players in each faction, she warned how faith was a very real factor in the powers of Infinite. It also trickled down into the daily life of the followers of each faction. As she labeled believers, obviously the girl was coming to an erroneous conclusion that would only hurt her. Faith held a big influence over the world, after all. Putting two and two together, she might think that he was the god she'd been praying to all these years, or she might even realize that the throne of her god was empty. According to Kaguya, some people's faith ran so strong that learning of their higher powers' absence lead to catastrophic results. Something about a metaphysical reaction with their soul, space-time, and the world around them. When the rabbit-horned woman had told him this, Naruto hadn't fully understood the consequences portion of their chat. He was busy ignoring her, focusing on a meeting with Sirzex from earlier that day. Honestly, the very fact that he remembered that part of the conversation is surprising. Graia had the nerve to say that Naruto, as an alien to this dimension, didn't even have the right to be called a human. Not a new insult to the young man by any means, but nevertheless one that touched a nerve. And so, he was plotting a proper vengeance. With the silverets each and every action, the blonde just felt that the devil had some pain or regret of her own and took it out on anyone that she somehow felt deserving. She would totally get hers in time. But back to Irina, Naruto was well aware she would come across the truth eventually. According to his infinite companion, the long and short of it would most definitely involve her soul becoming tainted. The truth should come from a trusted source. But Naruto didn't know anyone who could fill that role. Things were even more difficult, what with Granny Rabbit spilling the beans to Xenovia after pulling Durandal out of the Bluenet girl's seal. Naruto just didn't feel ready to become God in anybody's eyes yet. So what if he regularly pulled off acts of God in this world or not? Hell, he didn't even want to become some holier-than-thou infinite. But damned if he had any choice. Beings of all races couldn't understand each other and were taking every chance to battle it out. It was only a matter of time before the real warmongers got all their pieces in place. Damn pigs. No, Naruto needed to get Irina to accept that the emotion as she knew him was long gone. She needs to move on. Find a different god to worship. The blonde thought for a minute and smirked. Knowing where the buck stopped. The only question was how in Granny Rabbit's wood-chipped ass was he gonna pull it off. Irina was still panting and started shaking as she looked upon Naruto's face with wide eyes. She waited for some kind of sign that he was going to answer her questions, for proof that she was before her almighty lord, who must have left heaven unattended without telling the seraphim. As her musing continued, suddenly, dimensional portals opened up all throughout the room and unknown attacks fired at Naruto from all directions. Damn it, Granny, Naruto yelled, but internally he felt that he could almost kiss his former enemy. It was sheer brilliance to use that attack as retaliation at that specific moment. He speedily replaced himself with logs to avoid the all-killing ash bones. The wooden chunks appearing from seemingly nowhere. However, in reality some of the uses were unnecessary. Several spears of bone missed their targets entirely, a deliberate move on Naruto's part. Some needed to land randomly without damage in the room for Irina to see. Then the attacks started building in speed, making Naruto have a harder time in avoiding lateral damage around the front room that he, Irina, Xenovia, and one of his clones were currently occupying, never mind the upper floors of the building. Naruto also noticed that attacks he let slip why the logs he replaced himself with were steadily eroding the walls and furniture they hit, doing exactly what the technique does best, removing objects from existence. Naruto suddenly noticed two different attacks that were not aimed at him anyway. Granny was either pushing her luck or she was telegraphing on purpose. Or maybe even both, since the attacks would still require him and his clones to replace more than just Xenovia and Irina. If he didn't, then the attacks would fire at the ceiling and make secondary targets of Revel, Rias and Asia in the floor above. How the rabbit goddess had nagged to make those holes so perfectly during this assault when not even present was a mystery to Naruto. First, though, he had to save quite a few girls and show them their true lord and savior. Irina watched, keeping stock still as Naruto avoided the attacks appearing all throughout the room. Seeing the blonde make logs of all things appear out of nowhere only reinforced her thought that he was indeed her Lord Almighty God. There was no other way to explain his miraculous actions. People had called him an alien. Without proof that he did come from another world or confirmation he was mortal, it was clear for her. This man was without question a deity walking the earth. Suddenly the twin-tail girl was ripped out of her musing when she was violently grabbed. In a flash, she found herself across the room, her eyes fixing on a piece of redwood where she was just standing, disintegrating. And just like that, her stomach caught up to her. As she dry heaved, she felt a rush of air beside her. The brunette exorcist briefly realized that Naruto was next to her, before he teleported her again, to a different corner of the room. Still favoring her stomach, she noticed the second Naruto from earlier, holding Xenovia-chan in its arms. A piece of cherry wood was splintered on the ground where she'd laid on the couch. The sheer speed at which he moved was astounding to the girl. More so that he was going out of his way to ensure their safety from attacks. Irina was certain Xenovia wouldn't be able to avoid them if she were at 100%. And Xenovia was a far more gifted combatant than she could claim to be. To see someone who looked their age avoiding such attacks with unbridled ease was shocking. Especially since it seemed to be only one move, repeated over and over. Naruto's actions spoke of experience well beyond his years. Suddenly, Naruto noticed another all-killing ash bone portal opened directly above Asia. Granny Rabbit was certainly helping him on some higher level, but she was really pressing things. She had obviously known his plan and was helping by attacking all directly involved. But she was starting to get things out of hand. He didn't intend for Rias and Revel to get involved. What purpose did devils have for a god after all? The bone targeting Asia was perfectly angled so that any reaction Naruto took wouldn't wake up Issei's parents, helping matters. 2 more portals opened and targeted Revel and Rias completely unbeknownst to the naked girls despite the weakening structure from the holes eroding the walls. Those two, especially Rias, would be put through a situational awareness ringer in the very near future. But for now Naruto's hand was being pushed to the final card. He crossed his hands to create more shadow clones, this time making 6 to substitute. All 5 girls and the unconscious Hodo couple, thus allowing him a moment to end the attack. Well, end it as far as the girls themselves would know, anyway. Logs of pine, maple, spruce, and oak littered the floor around him, making perfect substitution fodder to end things easily. The clones quickly grabbed the occupants, leaving more logs in the wake of the almighty substitution jutsu will. Naruto himself tapped into the power of Shukaku. His body gained the typical golden cloak. His unique Rinne Sharingan with cross-slit Bijuu sage pupils flared to life for Irina to see. Behind his back suddenly appeared truth-seeking orbs, reminiscent of the 6 paths chakra mode. Forming several hand signs at speeds unrecognized, Naruto unconsciously called out, "Magnetic release, infinite levity." At Naruto's words, all the bones stopped and hung in the air wherever they were. Furthermore, the unconscious and uncontrolled nature of Naruto's jutsu caused everyone besides himself to float freely in the air. It was as if he'd suddenly removed all gravity from the surrounding area. Irina drifted helplessly, looking at the man she would now equate to God. Naruto stood dazed, slightly exhausted, yet completely unaware of his actions. Kaguya's world, dimensional gap. Unbeknownst to Naruto and the rest, Kaguya was watching on. She wanted to be sure the girl he'd given the dragon to would come to the wrong assumptions about him. Irina was, after all, a very valuable piece for Naruto, and it would not be good if she were to become tainted. The replacement for disorder was closing in Naruto's presence, and she wanted Irina. Angelica Reiniger would become his greatest challenge, both before and after they joined the family of Infinite. All Kaguya had learned of the angelic purify was enough to know that Naruto's future Red Dragon Angelic Empress was already at risk. Irina didn't need the 7 deadly sins touching her soul and tainting her. She was likely to be Naruto's second true act of creation. Regardless of a potential taint on her soul, her belief was deep enough that, if properly pushed, she could become a natural angel in Naruto's presence. But if she was tainted prior to that, she would become a mindless demon. Angelica's sacred gear would be like child's play in gaining a being with potential seraphim-level power and the boosted gear. Infinite potential or not, the disorder hopeful with the crown of thorns could not be allowed such a pawn, simply because she was the future disorder. Why the previous emotion even let the crown of thorns become a sacred gear was a mystery itself. It was a relic of pure hatred, imbued with the blood of Christ, with empathic and telepathic abilities to influence the world. In essence, it was the very opposite of Naruto's negative emotion sensing, in that it both sought out the negative emotions of others and controlled them. If there wasn't a bigger potential relic of mass destruction around, Kaguya would be hard-pressed to find it. Thus Kaguya was willing to help Naruto, since she too would gain Irina Shithu's faith for the time being. Yes, the girl would likely become a pure angel sooner than later, but every It of power gained until Naruto took her place, while she gave her faith to the log, was important. Kaguya's plan for Naruto depended on it. But what he had done surprised even her. The boy had called upon a portion of magnetic power, classified as diamagnetism, which would typically have an effect of levitation on organic compounds. Naruto had used the calcium in the bones to hold them in place and thus prevent any further attacks. Those he saved were unfortunate to have been caught in a vast area of effect from the jutsu, but weren't targeted specifically to stay still, thus the floating. If Naruto truly wanted to, he could focus this jutsu solely around himself and use it to fly around the world using the electromagnetic poles of the world as guides, just as birds know which way they need to migrate through the seasons. The rabbit goddess had not informed Naruto of the different types of magnetism. She wanted his training to focus solely on wood release for the current time, because of its life creation aspects. She did not expect him to stop her projectiles at all. The progenitor of chakra had planned to stop the attack herself, after giving the Phoenix and Ramori girls a scare. This surprise, however, showed his growth towards infinite was both unconscious and uncontrolled. Both were dangerous things when dealing with powers like his. Where did he call on this jutsu, infinite levity? However he came across it, she was now certain she could run her errand now freely. She dispelled her attack and closed the view of her, dare she say partner, with him none the wiser to her musing. Hodo residence ruins, 8:10 p.m. Revel and Rias floated next to each other, completely unaware of what had happened. Naruto's clones had pulled the girls out of the bath forcefully. They were now situated in the remains of the living room, staring at the holes bored throughout the room and the bones hanging in the air. As the bones disappeared, both girls noticed that the Exorcists, Asia, and both of Issei's sleeping parents were also present and floating here. Rias couldn't believe that her house was in ruins. Issei's memory was in this house. What had that Naruto done? Her savior or not, this was unacceptable. She looked over at Revel, who was floating near her, only to see a completely scared look on her face. But the Phoenix girl had been washing her back as this happened, so she wouldn't know anything. Looking over at Asia, it was plain to see that she was likewise unaware of the events here. And the blue-net exorcist was just a little numb with shock. Looking at the other member of the holy faction, Rias finally found somebody who was aware of what happened. Of course it had to be Issei's childhood friend, yet another reminder of what she lost. But the girl was almost glowing, as if Naruto had done something that changed her very outlook on his person. Rias wanted to say something, but she found herself unable to form a proper question as to what had happened. She chose to hold off, if only to see who Naruto would address first. Irina had watched as Naruto saved her and her partner, time and again. When he'd rescued Asia, Revel, Rias, and Issei's parents in addition to Zenobia and herself. She could feel the buildup of holy power in his being. She had never before been sensitive to holy power, so the experience was amazing to her. She also felt a slight buildup of darkness energy in him. Much like the dark power she could now feel flowing freely off of Rias and Revel. She didn't know whether he was truly her lord after all because of that. But yet, his actions again show the ability to bypass the normal laws of reality. Who is this amazing man before me, who wants to make me his student? Irina watched him utterly entranced as he took a very familiar action. Naruto bowed his head, clasped his hand together, and began to pray. Vindicate me, O Log, and plead my case against an unforested nation, O deliver me from the deceitful and unjust woman. For thou art the log of my strength. Why dost thou cast me off thy branch? Why go I mourning because of the oppression of the enemy? O send out thy branch and thy leaf. Let them lead me, let them bring me unto thy holy hill, and to thy fertile soil. Then will I go unto the foot of thy log, unto log my exceeding joy. Yea, upon the leaves will I praise thee, O log my log. As Naruto finished his prayer, all three devils before him suddenly grasped their heads in pain. Zenobia immediately recognized it as divine retribution, as was always the case when devils stood in the presence of sacred prayer. However, there were two things wrong with what just happened. The pain a devil felt from the blessing of the Almighty was only ever attributed to him, never any lesser gods of other factions. This log may be a god, but greater than God. Girl, if you persist in not using my name, not even your blind faith in a dead God will save you from my wrath. That's right, Kaguya-sama said God was dead, so naturally. I can accept that greater gods exist, but the second issue with Naruto's act of prayer affecting the devils still remained. His prayer was imbued with both light and darkness powers. Therefore the devils technically shouldn't have been harmed. She had always been extremely sensitive to holy and demonic powers, something Griselda told her was commonplace for wielders of Durandal. How could the log truly bless people in such a way that it would be harmful to devils? Irina blinked as Naruto finished his bizarre statement. The way he spoke, Irina could feel his faith in what she assumed was his own lord. He did mention earlier something just like this, in the same manner as if a log was his deity. Gathering some courage, she asked, Naruto-kun, do you really follow a log as your one true god? You really aren't my lord. Contrary to what Naruto thought, she did come to the idea that he was the previous emotion. So now, especially with all the people who believed in emotion before him, he would guide them away from himself. The greatest blessing that Granny Rabbit, incarnation of the Shinju, had given the ninja world. The holy log. Irina, I am not God. Well, not your god. I myself follow the teachings of the holy log, as every shinobi from the village hidden in the leaves is raised. The log offers salvation from all harm and blessings of shelter and even food. There is no greater gift to my world than the log, even though Ino-chan would disagree with that, something about me being ninja Jesus or whatever. At his comment, the ground shook from some unknown power. Another more immediate, yet underlying effect was that Irina and Asia's eyes shone like stars. All of a sudden, they locked their complete attention on Naruto, all previous thoughts forgotten. Zenobia likewise zeroed in on the blonde young man after the mysterious earthquake coinciding with the declaration that someone considered him a savior. Rias and Revel were somewhat stricken. Naruto had declared that his god was a log of all things, but he was also assumed as a living deity to some. The boy was a contradiction, much as they already knew, but hearing such a statement and world around them reacting accordingly, such a thing was akin to biblical events and full-blooded devils were right to fear them. The front door was then thrust open as two females suddenly entered the ruins of the Hodo residence. One being dragged along by the hand of the other. Naruto took notice and formed the hand seal to dispel his sexy jutsu clone. The clone was being pulled along by the stray cat Kuroka, but Naruto found himself unable to dispel it. The black-haired catgirl then took notice of Naruto and let go of the clone, who promptly fell to the ground. She leapt on the blonde with enough force to knock him to the floor, leaving her sitting on top of the Uzumaki in front of everyone, circling her index finger over his chest. Neon tilde, alien-kun, you kept me waiting so long, she purred. Kuroka-chan needs her heavy petting and you are humbly requested to comply, my new master. I do hope you have the same magic fingers as your twin tilde. She glanced disinterestedly at the sexy jutsu clone, who was seated on the floor. Naruto, like Naruto before her, was unable to dispel. She looked around the room and saw the mess. Like the other occupants, she too found herself curious at just how he'd caused yet another warzone. Rias saw Kuroka and took notice of her words, in particular the comment of Kuroka becoming Naruto's servant through some manner. Kaneko is not going to like this. Rias needed to get answers now, before her rook learned that the stray cat was a servant of their blonde teacher. Unfortunately she didn't get the chance, as Naruto's female clone chose that moment to speak up. Boss, we have good news and bad news. First off, Granny Rabbit did something to me. Something about a freeform backup, and I'm apparently a clone that can appear at will. I'll give you the memories as soon as I figure out how to dispel myself. She also said something else, that she wasn't finished with me. She sighed, shaking her head and sending her blonde hair cascading in all directions. Anyway, Kiryu is a complete clusterfuck. She knew I was there, boss. She said she was a magician and Granny Rabbit confirmed it. We need to come by tomorrow to meet with her again, alone. I think we can salvage her to your benefit. Naruto suddenly noticed everyone was staring at her, Rias and Asia being the most intense. Naruto-sama, what does she mean Kiryu can benefit you? Asia asked abruptly. No, Asia, Naruto must answer me first. Rias interrupted Asia's questioning before Naruto could answer. What is the stray cat doing here and why does she think you are her master? If I deem your answer a threat to my people, my family, you will be marked accordingly by the Mao I serve. Although a magician hiding in her territory unknown to her was a boon she wouldn't let slip by. Especially since Asia was her friend. But still, this was the stray cat she was talking about. SS-ranked stray devil guilty of killing her former king. Kaniko's sister, who abandoned the girl after succumbing to the madness of Senjutsu. The only reincarnated devil to receive 2 bishops. Yes, Naruto was certainly more than powerful enough to subdue her, but to Rias, Kuroka was an enemy that couldn't be accepted as an ally. Not without an extremely good reason and more importantly, Kaniko's acceptance. Wait, Irina suddenly shouted, her voice filled with power the likes Xenovia had never heard before. A creak in the ceiling above preceded a piece falling out, intent on smashing down the Uzumaki. Damn it, Granny, Naruto yelled, pulling another substitution with Kuroka in tow. Oh, sorry, Naruto uttered, quickly removing his hand from her sizable mound. He tried to forget its softness and warmth, as it was distracting him right now. You rang, a mysterious voice asked from Naruto's nether regions. No, I didn't, Naruto suddenly yelled at his crotch. Naruto, stop playing out the Eki comedy routine and answer me. Right now, Rias screamed, her voice almost cracking in her anger. Naruto was beginning to get fed up. Conversations could only progress in a certain order and unfortunately for Rias, Irina had dibs. Enough, Rias, I'll answer your questions tomorrow, but only then. Kaniko, more than anyone, needs to hear those answers and nothing you do would be any threat, including taking this to the Mao. Saraphall would follow my request, as would your brother. I give you my word on my Nindo. No harm will come to anybody and you will get answers, tomorrow at school. I do need to ask one thing of you, however, we can no longer live with the Hodo family. This and become their life when they've already lost their son. Keep the property if you like, but please find them a home away from the supernatural. Rias, for the second time that evening, found herself fed up with being talked down to. She turned her naked body around and stormed away. Revel, come with me. I have work to do and I demand your assistance. Revel just sighed and glanced towards Naruto, who just nodded her away. Both knew that Rias was still being something of a spoiled princess. Revel understood Naruto needed to address that soon or her stubbornness would get a lot of people hurt, if not worse. Asia, can you stay here while I finish talking with Irina and Xenovia? He asked. This affects you just as much as them. Yes, Ninja Christ, I am very interested learning about my lord. Asia all but shouted, extremely happy about the subject of conversation. Asia, please, don't call me that. It's so overblown. I mean, I haven't even had the chance to bring people back from the dead yet, only dying people. So please. Naruto momentarily wondered how Guy-sensei was doing after his battle with Madara. That was one of those moments during the war when he'd felt he truly could reshape the world with his own hands. You know, without necessarily blowing something up. But still, events like that can change the very way people look at others. Before he could discuss the reason why he'd gathered the 3 of them, he noticed Irina moments from bursting in excitement. Sighing internally, he nodded to her, indicating that she could speak. Irina perked up, her eyes shining expectantly. Naruto-kun, you've prevented someone from dying with your power. Like, they would have died in any other condition. It was like the question was tantamount to everything she desired. He sighed. Rina-chan, I already told you, I am not God. Your god died in the Great War. Granny Rabbit can confirm that he died. I might have the power to resurrect the dead, but it's not to be used lightly. I can't control that specific power yet anyway. I do, however, serve a higher power, the log. I offer you 3 the privilege of serving her as well. At least until I feel myself worthy to become a god deserving of your faith. The log is ever present and all-powerful, as the Shinju would never have anything less. But just because the log is the Shinju's blessing, does not mean you should worship the Shinju itself. Granny Rabbit isn't exactly that nice. Naruto suddenly substituted from another all-killing ash bone appearing from nowhere. See what I mean? The log is not a false god, she is our salvation. I may be a savior, But even I need saved. He pointed dramatically at the assembled devotees. Irina, Zenobia, Asia, become disciples of the holy log. Spread word of her greatness. Even while serving the seraphim Michael. Through the log, we shall usher in an era of peace and understanding. Amen. A roar of belief came from the three girls. Certainly, they were expected, but there were also two other shouts that he had not accounted for. Blinking, Naruto looked around and saw both Naruto and Kuroka. The blonde boy was pleased, but somehow he got the feeling this was going to bite him in the ass. Despite this, he walked up the broken stairs to grab his possessions, since chances were high Rias would have a new building here in the morning. He needed to get all his things in order, since he wasn't sure if Rias trusted him completely yet. Granted, there was plenty of reasoning for that. They'd only just met a week ago and hadn't had time to really build trust or respect. The loss of her pawn, his subsequent arrival, and the beatdown he gave Riser's ass reshaped so many things in her arguably small world. With so many changes, the ingrained fears of all things Oli and various other surprises that popped up around him, it was well within her rights to be cautious. It was just another thing Naruto would have to work on, but one that required time. Gates of Heaven, 8:15 p.m. Azazel had been teleported by Harbin, the rabbit goddess, to the bottom of the Marianas Trench after their meeting with Yusaka in Kyoto. Everything that went down afterwards, like learning that Saraphall was no longer Malleviathan, was shocking. Her goals regarding the alien becoming father's replacement for emotion were still mostly unknown. And the true purpose of the Earth's ley lines. It was all too much. He'd have to break standard boundaries and come before his brother Michael. The rabbit goddess was dangerous and letting her roam freely would no doubt bring chaos not seen since before the Great War. But the Governor-General of the Grigori was certainly not expecting the gates of heaven to freely open on his arrival. He also wasn't expecting to be bathed in a welcomin' holy light not felt in the near 7,000 years since he fell. Angels ran to and fro like lost lambs. And why was his deliciously sexy sister Gabriel running to welcome him with open arms and tears of happiness? What the fuck happened in the last 45 minutes? His eyebrow twitched in consternation. Brother, when we felt the influx of power out of the Japanese ley lines leap from demonic control we were worried, but surely your arrival must be because you too felt his rebirth. Michael wasted no time in getting down to business. How like him. We're trying to locate him, but can only confirm the location is somewhere in Japan. Between this and the re-emergence of the Longinus boosted gear this afternoon, heaven is up in arms in joy. We wanted to know your thoughts on how the infinite has been birthed. Also, we're concerned why we can't feel his presence anymore. All of heaven felt Father's power and for the first time in centuries a new sense of hope has taken hold. Azazel awked to his brother Michael like he just lost his fucking marbles. Emotion had been reincarnated already. Impossible. The prophecy had clearly stated that it wouldn't happen until all five had gathered. Waste not a day upon return of the void. For war dawns on illusions fall. In the twilight of disorder, await the reunion of the five. Based on everything Azazel had gleaned from literal interpretation, there was no way emotion could have reincarnated yet. Basically the world had to turn to shit first. And he certainly would like to know how things lead to that. But Kaguya was back in his Grigori. Were heading towards civil war of their own, which could almost certainly spill into the other factions. Thanks to the aliens' very public and very powerful entrance to this world, terrorist actions were likely to bring the events involving Great Red and Trihexa sooner rather than later. But what had happened that resulted in emotion's so-called rebirth? For the moment it had to be directly related to Kaguya taking the ley line's power for Naruto Uzumaki. He must have called upon that power for a small moment, with no realization or conscious intent. But what could have caused such an action? What were the actual results? Did the boy even fully awaken as an infinite? Azazel could tell from the holy light inside heaven that a change had happened. His simple presence as a fallen could never have happened otherwise, even with the imbalance of holy and demonic power in God's absence. The new emotion obviously held different ideals on the nature of light and dark. Could that lead the why for fallen to return to their homeland? Brother. Gabriel looked up to Azazel, her eyes seeing his confusion and far-off inquisitive look. She looked over at Michael, who grew increasingly concerned. Ed himself as he regarded their oldest estranged brother. Azazel, he began cautiously, would you please come with us and tell us what's bothering you? I can tell from your eyes that something recent happened. Isn't this the joyous occasion we thought you were coming for? His tone sounded as if already prepared for the worst. Brother, you don't know how right you are, Azazel muttered, partly to himself. He set off, walking through heaven's gates and wished things were different. Damn that woman, it's like a bomb dropping with her action. And how'd I even begin to bring up the Chaos Brigade? The mood set by the reinvigorated holy light soured. He wasn't able to enjoy the privilege of being in his former home. Nor the feeling that it wanted him to return. Rooftop of Kuo Town, 10 p.m. Kokabeel stood perched on a hillside rooftop looking over Kuo. That feeling of father's power from earlier this evening, he knew it was impossible, his father couldn't be alive. However he knew enough of the infinite to know that an emotion had awakened, even if only for the barest of moments. Such a thing could pose harm to my plans. However, if he hasn't fully awakened in his power as infinite, I could kill him. Regardless, the fallen was not going to stop his plans. In fact, emotion's death and rebirth were at the very heart of this crusade. Kokabeel had been there when God had died. Azazel pulling him back from his own rightful death on the battlefield. When it was clear the world had no replacement for their father, Michael took on the role of God, so easily it sickened him. Any angels, fallen or not, were fully aware that even the combined power of all the seraphim put together wasn't enough to control the flow of miracles. The world had continued to turn, yes, but the cost was plain to see. The line between light and darkness was skewed. The hearts of men were flooded with hatred and actual miracles had all but ceased to be. Though, with no infinite controlling the system of miracles. This is no surprise. It's only taken 1,000 years for somebody to gather the balls to take advantage of this weakness, Kokabeel thought, his reminiscing leading to his current plan. Angels were now a very real endangered species with no means to reproduce and more falling by the day. Devils may not act as the dark beings of lore, but they still preyed on mankind to stave off their own extinction. Demons were reproducing with vigor after the genocides they'd suffered, both in the Great War and during the Devil's Civil War. Even the pantheons of old could be seen adding a slight uptick in faith just from the very absence of emotion. It was sickening. More and more, Kokabeel wanted to test the phrase, when there is no more room in hell, the dead shall walk the earth. Azazel's recent musings, though, were the straw that broke the camel's back. Peace, not just with their brothers and sisters in heaven, but with devils, demons, and the lesser factions too. No more. The stage was set and Kokabeel needed to act. The Grigori will burn. The devils will burn. The world itself will burn. And Kuo is the key, he thought. A grim sneer covered his face. Kuo as near enough to the ley lines that the conflict to come would cause global repercussions to the system of miracles. But, knocking off to the Mao's siblings and pinning the blame on the angels. It was brilliant. Even better. The boosted gear was removed from existence by the alien. The alien that was now clearly the future emotion. If he's capable of that, then he has the power to make my plan come to fruition, Valpyr Galilei or not. All I need is the proper motivation. Kokabeel, I've located the Exorcists wielding the 2 remaining Excaliburs. They've made themselves guests of Rias Grimori and Mina Shots, Naruto. I suggest we hold off on acting for the time being. Kokabeel smiled at the sudden female voice. She was probably the greatest gift to have fallen into his lap. He held back a snort at the bad pun. Before he could acknowledge her, however, a male voice cut in. Really, boss, why do we gotta listen to this cunt? Just lemme fuck her brains to paste and give me that gear she has. I'll make the world a whole new place. Den eines Gewaltsamen Toad Streben. The female yelled in her native tongue, her voice compelling the male into moving without thinking. As Fried started walking towards the building's edge, Kokabeel barked out, Angelica, stop this instant. Fried is too important in the plan for you to use as a plaything. Humans that can wield holy swords are rare. But what I plan to do needs his vile heart as the harness. Angelica looked at Fried, then at Kokabeel before releasing him from her grasp. Angelica merely smiled. That child would always only be a plaything to her. If he thought he could fuck a half-succubus and live to tell the tale, he likely had some kind of brain damage. 100+ years of tricks was 90 years more than she would Veer need to make this human fall to his knees, begging her to let him die. Freed. Find some other whore to empty yourself with, Kokabeel snapped unconcernedly. I don't care if the Twilight Healing Girl was taken from you. The angelic purifier would kill you before you even had the chance to touch her. Now, why does she believe I should hold off? The Grigori leader looked over to the female in question, eyebrow raised in curiosity. Kokabeel, you say the sweetest things, sighed Angelica with faux wistfulness. You felt my Naruto-kun. You know he's not fully awakened. But things have changed. Boosted gear still exists. In one of the Exorcists now. He won't let her out of his sight, on that you can take my word. Kokabeel rolled his eyes as the girl continued. Well, I know my word isn't trustworthy. But my own goals coincide with yours here. She is the one, the holder of Excalibur Mimic. But we must wait, because the play has only reached intermission. But, sending Freed out to play with the devils is certainly a good idea. And if we can snag a bunny or two as the final pieces come to stage, then you can certainly have your, just as planned, moment. Besides that, Valpier might be interested in knowing that one of his own toys is present here, Angelica finished, hoping that the night in Rias Grimori's peerage might attract further interest given their plans. Oh, well, his pawns have no meaning to me. But boosted gear in the Exorcist's hands does bear some concern. I gather you have a plan to get the Excalibur she wields then. Angelica put a hand to her chin, looking thoughtful as she relayed her plan. No, my idea is go after the Excalibur that the other Exorcist wields. Granted, the Excalibur Mimic will be our last target now because of this. However, taking the re-destructive force of Excalibur destruction into the plan first was my intention. It didn't mean she had to inform him of everything though. She will more than be fit for battle with Durandal in her hands. Oh, Naruto, how did you find all these amazing playthings? You truly are the man I've been waiting for my long life. Soon, we'll be together at long last. You intend to take Excalibur destruction into the fold first. Intriguing. Do as you will. Freed, go play, but try to keep a low profile. Toy with the devils, but don't let them know you're the one doing it. The last thing I need is Urzex and Saraphall getting wise to us before the time is right. Now, leave me. With his order delivered, he returned to once more gazing into the night. Chapter End. And that people, as all she wrote. Wait, who is she? First off, translations for Angelica's comments in the last scene. Meine Schatz is German for my treasure. Den eines gewaltsamen Todstreben is German for die a violent death. Now then, first off, very big thanks to my old, but still current beta Soul Embrace 2010, and also great thanks to North-South Gorham for his work on this chapter as my new beta. Honestly, the guy is a slave driver, but man, the final draft looks so much better in my dialogue. NS. You're damn right I am. Thanks nonetheless, Soul. This was a chore and mind-boggling, but fun. And I love it all except a certain piece of wood. WTF. Blasphemer. Soul hates the greatest gift to DXD. Bless the log, for Third Fang came up with fantastic comedy that fits so well with canon Naruto. NS. Even if the rest of his stuff is questionably so. Opinions. But anyway, I'm terribly, terribly sorry for the long delay. Life has not been kind to this guy. I have no computer, but managed to work this out through a loaner from my brother. So I can continue updating to some extent, because as this chapter shows, my plans are still as insane as ever. But, hey, this chapter also coincides with the recent announcement of the DXD anime Season 4. Of course, I am moving on to my next arc with this chapter. Yes, holy swords are now a factor. My OC, Angelica Reiniger, has now debuted. She is a complicated piece of work, this is to be certain. I hope I described her sacred gear in a good manner, as she was meant on every level to become Naruto's antithesis. And yes, I understand I was vague on her looks and most of her backstory, but I had a reason. Give me time, is all I ask. Beyond that, I'd like you all to make up your own thoughts on her. Events of this chapter, like my first solo, Fight scene, if you can call what happened in Issei's house a fight. And more in a review, if only so I know what I did wrong and where I can improve further. My next update shall be delayed slightly as I go back to work with on his FF13 Naruto crossover after the cliffy we had last time. Thanks for reading and keep being awesome. CH release. October 24, 16. God is emotional, but emotion is life. Tipping the scales. Rixexel. L. Strife does not own royalties to High School DxD, nor does he hold any for Naruto. These royalties make Ikie Ishibumi, Miyama Zero and Masashi Kishimoto respectively billions in whatever currency you want to call. Rixel Strife does own his new computer and his OC, both of which make Rixel Strife happy camper. 4. Now anyway. Chapter 5. God is emotional, but emotion is life. Kuo Academy, 10:45 a.m. It was the following morning that Naruto stood in the gym waiting for his class to begin. He was now officially moved out of the former Hodo residence, at least until Rias found them a new home. In all the excitement which found Asia, Irina, and Zenobia becoming disciples of the Holy Log, Issei's parents were put in grave danger. Danger they should not have to be a part of after their son tragically lost his life. Knowing Rias, though, she was likely to keep the property for herself and move the elders away rather than find herself a new home. With everything that had happened the previous night, the shinobi found himself wondering about where Granny Rabbit had disappeared to. She hadn't come back after the destruction of the house and he wanted answers about his clone's new situation. Naruto had told him how Kaguya had said she would leave from time to time, something that bothered him. The reason for that was because of her past ambitions in the elemental nations. He didn't really know the woman all that well, despite agreeing to come with her. But there wasn't anybody he knew that was strong enough to stop her if needed. Speaking of said clone, he glanced at the girl newly enrolled at Kuo Academy. Thanks to yet another favor from Rias. Given his idea of making an identity to use as a cover and the clone now a separate being, sending her to school was the only viable solution. In the meantime, he was still unaccustomed to the fact that she claimed to still get all his clone's memories, without him receiving any from hers. In fact, all her shadow clones were now sexy jutsu clones. She truly was her own being now, just as Kaguya had claimed. This was something they'd learned when sparring last night, after he finished packing his belongings. He was trying to help Naruto learn to dispel herself. According to what Kaguya said was possible, having a clone, no, a partner, that could appear at will would be invaluable if Naruto ever got himself in real trouble. Not to mention having a shinobi of his caliber to spar with that wasn't just a clone would help his training immensely. It was actually better than any sparring with his clones he had ever had. Aruko knew how he thought and she had the exact same moveset, but she somehow fought in an entirely different manner. She preferred to fight without liberal use of chakra, using her prowess with taijutsu and innate flexibility. Instead of yelling out with her attacks, she moved silently, sneaking up on him and making rely on his empathic ability to detect her advances. In all honesty, she fought more like a shinobi of this world's past. Something he read in Saraphall's library rather than one who came from the elemental nations. As Naruto mused, he became blissfully unaware that he had students looking at him. Sensei, Uzumaki-sensei. A soft-spoken male's voice came from behind him. Naruto turned around and noticed one of Rias's peerage members talking to him. The boy was a blonde, whose hair was a lighter shade than his own. Currently dressed in the school's gym clothes, the boy was eyeing him with concern. Despite this, he carried himself with pride and was well trained in regards to possible threats. If his look was anything to go by. Naruto, I don't like the look of this child, Kurama suddenly spoke up. He has a darkness deep inside, waiting to burn. Keep an eye on him. Yes, Kiba-kun, was it? Naruto spoke up. Concern over Kurama's warning kept hidden from his face. Can I do something for you? No sensei, I was just wondering what you wanted to do for class today. I know it hasn't started yet, but as the new gym teacher I was wondering what you wanted to do. Our previous teacher was very hands-off, often giving instruction to find a sport and play. He never really paid attention to us at all. Naruto looked at the boy as more and more students came into the gym. Looking up to the clock, Naruto noticed 2 more minutes until the bell. That was going to change tomorrow. Naruto-chan. A female's voice suddenly overtook the hubbub of noise and an echo formed in the gym as a result. Naruto immediately took notice of Kiryu approaching his clone, as she was one of the few in his class that knew the girl. However, unlike yesterday's class, she was without her glasses, likely to avoid them being broken again. She was also holding a red ball. Naruto looked back veer to Kiba and then once more to Kiryu, when a grin overtook his visage. Class. Hello, little boys and girls. Pay attention. Naruto barked, attempting to mimic Iruka's big head jutsu. Sadly, he failed, much to his chagrin. But the class did quiet down and look to him, just in time for the bell to ring. Now, as we spent most of yesterday getting to know each other, how about we start some physical education? Kiryu here has been so kind to bring a ball, so what do you say to playing one of my favorite games? Naruto raised his voice, excitement evident in his tone. Dodgeball. Now granted, my sensei, the late great pervy sage, taught me how to play dodgeball with stones. However, Japanese law strictly prohibits me from bruising my students, so we can't use stones. As Naruto spoke, he looked at the increasingly concerned class. Looking over to Kiba, he suddenly gained a fierce grin. Kiba shuddered uncontrollably. His instincts screamed for him to run, reinforced by his memory of the young man's battle with Riser. The blonde student wanted no part of anything to do with that. Fun. Who plays dodgeball with stones anyway? Naruto looked over to the girl, who had been watching him throughout his speech. Kiryu, he barked, bring me your ball and we'll start making teams. Asia looked to her friend and almost shouted to Kiryu, hurry, Ninja Jesus has commanded it. You must answer the will of the holy log. Kiryu-chan. Naruto looked at the nun. Kurama chimed in, bless her hearts. Not now, Kurama. And I swear to log, if you're perving on Hinata again I'll string you up by the tails and let Matabi out on you. Don't toy with me, Naruto-kun. I have a sexy kitty that I can sick on you too. Matabi joined in. Naruto cut the connection at that. Kuroka is a demanding girl. But aren't cats supposed to be independent or something? The blonde now noticed the blank stares from his students. Addressing that infernal blonde, Asia, we're gonna talk after class. Okay. Yes, Ninja Jesus. Asia shouted to him. Kiryu walked up at that point to give the ball to Naruto when a door on the far side of the gym opened and the school's headmaster walked in. The Tiak. Her noticed he was flanked by 2 familiar faces. The class began to buzz, as co-ed gym class was already something new for Kuo Academy. But bringing in these 2 perverts into his class was something Naruto was not looking forward to. Okay class, quiet down. Headmaster, what brings you to my humble torture chamber? I trust you are bringing me more victims by the looks of glee on these boys, Naruto asked the school's faculty leader. Surprised that he would personally escort students to class. Especially when said students weren't new transfers. Nothing of the sort, my boy, I'm just interested in your teaching ability. You came into this school with a glowing recommendation. Supposedly in your ability to push physical boundaries of those around you, I merely found myself interested in your techniques. Good physical education teachers are hard to come by, as I'm sure you know. These boys, however, were more interested in sneaking into the girls' locker room as I was coming here, so I thought you might motivate them. Naruto looked at the perverts and a smirk appeared on his face. This smirk was caught by all the students, but only Kiba knew what that look truly entailed. That was a look of impending doom to any it was focused on. Whatever happened in this class was something those boys would never forget. Meanwhile, Kiryu was standing next to Naruto with a grin of her own. As the one who suggested that the boys sneak into the girls' locker room and hide in a locker. She had intended to make a show for them with their favorite girls, Murayama and Katase, both of whom she intended to take for her own budding harem. Their being caught, however, may provide some better entertainment than the beating the girls alone would give them. Any reason to see more of Naruto-sensei in his element was most certainly a welcome experience to her. The girls Kiryu was thinking about were having to be forcibly restrained from mauling Motohama and Matsuda. This action garnered more fear from the perverts than Naruto did. The boys knew righteous feminine fury firsthand. Naruto-sensei was a wildcard they had no experience with, and thus any fear of his actions couldn't be that bad. While Naruto was busy looking at the boys, he was actually having a chat with his tenants on the proper way to deal with these perverts. Chome had the good idea of public humiliation during class, by making them play through the dodgeball game in their skivvies. However, Naruto thought that wasn't enough, and most of the Bijuu agreed with him. Shukaku had an idea to make the perverts play alone against everyone in the class. But that was dismissed immediately as being too easy on them. Son Goku offered up the idea of the perverts should play blindfolded and continue to play even after they were legally knocked out of the game. Perverts were a plague, and Naruto needed to make them suffer. Kurama had been suspiciously quiet throughout before he chimed in at the end. Naruto looked back over Hi's class and noticed Kiba's look of dread. It was good to know that at least one student could tell when he was serious. Looking over to Kiryu, he noticed the all-knowing grin on her face an instant. Ly figured that she was involved with their plight. She was getting more interesting with every look. Meanwhile, the girls of the class all seemed to be ready for some righteous fury, and the headmaster seemed to waiting on his decision for what to do with the boys. Okay class, this is how it's going to be. I'm going to pick your teams. After which, these two perverts, who will be on the same team, will get in their boxers and be blindfolded. They will play the game throughout even if they're eliminated, as they need to learn boys don't go in the girls' locker room. After the game, the winning team gets a treat and the losing team gets to see what happens when you break my rules. He then looked over to the perverts, and they could have sworn his eyes changed to have slits instead of normal iris. Please Uzumaki-sensei, we're sorry, we didn't mean to be caught. We just wanted a view of that sweet booty, Motohama screeched out, his glasses glinting at the mention of the females behind while he looked directly at Kataise. Matsuda followed up in perfect sync, putting the metaphorical nail on their coffin as he all but yelled to the heavens, exactly. Uzumaki-sensei, you can't punish us for wanting to see that which drives every red-blooded male walking the earth. Oppai calls us forth, beckoning us ever forward. Whether itty-bitty in size or hiding. Pepperoni nips on monstrous bazongas, Oppai is life. Don't hold us responsible, hold society at fault for hiding such a glorious treat away from all of us. As he finished his tirade, he looked at Murayama and winked. This outburst from the perverted duo once again lit a fire in the eyes of every female present, but most of all the two girls that they acknowledged directly in their sight. Let me at them, Uzumaki-sensei, I need to remove filth like them from this world at once. Murayama said, her pink hair no longer being held back by a hairband as she was held this time by Kataise. Now hold on, we can get something better if we win the game, right sensei? Kataise asked, calming her friend down a little. Naruto looked to the two girls, appraising their natures based from their actions. Kataise held an unrestrained force behind her words, as if an unmovable rock waiting to crush all that came her way. She was totally an earth nature, assuming chakra natures applied in this world. But Murayama, that wild desire to rush into action. Naruto was almost positive the girl was wind. Maybe it might be worth looking into their potential ability to train in chakra in the future. As Naruto then picked the teams, Kiba wa tched on and was thankful he ended up on the same team as the two females most aggravated by the perverts, Murayama and Kataise. He was also surprised when Naruto put Kiryu, Asia, and Naruko on the same team with him. Honestly, Naruto looked to have purposely stacked his team with those most physically able or just those who had something that only he saw. If Rias Knight felt any pity towards the perverts to begin with, it would most certainly have been now. But he was far too pleased that Uzumaki-sensei wasn't taking an interest in him yet. Holding the ball Kiryu gave him, Naruto noticed the name Baylor Dodgeball printed on it. Okay, well, if Kiryu gave it to him there was most certainly some trick that it held. The girl was a magician supposedly, so anything less at this school would be playful banter. Turning his attention back to the class, he said, now we have our ball, we have our teams, so it's time to play tilde. With that he chucked the ball into the play area to start the game. Naruto and the headmaster looked on as the game began, which opened with Murayama catching the ball. The girl found Matsuda out in the crowd of students, wandering aimlessly due in part to his blindfold. Target located. The girl flung the ball with all her might as she cleanly scored a hit on his most holy of holies. Arg! Matsuda screamed out. The boy dropped to his knees, holding his crotch. ND was left completely unaware of what happened around him. My twig and berries. Kiba was watching as the ball impacted the pervert and proceeded to duplicate. As the ball split into two, Kiba found one heading his way which he promptly caught. The other ball was heading directly at the head of Motohama with a lessened force than that Matsuda received. The second ball struck true, knocking Moto-ama right down to the floor as it too split into two more balls, which then started striking at students indiscriminately. The balls doubled each time one struck, and stayed as one when caught. Naruto watched this and looked at Kiryu, who was expecting this action. Meanwhile, the headmaster spoke up. I knew you were aware of the supernatural after speaking with Searsex, but using magic in school. Don't you think it's a bit much, Naruto-kun? Trust me, sir, this is completely unexpected to me, but honestly I'm going to roll with it. This right now is me getting a handle on just who might be supernaturally inclined, and also punishing those perverts. Rias or Sona can always do that thing they do. You know, that one thing that alters people's memories if things go too far. I don't like stealing memories. But I can only change things so much, you know. On the other hand, I like that ball and Kiryu's not getting it back. I may not be able to use rocks or blades like I want, but that is going to teach my kids to dodge. Naruto's shout at the end unfortunately cost a girl her concentration, as yet another duplicate dodgeball bounced off the wall and hit her shoulder. This then destroyed her clothing as the ball left her uniform in shreds, somehow. Naruto couldn't quite explain it as it only happened to the females in his class. And yet, as they ended up with more and more skin showing, they seemed to grow in power and ability. But there were humans among the supernatural kids, so how were they gaining also power, specifically magical power? It certainly wasn't coming from the ball itself. Naruto and the headmaster watched as ball duplicated once more after hitting the female and both balls ended up hitting the perverts in less than appealing locations. This was Folo, led up by a massive hit streak which finally ended with roughly 5 remaining besides the perverts. As the game went on, and the number of balls filling the gym grew larger and larger, Naruto winced as Asia ended up getting smacked right in the chest, completely blowing her clothing away with the force of the hit. Kiryu was using magic to avoid everything that came her way, almost as if she had a Harrington to predict where the balls were coming from. Katase was struck by 2 balls coming from different directions. A piece of cloth was all that remained to cover her modesty, and she had a dazed look on her face as Asia helped her to the sidelines. The game was coming to a close as the only remaining players were Naruto, Kiba, Kiryu, and Murayama on one side. Across from them, blonde girl Natalia was the only remaining member of the opposing team. This was in spite of the fact that she was using Motohama and Matsuda as walls to help her avoid the inevitable. However, the numbers just weren't on her side, as the ball itself had numbers now in the hundreds and her opponents were taking advantage. The game finally ended as Naruto herself took a ball from the floor at random and as Kiba and Murayama both launched attacks against their opponent. Kiba's throw was evaded as Natalia kicked Motohama in his ass, pushing him directly into what would have been the final blow. The ball hit the boy on his right shin, accelerating his expedient fall from Natalia's kick. He howled in pain at the hit before hitting the ground face first. Meanwhile, Matsuda was grabbed and held by Natalia, long enough for the ball to hit him square in the stomach. Naruto saw her chance as Matsuda bent forward in pain at yet another blow. Naruto's throw was true, as it impacted the girl in her shoulder, blowing off half her shirt, but leaving her modesty intact unlike a vast majority of the other females in the class. The ball in question rebounded directly to Naruto. The clone caught it easily with one hand and was taken by surprise as the duplicate suddenly flowed as if water, moving into the one she held. It really was a moment where it looked as if someone took a drawing flipbook as duplicate balls surged back to the original. And that's game. Stop and head to the showers, I'll explain the winner's prize afterwards. Naruto said as he turned back to the headmaster before addressing him directly. Well, any concerns? I know this is only one class, but I hope the general idea of my ability might have been shown off. Oh yes my boy, you've certainly shown your worth. I just hope this school can weather the storm that Searsx unleashed here. The headmaster laughed uproariously as he walked away. If you don't mind, I'll be on my way. Just do me a favor and try not to kill those two perverts. The events of the class seemed to have left him quite amused. By the way sir, don't you think there's a problem with this school's female uniforms? The girls' gym clothes and dress uniforms. They all seem to fall apart at the slightest touch, Naruto said, bewilderment evident in his comment. As there, now, I know Saraphall made sure to have the finest tailor of the underworld design and ship them to everyone. Free of charge. It must be your imagination. Saraphall, that explains a lot. Have a good day sir. As he said this, students began to line up waiting further instruction regarding his prize. Naruto waited a few more minutes as the rest of the class lined up. Once everyone gathered, Kataise raised her hand, likely to ask what was next. Yes, what is it? Sensei, you said a prize awaited the winning team and since Naruto-chan scored the final hit, we were curious what you had in mind. Naruto perked up at the prize, her prankster nature got the best of her in just what the boss planned to do with the perverts. She looked over to Kataise and smiled, taking the orders the boss gave her to blend in as a student as a chance to have fun like an actual civilian. Yeah, your prize. Now be aware, this is a one-time thing. If some people don't shape up, Naruto glanced meaningfully over at the bruised perverted boys, then this will look tame. I don't like perverts who don't have respect for women. Women give us everything, from life and love, to fear and jealousy. Stop peeking on them, or I might get angry. The boys in question shook their heads with fervor in compliance, knowing that they needed to do something different if they wanted to get off as they normally did. Okay, now then, boys. Naruto clapped his hands together as he looked at the class, you're not done yet. So get naked and join us outside in the quad. We are only just beginning public humiliation 101. The grin on his face was downright terrifying to his students, a far cry from the boring teachers they normally had. Those who had no prior experience with him outside of school were the most stricken, as the class had been much more physical than they expected. He perverted duo started yelling in anger, obviously upset that their lives weren't going back to normal anytime soon. Naruto took it upon herself to help the boys out, mainly because she was interested in what the boss was going to do. That grin represented a prank waiting to happen, possibly something that he couldn't have done before for some reason, so she was curious at the outcome. She was quite pleased when Kataise also stepped forward to help in the plans to come. Kuo Academy Student Council, 11:50 a.m. Sona Citri, better known on campus as Sauna Shitori, was getting things ready for the impending lunch rush. She had most of her student council busy with some odds and ends, but mostly it had been a very easy day. In fact, most every day had been an easy day for her since the passing of Rias's former pawn, Issei Hodo. It was an odd feeling to be certain that one person could unknowingly be the cause of so many happenings. It was at this moment that Sona noticed two things that would change her day. One was the entire second-year gym class, led by the alien himself, out on the courtyard. This was unusual in itself, as he should be preparing to let out class in 5 more minutes. But he appeared to be doing nothing of the sort. The second was the feeling of exorcists nearby, causing the young devil some unease at the sudden intrusion in her territory. Before she could do anything in regards to the exorcists, the alien did something that shocked her. She rushed outside, suddenly cursing her luck. The only easy day was yesterday. Kuo Academy Courtyard, 11:55. Irina, I don't think we should be here yet. Lord Naruto said he would take us to the Grimoire Heiress after he was done with school, cautioned Zenobia Quarta, and she wasn't the only devil in this area. So don't you think we're overstepping our boundaries just a little? She was trying her best to rein in her partner's exuberance. Ever since Irina had met Naruto, but especially after taking their newly adopted savior, she had been almost fanatical about him. The brunette herself was still having trouble understanding just how easily she accepted that God was dead. At how easily this alien could swoop into her life and offer up a new higher power, one that she witnessed its power before her own eyes, even if she didn't quite understand how it did the saving. Her hands clasped together with a smooth motion. Forgive me, O Log. For I have sinned. Zenobia offered up a quick, but silent prayer, in hopes of not being struck down. Irina immediately copied her. Nonsense. Naruto will be happy to see us. Can't you feel it? He's pleased for some reason, like he's doing one of his favorite things in all the land. Irina chirped, he's just over this way, so hurry up. Zenobia. She rushed further into the schoolyard, completely ignorant of any rules that may prevent their entry. The more level-headed Exorcist couldn't understand just how Irina could feel that Naruto was pleased, but she did. Feel the unique power buildup that could have only been him. Shaking her head at her partner's carefree attitude, Zenobia followed after her, only to stop when she saw Irina standing before her, looking at Naruto and many students. Okay, class, put those goofballs down here, I need to set up things real quick. Naruto said as he stamped his foot on the ground and two wooden poles sprang up from the grass. The students watching this action gaped, obviously in awe at the action that came from nowhere. Uzumaki-sensei must be a magician. No, that can't be it, he must be working with some CG effects. I can't believe you would think something like that, you idiot. CG only works on TV and in the movies. He must have set up some stage props before class. Naruto just grinned at his students' commentary. Obviously they were the less supernaturally inclined of his class, trying to justify his chakra use as some tangible action that would make sense. Don't be silly, Ninja Jesus would never use stage props. Isn't that right, Ninja Jesus? Asia said suddenly, prompting the students to look at her like she'd grown a second head. Naruto just sighed as he felt someone who shouldn't be at the school yet. Naruto-kun tilde. You look magnificent as you call upon the holy log. Is there anything your beautiful, self-proclaimed servant Shido Irina can do to help your glorious mood? Irina shouted out to Naruto. But unfortunately to him, she was clearly heard by the class, having stood across the yard some ways. She then began running up to Naruto himself, ignoring everyone around her in a single-minded focus to get to the blonde. Hiba looked over at the girl who shouted and was immediately on edge. He could feel the power of a holy sword radiating off the girl and her blue-haired companion. Just looking at these girls, the knight wanted to call upon his sword birth. His goal was before him, and he couldn't do anything with all these innocents here. But what was Uzumaki's connection to these girls? If he was colluding with the church? Kurama spoke up within Naruto's mindscape. Naruto, that boy's anger is growing at seeing the boosted gear girl. You may need to nip this in the bud before. Rihi goes Uchiha. The Bijuu wasn't aware that Naruto didn't bother pay any attention to him, however. The blonde was just staring at Irina, his jaw hanging open. Unlike her partner Zenobia, who was till in her battle outfit that he met them in, Irina had changed her attire. She now wore a white dress, with open shoulders and back, adorned with red ribbons tied in bows at her neck and to the left side of her waist. The skirt was short, going down to her upper thigh at most, but it seemed to have 2 layers, or at least the appearance, judging by the frills. She now wore knee-high boots all red in color, with white thigh-high stockings that ended just shy of the dress itself, leaving a bit of skin exposed. Just short of the stockings' peak, red ribbons were tied onto the stockings, which matched quite well with her arms. On her arms she wore loose sleeves, independent of the dress itself but clearly the same design. The sleeves were pure white, but held red inlays at either end, just above frills. The sleeves themselves were loose as they came to her hands, allowing hidden mechanisms or the boosted gear gauntlet to form on her right hand without damaging the cloth. Above the sleeve on her left arm, Excalibur Mimic was in its own resting state, now a red ribbon rather than the previous white it was just yesterday. It was clearly of a different design than the dress itself, making it stand out far more to the trained eye. To add a finishing touch, the girl's twintails were now held in place by strange red clips that peeked out a bit that looked somewhat like ears to Naruto. Gee, gorgeous, the teacher stated just above a whisper, enough for Irina herself to notice that he did say something as she came up to him, but not enough to know what was said. Did you say something, my lord? Irina inquired, tilting her head to the side ever so slightly as she asked, which was enough to send the perverted duo into spasms. Why does our teacher get to have this piece of ass worship him like some almighty god? She should be worshipping these nuts right here. Matsuda yelled out. At the pervert's shout, some of the girls grew frustrated at his continued disrespect. Naruto noticed that the two most offended were Katase and Murayama. Their desire to bum-rush the boys and beat them to a bloody pulp again took over all rational thought. Or did it? He never could tell with girls. 875989. Praise the Lord. That girl is right behind Akano and Rias. The third largest in this school, Motohama yelled out in shock. He turned his attention to Matsuda. Dude, we gotta get into that girl before this school corrupts her. The boy was oblivious to the attention his statement garnered from their sensei. Naruto-kun, why'd I suddenly feel as if I was violated? Irina asked. So CUSED on Naruto that she didn't even realize that she was now under scrutiny by the entire class. Ah, never mind that, Irina-chan, I'm just finishing my class right now. Excuse me for just a moment, Naruto said, walking over to the children. It was one thing to talk of others, but he had taken a shine to Irina. Those boys pushed the wrong button. Holding his right hand above his head, he backhanded both the perverts in a single motion. The perverts welcomed the blissful, pain-free realm of unconsciousness for the umpteenth time today. Naruto wasn't counting, but they earned that blow in his eyes. Naruto-chan, please tie these boys up to the poles, Genin test style please. Naruto did as she was told, gaining a smirk of understanding. The perverts' school uniforms were ripped off through the subtle use of wind chakra, which caught her classmates by surprise. Naruto herself felt a twinge of understanding to the plight of all the girls in the class, since they had taken leers at her as well. Down to their underwear once again, Naruto encouraged Kiba to help with a look in the tying the boys to the post. As she did this, the blonde clone couldn't help but wonder what Irina was doing here. When the boss said he would help them after school, Kiba wasn't in any place to refuse the subtle order that the blonde girl gave him. She had a magical signature that was very similar to the alien himself, and Rias told him to follow any orders he gave. So, with a sigh, the sword birth wielder grabbed the unconscious body of Matsuda and alongside Naruto, tied the boy to the wooden post. Naruto wasn't alone in her musing. Kiryu herself was feeling somewhat exposed. She was supposed to be in hiding, but Naruto's presence seemed to be dragging all the factions into Kuo. What else could she expect? He was supposed to be an infinite, after all. Still, at this rate even my old teacher might show up. She can't learn that I'm here, or else the Golden Dawn massacre will be the smallest of the sins on my mind. Naruto took Irina by the arm as he pulled the exorcists away from the class to speak with them. As he did, a spike in negative emotions began emanating from Kiryu. This was the first time that the carefree girl had experienced a negative emotion in his presence. Was it because of the church presence that Irina and Zenobia represented? Kiba he could understand, the guy was a devil and obviously had something up with the church, but Kiryu? Oh well, he could get answers from her tonight. Irina, noticing that his attention had drifted, grabbed his arm, which promptly disappeared in the valley of her cleavage. She beckoned him for guidance. Naruto, did you need anything? I would offer my life to you as my Lord and God, a devout follower of the holy log. Please, say the word and I'll make it happen. Naruto groaned. This girl was obviously taking her role too far. She was completely substituting himself for her biblical god rather than pushing her faith onto the log like he wanted. He wasn't ready for that, but she didn't want to accept the holy log quite as easily as Asia and Zenobia seemed to be. Or maybe it was because she couldn't. Damn it, he needed to talk to Granny Rabbit about this shit. Naruto barely finished his thought when suddenly a horse flew through the sky, barreling towards him and Irina. He grabbed the girl and jumped out of the way, narrowly. Why avoiding the animal as it soared into the forest behind them? It unexpectedly blew up in an explosion that would give his sage art, Uden Rasenshuriken, a run for its money. What the fuck was that, Uzumaki-sensei? Sona Citri suddenly came running up to him as he was lying on top of Irina. First you're using magic in front of humans, now horses are flying through the air, destroying school property. You will be held responsible, I can assure you of that. And why are those perverts tied up to posts during lunchtime? Naruto regarded Saraphall's sister with pity. She looked about to pop a blood vessel or something. She was roughly his age, but she didn't seem to have any fun in her life, taking everything with a serious, life-or-death mindset. It bothered him that Sona wasn't willing to cut loose even a little. She may be a devil, but she needed to loosen up, and learn when to use that pent-up energy before she gets herself or someone else hurt. Irina meanwhile groaned out underneath him, "Oh Naruto-kun. You're moving too fast. We only just met and you're trying to take me as yours. My memories of Issei-kun are still fresh, but I would give my everything, oh Lord. Truly, you are a loving and caring God." To all around you, Sona, Kiba, and Asia were all struck with pain thanks to Irina's unintentional blessing, something which Sona herself found curious. Only the biblical God could cause such a reaction, and only when in direct reference of a devil praising or being praised. Just what was this alien? Uzumaki-sensei, get up now. Sona was getting fed up at the new teacher continuing to ignore her presence. Naruto stood up as Naruto came over to her origin. "Boss, it's done. What were you planning to do with those boys though? Genin test setup allows for some pretty wild scenarios, ya know." "Thanks Naruto," Naruto said as he held his hand down to help Irina up off the ground. Zenobia had also come to join them at some point, but she was almost devoid of all possible sound. "All right girls, let's finish up class. Irina-chan, Zenobia-chan, would you join me? Since Sona is already here, we might as well get your meet and greet out of the way right now." Sona looked confused at Naruto's comment of a meet and greet, but considering the girls were the exorcists she felt earlier and Naruto seemed to already be aware of who they were, she would not object to answers. Naruto walked back over to his class and smacked the two perverts to wake them up. Tied to posts as they were, the perverts were completely helpless for what Naruto intended to do next. "Okay class, I offered the winning team a prize, did I not? Well, this is it. You are going to take these perverts tied to this post, tar and feather them where they sit, and then the girls of the winning team shall practice their throwing skills with softballs. Meanwhile the boys of the winning team are going to eat lunch in front of the scumbags who are not allowed any food for the rest of the day. They will it tied to the posts until the end of the school day, in hopes that they learn just what they did wrong. No one is to release them until the final bell. If they do, that person shall answer to me." Class dismissed. Naruto then proceeded to pull 2 buckets of tar and 2 buckets of orange-colored feathers to leave next to each of the posts before walking towards the old school building with Irina and Zenobia. Sona looked at the perverts while frowning, before following Naruto and the exorcists. Kiba watched his teacher walk away in the direction of his king's headquarters and just walked away, as most of the girls in his class proceeded to follow Naruto's orders. The 12 o'clock bell for lunch just rang out and most of the students were leaving their class to find a surprise. Kiryu watched as Naruto walked off, knowing she would meet him later that evening. She then heard muffled cries from the perverts as the girls began to take part in Naruto's prize with gusto. However, she couldn't help but feel guilty as these 2 idiots were being punished on what was basically her suggestion. She wasn't like Angelica, damn it, those fools didn't deserve this. Old school building, 12:10 p.m. Naruto was seated on Ria's couch in the middle of Zenobia and Irina, across from the pretty kitty, Kaneko. They were awaiting the devil's presence, but Naruto was slightly concerned about his prior class and had been lost in thought. Even the Bijuu had given him a moment's peace, something well worth taking advantage of. He was content with leaving Naruto to watch on the perverts. She'd make sure nothing happened to the boys at the very least. Yeah, he took them down about 2 pegs too many, but he wasn't completely heartless. Kaneko sat across from the exorcists, watching their every move as she silently ate her lunch. She took almost mechanical movements as she ate, clearly untrusting of any of them. She still was leery of Naruto for his own use of senjutsu, although it was beginning to get easier to tolerate his presence. But any trust she might have gained flew out the window when Bucho came to her this morning with news of Naruto not only bringing these exorcists to her home, but also Naruto bringing her sister Kuroka. Uzumaki-sensei came here knowing nobody and now has exorcists asking him to meet us. Never mind how he knows Kuroka-ne-chan, but what were his intentions? Bucho Hers. LF said that Naruto was cleared to operate as he desired by her own brother and Malleviathan. So what is he doing gathering our enemies? Kaneko thought of no reason that could explain his actions. Taking another bite, she continued to stare almost lifelessly at her new teacher, pondering what the alien's motivation may be. "Uzumaki-sensei, would you care for some tea?" Akino asked, trying to keep a welcoming posture. If only because of his standing as a faculty member. She too had her misgivings at bringing these exorcists here, but Rias did say that one was Issei's childhood friend. If nothing else, his memory could at least demand a momentary courtesy. They had yet to even finish plans for his funeral before everyone had to come back to school, so maybe this is related. Naruto waved off Akino, somewhat sulking in the negative emotions currently present in the building. Were things really that bad with Rias? Thinking about her wasn't going to accomplish much, he was here to talk with her anyway. So, he continued musing on his students. Doing all he could to forget the perverts he basically ordered to be beaten and abused. That was shit Gaara and he dealt with, yet he so easily ordered them to pay a price. Yeah, they deserved it. You can be as perverted as you want to your lover or whatever. Hell, that Issei guy was a shameless pervert, but at least Diedrag made clear the bow. Why had respect for women and people in general, even if he refused to give their personal space. He was almost like Jiraiya in that way and probably would have continued to follow such a path on some level. But still, those two friends of his had no respect in their words. Women need respect, people need respect, and yet, his actions now may be taken out of context. He was not beating them down for nothing. But they just happened to be a perfect example. The Team 7 ritual he just put them through was meant for more than just punishment. Could all his students look past petty bullshit in the face of the suffering of others? He was certain of it in some. The question as to who was going to lead them, almost as clear. Kiryu may seem manipulative, but she had heart, more so than anyone else. So the question bothering Naruto was, why did she hide from the devils, fallen, and angels alike? There was something more serious to her troubles than Kiba's issue with the church or Naruto's own eye. SSUE with Irina treating him as a god despite meeting her just yesterday. Hell, whatever, it was even more damning than Rias wanting to gut him for almost everything beyond his control. But that latter issue was in part why he was here now. As far as he could see, Rias was suffering just as badly, if not more. To have your first love killed in some duel sanctioned by her own brother practically before her own eyes. Apparently some daddy issues were also involved that lead to that encounter as well. Her world was basically being shaken at every angle. This thing with the church had bothered her Rom the moment that they came in last night. She was pissed at him because he wouldn't treat her like some spoiled princess. God, the last thing he needed was this girl going Uchiha, but that wasn't her major problem with him. Granny Rabbit was giving her and Revel shit non-stop. Arg. Rias suddenly hissed out in pain. Naruto's attention snapped to the shower hidden behind some curtains where Rias was currently bathing. Yeah, Rias blamed him for Granny Rabbit being in her day-to-day life. But did she have to take it out on him by waiting? Before a meeting that she asked for this morning. He hated waiting. Before anyone could say anything, Akino was by her side. Bucho. The black-haired girl fussed over Rias momentarily before both left to probably change in some back room. Apparently something had broken in her shower. Naruto watched for a moment as they began speaking in hushed tones before going off. The blonde looked around for a moment as nothing happened to him. Curious, but not terribly important. Kaneko watched as their sensei looked around at seemingly everything, yet nothing. And then just as easily shake it all off before going back to the almost depressed state he arrived in. This boy was supposed to be Buku's age and yet was all over the place in how he acted. Energetic one moment, giving too much information the next, and then borderline depressed the next, all for no clear-cut reason. How was he supposed to teach them anything? Out of nowhere, Irina suddenly grasped his hand, causing him to look as if to garner attention to herself. Looking to the clock on the wall, he realized why she looked so confused at his attention. They had walked to the clubhouse in this building almost 20 minutes ago now. Had he really ignored them this long? Sensing the well of negative emotions that she was feeling at her contact brought Naruto's full attention to his most loyal disciple. Hey there, what's up? Naruto said, somewhat lazily yet embarrassed at the same time. His empathic ability was second to none thanks to Kurama. This building was all kinds of fucked if he couldn't even notice her trouble when she sat right next to him. Can I do anything? Rias said, come over first chance with you. But I didn't expect her to keep us waiting like this. Also, I don't see Sona yet and she only left us to go get her queen. Naruto-kun, I know I'm here under the church's orders. But can I be more than that alone? You said that I was to become your student, Irina said, an almost pleading look in her eyes as if she was missing a very important piece of her. Will you teach me to control my every action? Can I communicate with mere thoughts like you said you did? I don't know why, but coming here I feel more in tune with Issei-kun than ever. Irina, as seated beside him and awaiting the devil that brought Issei back to life once was normally impatient. Naruto hadn't said much of anything since class, although his actions had shown he was still ever aware of her. But yet, rather than jumping hoops and being all over him like she was outside of this place, once they arrived she was caught in a well of her own emotions. Issei's last happy memories were in this room, she could tell. Since entering this place, the Exorcist wanted nothing more than to train under Naruto to get a glimpse of Issei once more. Her lord, right beside her, gave the boosted gear to her and it had shown her Issei still remained, even if only on an unconscious level. There were so many things Irina still felt for the boy, so many things left unsaid. Regrets would add her to sin and she would never let sin drive her actions when the memory of Issei was so important to her. He made her who she was today and therefore what remained of him must be cherished. Even if he was a shameless pervert. Of course we will train together soon. I'll have you know that I'm going to be meeting the angels and fallen leaders very soon, as we all need to have a nice friendly chat. Naruto trailed off, snickering to himself. But Rias needs to get out here so we can chat first. Somehow, whatever happened with Rias brought Naruto's attention back to the world and she needed to ask what was most near and dear to her. They hadn't even known each other a full day, but Irina couldn't help but to entrust her greatest fears and prayers in him. People had said God was the greatest confidant a person could have. Something Issei himself agreed to as a child. And although her feelings hadn't changed to God, her love for him eternal, the knowledge that he had been dead her entire life hadn't changed anything. In fact, if anything it only confirmed a different fact. The God that she may have gone to learn about in church was gone. But God had still been there her whole life as an abstract, faceless entity. It's only now that she was meeting the God she had unknowingly prayed to her whole life. Not even 6 hours after meeting Naruto and she knew. Zenobia had told her she was being too foolish, placing all her trust and faith in him. She didn't deny that he may well be a newborn God on some level, but he wasn't their God. Not yet, despite how every action he may have taken proved no deceitful intentions. Her partner may very well be right as well. The Holy Log's power could not be denied, of this they both agreed. But he himself said that he worshipped the Holy Log, so therefore it couldn't be too far from reasonable thought that a god could be born from mortal beginnings. However, to be their god, the almighty biblical God that died in the Great War. It was Prep. Osterus and Zenobia called her a fool to even think of him as such. But Irina Shido knew, deep down, Naruto was there for everyone. Be they members of the church, angels, fallen, devils, or demons. Naruto was there. He was bathed in an aura with the light of life. The Holy Log had sent him forth, to guide them all back. Her musing was cut off as Naruto got up to greet Rias. Why did she feel like her left arm was suddenly missing? A phantom pain went off as she moved her arm, reaching with her right hand to help ease some feeling into her wrist, and she saw nothing but light. System of miracles, same time. See brother, I told you if we watched the alien, he would guide us back to the boosted gear. And he even made sure that it went to the friend of the prior Red Dragon Emperor, Gabriel yelled out to her. Fellow Seraph, the Archangel Michael, but I wonder why we can only feel it now. Around them, a world of gears and clouds, a sun in the far western skyline and a moon on the eastern. The floor around them a thin sheet of what looked to be water, but clearly only in appearance as it flowed ever moving and remained completely tangible to walk on. It almost seemed to be a separate space, completely devoid of any traditional signs that this was heaven. But in here, one could feel the pull of every life form in the world, stretching beyond to the hidden realms of the underworld, Asgard, Mount Olympus, and even the demon's own. Michael sat on a floating throne, designed of similar gears to those sticking out of the water-like ground. This was the control center of the system of miracles. The domain God himself created for the betterment of all life. The archangel was somewhat taken with who the boy might be underneath all the power he wielded. The fate thrust upon his shoulders since Azazel came to tell him of the Harbinger's plans last night was also something concerning to the man. As the one most in tune with the system of miracles, despite the fact that none of the Seraphim could ever control it by themselves, he also felt the immediate change just now. The boosted gear must have resided with the alien, as Gabriel had said when it first disappeared. Something else he had heard about him in the week since his arrival was that the first thing the boy said was how he was looking for the system. With the world seeming to head into further descent just by his very arrival, Michael felt the talk of true peace Azazel always went on about something more important than ever before. But why did this alien cause Michael to feel fear? The man was just in his actions thus far and true to his words, carrying himself in a manner well befitting of their father's reincarnation. But still it wasn't something he understood. It wasn't a tangible fear of his person, but a fear of burdens. Sorrow too great for any lone man. Almost like, brother, will we go see him soon? As the messenger of God's word, I really need to build my rapport with God, and since he seems to be Father reborn, brother. Michael, what's wrong? Gabriel all but screamed, flying up to him as her brother was suddenly getting knowledge from the system. But this wasn't like the scant few other Tims. The system actually gave them knowledge freely. She had never seen her brother or any of the great Seraphim come down with a seizure as Michael now was. Quickly taking action, she held her brother in place, ensuring he wouldn't fall from the raised throne, but also to ensure that the message was properly transferred. Whatever caused this seizure was the direct result of a command Michael had given, knowingly or not. But none of the Seraphim could ever speak with the machine fully. It granted each of them some small piece of a larger picture, and unfortunately to her brothers, she herself had a habit of going off the system. Holding Michael in place, Gabriel took the moment of clarity to sink her power back into the system, hoping that her brother would make it through this. Ah, the Seraph moaned as she re-established the connection, her mind fading into a haze she herself could not understand. Old school building. The flash that went off consumed the room. Everyone was on guard, except Naruto, who looked shocked and ready to move. Irina had pulled the boosted gear to the mortal plane as she grabbed her wrist. Why do you have that? Rias asked in a low tone of voice, anger clearly evident. Irina said nothing, making no notice of anyone in room. She sat, holding her left arm with the boosted gear on her right hand. Devoid of all presence, absent from all thought, the girl sat motionless. And this only infuriated Rias more. Issei's childhood friend, on some mission for the church, at Naruto's side, and with his favor, taunting her with Issei's sacred gear. The only other devils currently in the room, Kaneko and Akano, were on the edge of their toes at the sight. It was just as clear to them that they were unaware of Irina gaining the boosted gear, and they were not happy at it. They weren't about to attack the girl, as they knew Naruto came here to speak and wouldn't let an attack happen, but that girl wasn't winning any favor in the room. I said, why do you have the boosted gear? Exorcist. Her body began taking on a reddish-black hue as it was clear the girl was losing her control over the power of destruction. As the power began to leak off of her, he was causing random minor explosions that almost erased what was hit as her magic flew off her body in various ways, be they her desk, the coffee table, or even Naruto's hand as he grabbed her head in his 6 paths chakra mode to put an end to this now. Rias, that's enough, Naruto roared, intruding on Irina's behalf, but before he could do anything more, the room was beset by 2 teleportation circles. Damn it, who is it now? This is so the wrong time for this. Transporting through them, Naruto clearly saw the other invite to this meeting, Sona Citri and her queen, but also Kiba Yuto, blade in hand. Rias, what's happening? I thought we were here to talk with the Exorcists. Sona asked, trying to maintain her friend's calm. This was completely unanswered as Rias continued to glare murder at the soul-sitting Exorcist. Sona took notice immediately as to why she wouldn't calm down. Rias, you knew someone else would get the Longinus when he died. Calm down. Now, Kiba took 1 gram. Glanced at his king and knew this one was not ending well. She had blood in her eyes and it was directed at the girl sitting, with Issei's sacred gear. With his own object of vengeance right before him, it was a hard sell to back down. But Naruto had taken his golden form already. They wouldn't win against him, that much was true, but if he could take one of the Excalibur with him, it might be worth the trade. And so, Kiba took a step forward, intent on attacking the motionless Irina. Zenobia had pulled forth her own Excalibur destruction at Kiba's threatening gesture, while Naruto had been trying and failing to get Rias' attention back on him. So this is how you greet guests, Rias Ramori. I haven't known Naruto long, but at least he has honor. Shut up, Naruto yelled at Zenobia while still looking at Rias. His eyes morphing into his Rinne Sharingan. You'll get to talk, Zenobia, but damn it if she blows now it's totally on you. And Rias, I'm not having this, now calm down. Naruto then began draining the magic away from Rias' person, using a version of what he might think Nagato would call the Preta Path. But whereas the Preta Path only sucked chakra, the magic of this world itself was the spiritual half of chakra. However, Rias was channeling something entirely different, and as Naruto absorbed more of her power, he understood something about her. Something she could never control as she was. Rias needed his help far more than she even knew. Kiba looked at Zenobia as she held her blade at his president. He then looked to Naruto, who was stealing the very magic of his president. What happened to words? Fine then, Uzumaki-sensei, I needed the excuse. He then swiftly lashed out with his blade at a low horizontal left to right angle, intent to finish the motionless Irina in one swing. Zenobia looked at him before Kiba suddenly tried slipping past her for Irina. Raising her Excalibur in defense of her partner, she knew she couldn't make it in time to parry with her sword in such close quarters as the room provided. Before she could even utter a warning to her partner, Irina herself caught the blade with the boosted gear. She crushed it with a loud crack, AF. Lash of magical power coming off the blade's disintegration into magic particles. Rias was left to scowl as she couldn't move from Naruto's hold. Zenobia noticed a change in the girl, something that F'd her with the idea that she should stand down. I thank you, Rias Ramori. Issei truly loved you, but he never got to say how sorry he was that couldn't save you. Irina moved to wipe the tears that began to fall. Hey, it's funny, he doesn't even remember me. He helped make me into the woman I am now, the god-loving woman you would so easily attack. And he doesn't even know my name. Irina ised her head to look at the devil before her, tears falling from her eyes as she stared into the now shocked eyes of Rias. He doesn't even know my name, but he knows me. And even then, he still cool. Didn't say anything more than how sorry he was that he couldn't help you. He asked me to help you, because you can't even help yourself. Rias, you made him happier than I ever knew he could be. And he only knew you for what, 3 months? At this point, Rias had slumped to the ground crying herself. Irina had got up and went over to the girl, the devil that Issei held so dear. She wrapped her arms around the girl, and the redhead began to cry even more. He loved you, and that I cannot hold against him. But you need to let go, Rias. Issei is gone, and neither of us will get another chance. I understand you would be mad with me, but Naruto is here to help us all, and somehow I think even Issei would agree. Irina stood up and looked over to Kiba. By now Naruto had realized the situation was calm and stood just next to the sobbing but now magically stable Rias. Irina had somehow managed to contact Issei himself when that light happened. But how? What happened that caused them to meet when she had just been asking for his help? Damn it, where was Granny Rabbit? Irina was about to speak again as she noticed a piece of the ceiling falling on Naruto's head, however before anything happened to him. A golden claw materialized from his shoulder and swiped it away. Kiba, attack me if you must, but you need to let go just as much as Rias. I saw the hatred you sent at Zenobia and myself during your class. I cannot fathom what Shido Irina, could have ever done to someone I have never met before, but without love you won't move on. Irina sighed as she looked over to Naruto and sent him a bright, loving smile before turning her attention back to Kiba. Whatever the church has done to you must have shaped you into the devil you are, but is that all you'll be? Is that all any of you will be? Issei may have had a silly goal, but at least he had something he wanted to accomplish. Something where people didn't have to be hurt, something where people could accept one another. Even if it was just for himself in the end. Irina. Zenobia was startled at the sheer acceptance coming from her. While the girl was never as hardlined as she was, Irina was behaving far differently than she ever had during their training. The girl would bless devils while still thinking them as evil, but talking like this was unusual even for her. What had happened to her just now? Irina looked to Akano and Kaneko, before once again settling her eyes on Rias. I returned here yesterday after over 12 years' absence under orders from the church to capture the stolen Excalibur swords. They are in the possession of a leader-class fallen angel if our intel is correct. We were tasked with bringing them back, even at the cost of our lives. I came to this, my true home fully intent that my life would end. As my love for Issei could never be realized. I leave this room knowing my love for Issei was almost entirely one-sided. Rias away from the Exorcist that moments ago she would have killed in cold blood, potentially starting a war. Just because of a material item. But the shame she now felt at being told the Exorcist's orders and how she was fully prepared to die over Issei never being able to love her. It was stifling to the girl. It only stung worse as the girl said she now knew that Issei didn't even know who she was and her feelings for him would likely never be reciprocated. Rias looked up, as Irina continued, noticing the girl no longer had tears, but her eyes held a brightness like the devil had rarely seen. I will also leave this meeting knowing that peace can happen with anyone, so long as my God is by my side. My God gave Issei back to me, if only because it would make me a better person. My God has given me the opportunity to say goodbye to Issei and that even gave me the chance to see what it was that he saw in you. Don't let my God down, because he stands at both our sides. Good day Rias Gramori, we will see each other sooner than you think. At that, Irina looked to Naruto, offered a smile that shone as bright as the sun, and rushed out. Zenobia looked at Naruto before taking off after her partner. School was still in session after all, so it was likely she'd find herself trouble soon. Wait, did she say that her god was standing right next to them both? Sona said as she looked directly at Naruto, who was beginning to shirk under the gazes of everyone at Sona's comment. This was followed by the school bell signaling an end to the lunch period. Saved by the bell. See ya. With that, Naruto rushed out of the building. Kuo outskirts forest, 6:36 p.m. Irina and Zenobia ran through the forest, chasing after the stray exorcist freed Selzen. The man didn't seem to have a cautious bone in his body when he confronted them in the city an hour ago. But after a quick scuffle, he was quick to turn tail and run, leading them on a wild goose chase that led to here. The girls themselves followed willingly at the time, as any excuse to get out of the skur. You tiny of the ever-watchful public eye was worth it. But this chase was beginning to drag, as Freed was using ambush tactics with the Excalibur transparency and Excalibur rapidly. Zenobia, we can't keep this up. He doesn't have any backup. But he does have 2 Excalibur blades. We can end this if we push him, but I need time. Cover me, Irina shouted through the trees as they were forced to dodge another attack that came from nowhere. She quickly reformed Excalibur mimic into its ribbon form as she then began to concentrate her magic power into her hand. Zenobia looked at her partner, Huagai, and she was baffled at just how she was managing to fight as well as she was. It almost seemed as if she knew where the attacks were coming from before they appeared. Twice now, Irina had saved her from the twisted exorcist. But how was she doing it? Boosted gear gave no such precognition, and yet, nothing had seemed to change for the girl on a physical level except for gaining the sacred gear. Regardless, Zenobia agreed with her partner, and it was clear the girl was intending to call upon the power of the boosted gear. So doing the thing any walking tank might do, the brunette lifted her Excalibur destruction and swung it in a wide horizontal slash, tapping into the latent explosive power. The explosion ripped apart the trees, leaving an open field before them, before Zenobia repeated the action to her own rear. Yep, an open destroyed field. Solid Snake would be proud, now to find this creep. Zenobia, above you, the holy sword of destruction ready. Zenobia was quick to parry and count. Freed's high-speed assault with Excalibur rapidly. Again it seemed, Irina was on point with her ability to sense attacks. Such a boon would obviously help her fighting skills, assuming she had complete control over it. Fried looked at the twin-tailed girl who had once again foiled his ambush. What was with that whore anyway? Yeah, his boss said leave her alone, but how was she aware of his move? Almost as he knew what he was planning to do, it was maddening fighting like this. Ready. Let's go Dedrag, boosted gear. Irina shouted, as the Longinus sacred gear came forth from her soul. Boost. Wait. Fried quickly interjected, helping Irina by giving her time to boost. Girl with the handlebars, what's your name and how did you get shitty devil Kun's sacred gear? I heard that loser died a sad, lonely virgin death before the alien came. So why do you have his gear slut? Boost. You would disrespect the dead. Of course you would. You just did say you'd are my corpse. Irina looked at the man before her. He didn't seem tense, nor did he seem afraid. He was genuinely curious as to why she held the red dragon now. Very well. This is a gift from my god. Issei was everything to me and your disrespect of him shall not be forgiven. Boost. She sent a mental command to Excalibur Mimic to reform, this time in form of a whipblade. She still wasn't quite used to wielding the boosted gear and this was doubly so in the case of wielding a sword in the hand as her gauntlet. But even so, this man she couldn't forgive and with the combined might of Issei's former power and her own, she would defeat him. Boost. Boost. Explosion. Irina was about to launch forward in an attack when she felt something she couldn't explain. As if all the world's evil gathered and settled into one being. Honestly, this feeling was almost an exact opposite to being around Naruto. What a vile man you are, Fried. But it's good you found yourself a new pet, even if she was promised to me. A Decembo. Dyed female voice suddenly appeared in the field, disrupting Irina's impending attack. Still, emotion has had quite the impact on you, girl. I'm happy he has taken such an interest in you. But more than that, I want to see mine shots crushed as I take you away from him. Who are you? What is your purpose? Zenobia called out, unaware Fried had any backup. Irina could feel her however. The Preza, NCE this voice held was far more disturbed than even the disgusting man before her. Come out. If you wish to take me, I only ask to know the name of my would-be kidnapper, I know where you are. Irina looked behind her. Far beyond the shattered tree stumps Zenovia's attack left behind to the trees. Oh, Naruto truly did bless you my pretty. The voice cut in once more, but this time was no longer disembodied and also standing next to Fried. Zenobia looked at the woman and found herself quickly thinking her pretty, although an enemy nonetheless. But still, the girl was unique. She had long freely flowing hair in large curls. Green with uneven purple locks throughout and ending at about her back. Her shoulder was adorned with a tattoo, in mostly the shape of a skull without the lower jaw, adorned with 4 streaking lines coming down to form into 2 halves of an arrow. The upper skull was sculpted by 2 lines that showed the outer frame of the skull, much like any other, but it was the lower portion that caught her eye. The streaks were designed in a manner that started before the jaw, almost under the cheekbone, swinging down into a single straight line. Another came from the teeth themselves, before joining in a hooked point that caused the arrow shape with the other set. Behind this was a faded design of sorts, that almost looked as if the one was feeding on many. The girl's face however was mostly standard, barring her eyes, small cheek bones flowing into luscious, full lips. Her face looked young, surrounded by baby fat and somehow making her look more attractive. All her nose which was mostly overlooked because the woman's large purple eyes. Eyes that if Zenobia didn't know better, would have looked almost like Irina's own, but it was the telltale glow her eyes, held as she looked at them from the twilight of the evening that Zenobia could tell, this girl was part demon. If you're done checking me out love, I do believe I had business with your friend. The woman said to Zenobia, causing the exorcist to blush at the implication of her staring. Now then Rina-chan, was that what Naruto called you? I believe you asked my name. I'm Angelica Reiniger, very pleased to make your acquaintance. Angelica. Reiniger. Irina, she's the angelic purifier. We need to get away, now. Zenobia warned, set off by the name that Griselda had long ago warned her of. If Griselda could almost die to this woman, they stood no chance. Now Now, you were so greedily taking in my beauty moments ago, love, why so quick to leave? Angelica said from Zenovia's left side, an arm almost wrapping around her shoulders. Zenobia was just as quick to move, but again found herself caught. Irina herself was locked in place, unable to do anything but glare at the woman chasing her partner. Novia-chan, please, stay with me a moment. Let's chat, like with Naruto. Don't you dare use his name, Irina said lowly, catching the attention of Angelica. Woman, why did you feel the need to disrupt me? I had this slut right where I wanted her, ready to bend over and give it all. And yet again, you fucked up my fun when I needed a goddamn release. Freed suddenly interrupted, getting tired of being ignored. Oh Freed, you poor little child. If you can't tell why I'm here, then you must have not gone after the devils like we were ordered. The woman said, still holding Zeno via close as she had settled into a daze of sorts. I'm here because the job is done. The power of destruction is in our hands now and we have the Excalibur we needed. Look at this beautiful girl, the sin in her runs deep. But not too deep that I can't bring it out. Honestly Freed, if you want a new pet, this girl here is more than capable of your release. I'll leave her in your full, undisrupted care when we return. With that comment, Zenobia herself disappeared as if she was never there. Irina looked on in confusion before resolve built up. They had Rias. And where did Zenobia go? Where is she? Where are my friends? Irina screamed that turned into a roar as she exploded in power. When the dust cleared, Irina's body suddenly took on the red dragon balance breaker form. The armor had adjusted to fit Irina's form, with her twin tails sticking out of her helmet. Oh ho, Freed, please tell Valpier we're good to go. Angelica then waved her hand at him and Freed disappeared from the field as Zenobia did before her. Now hear this Rina-chan Tilda. Tell Naruto that we have Rias and are planning to make use of her tonight. Everything, all I've done in my life has come to tonight at 9. Bring him, his, little Kusan and find us where Asia became a devil. Bear in mind, you are the special guest Rina-chan, but without you Rias will die, so come prepared for war, we're ending all reality N1 fell swoop and of all the pieces he has to play, only the two of you combined can stop the merging of Excalibur and the power of destruction. Angelica disappeared and Irina dropped to her knees, panting as the boosted gear scale mail dropped. How did she know that Naruto called her Rina-chan? He hadn't said that at all today, just last night. She then picked herself off the ground as she ran towards where she sensed Naruto. Kaguya's dimension. It's almost time, my descendant. I trust you won't keep me waiting, Kaguya thought as she watched Irina run back into the city. Naruto Sertai. NLY didn't intend to transfer a portion of his negative emotion sensing to the boosted gear, but it seems his new student took to it quite well. Even still, the trial directly before her may make such a boon an unpleasant curse. But only time would tell. And the rabbit goddess knew time was key here as she went back to gathering the giant mass of chakra she had been forming. It won't be long at all until you return home. Great things and terrible things both await Naruto-kun. The path ahead may be one of my own damnation, but necessary for your growth. The pain may be too much to handle, but it is already assured. The never-ending trial requires a great sacrifice, but grants eternal blessing, for the both of you. Kaguya's thoughts once more settled on Irina Shido as she put all her concentration into her efforts. Omake. Naruto's mindscape. Kurama watched Naruto's little dodgeball game and was reminded of Naruto's training journey. The old pervert did provide something to help his partner after all, and it was probably the only real entertainment the Bijuu got while he was still in his cage. Why can't the brat use stones? I mean, that ball is great, you never know when you're getting knocked on your face and 2 more come out of nowhere. But I came for blood. What is this? Shukaku went off on a rant suddenly. The Kyuubi shook his head at Naruto's newest friends and tenants of his mindscape. If he was truly honest, having his siblings in this new dimension with Naruto was making for a fun time. He'd never say it to anybody, but they were making the most of the time. But Kurama wanted to stretch his legs again. Chome answered Shukaku's rant, but brother, can't you see how lucky Naruto is to get that ball? For all you know he'll make some seal that duplicates the effect on stones. He did say he Was going to train that girl. Can you imagine the stones it would take to stone her? The stones it would take to stone her. That's so bad it's good. Son Goku started laughing at the pun. That's not even something that old bastard Roshi would say. Why would you say that 7? But Naruto has all these women throwing themselves at him, even Granny Rabbit seems to like him. As the Kabutomushi said this, the mindscape was overrun by large meteors focused at the Bijuu. Chome didn't even attempt to hold back as he began to fire Bijoudama after Bijoudama at the meteors. Seiken joined in with a variant of his Wisdom Wolf Decay, launching streams of acid at the meteors. You called my chakra, Kaguya. Where are you? Kurama bellowed out. He would share Naruto's mind with his siblings and his father, but he wouldn't share it with that woman. I'm indisposed, but you were speaking of something so interesting. What's this about my descendant and myself? Kaguya's empty, hollow voice was somewhat more disturbing with the natural echoes provided by Naruto's empty mindscape. Nothing, Granny. We were just talking about how you wanted to fuck Naruto's brains out. Goddammit, Matabi, really? I mean fucking really. Kurama was completely shocked at his sister's brutal honesty. Oh really? Tell me, my chakra, what should I do to Naruto? Should I tug on my chakra? Hoping for a hose down of his heavenly power. Kaguya said with complete sincerity. If you don't mind, Kaguya-sama, I see a peaceful field over there where I can watch Naruto strip girls without disruption, Kokuo said quietly. It was quite clear that the Bijuu didn't want to talk about Kaguya. Kurama knew Matabi fucked them all. Why couldn't she keep her mouth shut? Hey Granny, what do you think of tentacles? I mean, Naruto knows his way around chakra pretty well. Care for a taste of some takoyaki? Gyuki entered the conversation. He seems awfully excited for some reason. Does he have a thing for the energy being too? Kurama mused as he prepared to dodge from the impending retaliation. Kaguya was notorious about random acts of violence when being disrespected. Yes, you're right. The octopus does seem awfully excited. Maybe I should tie up Naruto and dominate him, tug his tentacle with some of my own. Would you think he will like that, fox? Kaguya's disembodied voice asked Kurama directly. Oh, Kurama, does Naruto-kun like to be dominated? You've been with him so long, so surely you must have seen him with that feisty redhead or that blonde he said goodbye to. Matabi chimed in again. Surely you can't be serious. Gyuki shouted at the two-tailed cat. I am serious, and don't call me Shirley. Now come on, Kurama, spill. Oh Hinata, bless her hearts, that girl would do anything for Naruto. Anything. She made Saraphall look tame. And you saw. Oh, Granny, here, look at me, can I fuck your brains out, Granny? Shukaku said, holding a straight face. Single quote. Does the term bait mean anything to you, Shukaku? Kurama began dodging for his life as Naruto's mindscape went through a distinct change. Meteors filled the sky that acted just like Naruto's new Baylor dodgeball. The end. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.